acceptable. So there may be a slight delay in terms of updating those. So the inquiry documents which we discussed at the end of the day yesterday, which are listed on the ID list, which haven't yet been produced, those are in hand, as they say, in terms of the euphemism.
Yeah. Okay.
Hopefully imminent.
Thank you. Well, I'm happy for them to be loaded up at the end of the day. If obviously there's copies in the room for all parties who need to see them. That's the main thing. Thank you. I think I hadn't picked up yesterday. I think I referred to Mr. Frampton's missing Appendix 4. I think that I have not seen that yet. Is that still in hand?
Also in hand.
Also in hand. I think I initially put that down as ID3, but I see that ID3 is a statement or submission from Jennifer John, which I had already circulated. I'd just forgotten yesterday that we'd had it. So I'm happy for that to remain as ID3, the Jennifer John statement. And then when we receive Mr. Frampton's appendix, we can add that to the list of documents. Yes, there's also, I circulated Jackie Sloane's copy of her statement. I think I asked for that to be ID12, but again, I'm not worried. I don't want to mess up the list that's now been created. So if Ms. Sloane's statement can be added, probably as ID17, I would say, for now, and then obviously we'll add subsequent documents. Are there any other documents to refer to? We had a brief conversation, yes, about the master plan status. I don't know if there's been any further discussion on that, Mr. Morgan, or anyone else.
There has been discussion, as I believe it, yesterday evening between Mr. Frampton and Mr. Griggs Trefarthen, the case officer. Mm-hmm. And I think they discussed also responses to your comments on the conditions, which I think they, if I understand correctly, are doing a note on and hopefully an agreed, or where agreed, note response for you.
Okay.
That includes, of course, condition 1, the comprehensive master plan point.
Okay.
Not yet being discussed with the Rule 6, but that's going to be done. So I don't know whether you want me to say anything about the comprehensive master plan point at this stage, because that's subject to discussion with the Rule 6.
If it's unless it has to be shared now, I'm happy to wait for that conversation to be had with the Rule 6 party, yeah. And then I don't think it's critical that we need to have that established today or right now. So thank you for the update, though. Any other documents that we're expecting from anyone? Mr. Tucker?
Yes, sir. You'll recall the reference yesterday to the TRL Users Guide extract from that document. So we've been scroping around in terms of using PDF, etc. this morning. The correct version has just been sent to my learner friends. There was an earlier incorrect version, which is entirely my fault for sending, which will in due course be sent to your case officer. You won't need it imminently, sir.
It may well have had that already, although whether it's the correct version, I don't know. But yeah,
we'll suspect it's the incorrect version.
Possibly is, but if it is, then obviously I'm sure I'll get the correct version in due course. Thank you. Any other documents from anyone to mention this morning?
So I have received an email from Mr. Tucker about a further document that he might wish to make reference to, a research paper which he's saying he can't put to Mr. Russell, he started as evidence. I haven't seen that paper, but if he does want to put it to, whatever it is, to Mr. Pinto, first of all, I'd like to see it, and secondly, I have no objection it being put, subject to that, it being put to Mr. Russell. But I'm grateful for my learned friend indicating that he wants to use this paper. I just like to see what it is first.
It should be attached to the same email.
There's something about air quality. I'm not sure, is that the right one?
It's a TRL research paper which was first accused in that context, yes.
It says published project report PPR 2224. Okay. I'd just like to say I don't know what it says. I'm not going to make a big deal over this, but if it is going to be adduced, which I don't object to, just on the face of it, having to scroll down, I would appreciate that being put to Mr. Russell to comment on. Otherwise, I'll just make the point that he wasn't given the opportunity to comment on it, and that will come down to weight.
Okay. Are you intending to put that information to Mr. Russell?
Sorry, my machine appears not to work. I don't know whether we have to... Well, I can certainly shout for this room. It's a document Mr. Pinto wants to refer to as to what is meant by slow-moving traffic, which is obviously an issue now between the parties. So I'm quite happy for that to be copied, and I can put that to Mr. Pinto. It won't arise for a little while, and it would make sense for Mr. Pinto to have sight of that before asking the question. Mr. Russell, I'm so sorry.
I did wonder whether you were talking about cross-examination or evidence in chief, but
I'm intending to treat him as hostile and then cross-examine him, sir.
So in that sense, is it sensible for Mr. Russell to have an adjournment for Mr. Russell to consider that, or
yes, but we don't need it straight away.
So we'll maybe start with cross-examination, and then, I mean, as it is, I think cross-examination, you've estimated 2 hours, so a break would be needed anyway at some point.
That was exactly my thought, sir.
Yeah. Okay, and then we can obviously, the length of break can be determined by the document and anything else.
Because the other way of doing it, which is what I thought my learned friend might wish to do, would be finish cross-examination on everything else, and then you could recall Mr. Russell, just to deal with that one point, which is a bit messy. So I'm grateful to Mr. Neal's pragmatism in that regard.
Happy with that, Mr. Neal, that approach? Yeah, okay, thank you. Anything else on documents from anyone? And then in terms of any other procedural matters, anyone else has any other procedural matters? We're in this room now for the rest of the week, so hopefully we'll get used to its setup. Just a couple of things I wanted to mention. One is that I am probably going to do the unaccompanied site visit Monday afternoon next week. It seemed to be the best use of time in terms of being around the daylight for seeing the views to the south, and also in the evening as well. I will go and look at any views that I've been asked to look at night as well. So I will make use of that time to go and do that. So if I could have any update on itinerary and locations to go to from the relevant witnesses and parties, that would be helpful. By Friday, obviously. Yeah. Hey, Mr. Morgan.
Sorry, sir. My fault. You said any other points on documents. I do have just one clarification, if I may. With regard to ID 12, the technical note with reference to the dark sky impacts, is that the one I asked for yesterday? Did that respond? Just wanted to make sure I understood.
That's exactly the one.
So I'm interested.
It appears to be sort of word for word, or more or less, for what was read out. So.
Yeah, it's one of those points in relation to the fact of a witness being told you may want to write down what you want to say to an inspector, and then literally the witness reading out what she'd written down. So happily that was then consistent with what she's put forward, absent her scribbled notes upon it. So it's essentially word for word, sir.
Just that I haven't checked. No, I was just going to say if she makes clear in the note what she said about Miss Prescott's comments. That was all I was just trying to clarify. Cause how far I need to deal with it, that's all. I don't think lighting is a big point for ours, but I wanted to see which part of the proof she was referring to, if that's clear. We can deal with this outside.
Yeah, I'm sure we can ask for clarification in relation to that.
Yeah.
Thank you. I mean, obviously, in an ideal world, that probably should have come in as a rebuttal note or something in terms of how Ms. B dealt with points in Ms. Prescott's evidence, but we have to just accept that that's what happened.
So I agree. I certainly wasn't expecting quite as fulsome a response to your question as you got, but there we are.
And I'm trying to read the temperature of the room and take a pragmatic approach and just be clear what I'm dealing with. So that's all. So we can deal with that outside. We can take your.
As everyone's had an opportunity to look at what's been submitted and a chance to respond, that's the main thing. Thank you.
And I'm grateful. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And then just one final thing to mention, just to sort of declare that Mr. Russell and I bumped into breakfast this morning at the hotel. We didn't, apart from saying good morning, we didn't share. We sat separately, etc. Just thought I'd mention, just for being clear and above board. But these things happen in inquiries. Despite the number of hotels in Bath, you still end up booking the same one as somebody else. So just to make that clear. Thank you. So then, if we are ready, Mr. Russell, I see you're set up and hopefully ready to go, and Mr. Tucker, likewise. Are you ready to start cross-examination?
Completely ready, sir.
Yeah.
Enthusiastically ready.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm
Please begin.
enthusiastic to respond, sir.
Good. Good morning, Mr. Russell.
Good morning, Mr. Tucker.
Let's enthusiastically answer my questions directly and clearly.
I'll do my best, but I'm sure it will wane very quickly.
I'm sure you're not going to fence with me. Mr. Russell, firstly, can we deal with areas that you don't challenge? Notwithstanding the very brief statement of common ground, can we just go through a few, if I may? Your evidence doesn't seek to challenge the principle of development, does it?
My brief was to look at the detail of the modelling from my client, so I've not looked in detail at anything else.
I'm a really simple person, so if you could start off with a yes, no, or I don't know, or can you rephrase and then answer the question, that's going to help. So your proof doesn't challenge the principle of development, does it?
My proof doesn't know,
That's
but
a
as I
no,
said,
thank
sir, that if I can qualify it, my instructions from my client were not to look at didn't include looking at these matters.
Excellent.
So that's why the statement of common ground came down to the one area where I've been commissioned to look at and challenge.
You don't have to make this qualification to each of the areas. I'm just going to
No,
ask you
I've done
about
it
whether
first time,
The
yeah,
inspector's
but
got
yeah,
that. and the
otherwise we'll
inspector
be here
now
till tomorrow,
understands-
won't we?
Hold on. If you talk over me, no
Sorry.
one's going to understand you, Mr. Russell.
Sorry.
The inspector's got that point. He understands that qualification. Next point, you don't challenge within your proof of evidence the trip generation used by Tetra Tech, do you?
Correct.
Thank you. You don't seek to challenge any part of Tetra Tech's analysis in terms of access by non-car modes. For example, paragraphs 269 to 214 of Mr. Pinto's proof.
That's correct.
Thank you. You don't take issue with the geometry of the proposed access or the route into Sulis Manor, do you?
As in the design of the layout?
Yeah.
Correct.
Thank you. You don't take issue with the justification for the contribution of over £600,000 towards the council's objectives in terms of reducing reliance on the private car contained within the 106, do you?
It's not included in my proof.
Good.
Sorry, it's not in my proof. I'll be
Thank you.
clear.
You don't identify any additional sustainable measures that the scheme should be providing or funding, do you?
I don't.
Thank you. You don't dip your toe into the Wansdyke crossing debate at all, do you?
I don't know.
Thank you. You don't challenge the assessment of road traffic accidents, which Mr. Pinto reports in his proof at 2.59, do you?
Correct.
Thank you. Your proof doesn't allege that the effect of the development will result in a safety concern, does it?
My proof doesn't know.
Thank you. You do allege that there is a capacity concern, but you don't allege there's a capacity concern outside of the peak hour, do you?
My concern is, so that's wrong. I allege that the baseline modelling is incorrect, so we don't know what the capacity concern is. And yes, we only do the peak hours, and no, we don't do off-peak.
Okay. I don't know whether that's a yes, no, or a don't know. So
the-
I'm going to ask
sorry,
the question. Hold
if
on.
you split
I'm
it into
hold
two,
on,
please.
Hold on. I'm going to ask the question again. You don't allege in your proof of evidence positively that there is a concern outside of the peak hour, do you?
Correct.
Thank you. The information that you provided to set against the work from Tetra Tech relates to the peak hours in respect of two junctions, doesn't it?
Correct.
Thank you. You don't suggest that it's any part of national policy to ensure nil detriment when proposing development, do you?
I don't know.
And you don't suggest it's any part of national policy to avoid further inconveniencing travel by car by commuters, do you?
I think that's a no. I don't challenge that, no.
Well, the Secretary of State said it multiple times in any number
Yeah.
of decisions. It's not
Yeah.
part of national policy.
No,
to
no,
make life
correct.
more
I didn't know where the answer was.
Again, you're talking over me.
Sorry.
The Secretary of State has said multiple times in decisions that it's no part of his and then her policy to avoid inconveniencing the commuter at peak hour. You're aware of that, I assume?
That is correct, sir.
Yeah. Predict and provide is a matter for the past lives of all the highway engineers, yes?
Is that correct? Yeah.
Good, thank you.
Yeah. Can I again qualify that? So that has been the policy for 20 odd years.
Long time. In terms of your role, you've not sought to produce a transportation assessment of your own, have you?
No.
Your role is essentially an auditing one of the submitted information. Is that fair? You say it at 1.5 of your proof.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
And as a result of that auditing process, your case, in summary, is a not proven case, to use the Scottish terminology, isn't it?
Correct.
Thank you. Which leads to your conclusion that you can't say if appropriate mitigation is provided and whether or not the transportation assessment adequately assesses effect.
Correct.
Thank you. and your conclusion is not that there would be a severe impact, but the appellant hasn't demonstrated that there wouldn't be a severe impact. Is that fair?
That is part of it, if I may qualify.
Yep.
Yeah, on the basis it's not been proven, to coin the Scottish term, but also that it may be that additional mitigation is required if the impacts are higher than put out in the TA.
Yeah. So it may be that there wouldn't be a severe effect with as yet unidentified mitigation. You just don't know, is your point, isn't it?
Correct.
And in relation to forming a judgment about severity or not, you're on your own amongst all the highway consultants that have looked at this, aren't you? Let's just think about it. My witness concludes not severe. The Highway Authority concludes not severe. Mr. Bales from the Alan Bales Consultancy concludes that there would be severe effect. The only person who's thought that you can't reach a conclusion is you. Is that right?
Of the four parties, that is correct.
Yeah, thank you. Good. And in fact, in fairness, you are alleging that there is insufficient evidence upon which the inspector can reach a conclusion as to whether there's severe impact.
Correct.
Agreed? Good. At any point, since you were instructed last September, have you sought to discuss your concerns over calibration and modelling with any officers of the local highway authority, who apparently are quite lovely and approachable? Have you sought to do that at any point?
I have not.
Why?
It came down to time. We've got the evidence. We had our evidence. We have our case. And I based my evidence on the observations that we have.
Well, let's just think about that for a moment. You, in effusive language yesterday, in answer to my learned friend, explained to the inspector how when you looked at this information first, back in September, you were surprised. And you used various adjectives yesterday in relation to the degree of surprise. You were surprised at the acceptance of this information by the local highway authority. In those circumstances, as a professional assisting an inquiry whose duty is to the inquiry, not to your client making a case, and I'm sure you're aware of your professional duty, why don't you pick up the phone and speak to any highway officer and say, what's going on?
The point is, sir, and I accept I haven't done that.
Yeah, I asked why, not if. Why haven't you done that consistent with your duty? We haven't done it, sir. There's no other explanation, and we could be here for quite some time going through it. So a discussion with a highway officer which might have assuaged your concerns or perhaps explained what might have happened or discussed why they'd reached a different view, that's something you didn't think would be helpful to the inspector?
It's something that I saw the evidence the Highway Authority have already put in. Is their evidence, sorry, I'll rephrase it. The evidence that Mr. Pinto had put in his discussions with the Highway Authority, I based my evidence on my observations to provide you with an alternative view, sir.
Again, you've sidestepped my question. Did you at any stage think it might have been useful to have that conversation in order to discuss why it was that the Highway Authority had reached a different view to the one that you'd come to and looked at with a great deal of surprise? Did you think that might have been helpful to discuss with the authority, with the inspector rather?
No, I didn't discuss it. And in my mind, it was because I thought the Highway Authority has already made their decision, so it wouldn't be helpful. In hindsight, perhaps I should have, in hindsight, I should have done that and at least got from the Highway Authority their confirmation. But then it does appear in one of the appendices of Mr. Pinto's rebuttal proof that he has done that.
Yeah, because Mr. Pinto, on advice, thought it was appropriate to go and speak to the Highway Authority and say, look, we've got this report from Mr. Russell here, who takes a really significantly adverse view about what you've done and what you've assessed. Do you stand by what you've done? Now, Mr. Pinto's done that, and the answer could have been, do you know what? We do think there's something in what Mr. Russell has to say, and we do need to reinvestigate that. Brave thing to do 10 days before an inquiry. Mr. Pinto's done that. With hindsight, perhaps you should have done that as well. Agreed, Mr. Russell?
At this moment in time, sir, yes, I wish I had done that, then we'd have had that. It doesn't affect my conclusions, my evidence.
But we do know, notwithstanding everything you said today, that the Highway Authority stand by their position of not severe, don't we?
That is correct, sir.
Thank you. In terms of what you have done, you presented no additional analysis beyond the Alan Bales report, have you?
That is correct, sir.
Thank you. Right, role of the local highway authority. The parish council, your clients, are not the local highway authority or parish councils, they're consultees only, aren't they?
That's correct, sir.
And in this case, the parish councils have actively engaged in the process predetermination, haven't they?
So I understand, sir, yes.
Well, so you've read, I
Yes.
assume.
Yeah. I wasn't involved in that, but I understand from the parish I've had pre-consultation with them, sir.
Right. Let's look at your Appendix C, please. Appendix C of your proof of evidence. Which is the Alan Bales report. It's internal page 38 at the bottom, so I don't know if that helps. Page- Sorry, sir. Right. Just out of curiosity, only because I'm disappointed not to be cross-examining Mr. Bales, why are you here and not Mr. Bales?
You would have to ask my client that.
Okay. Right, so this was a document which, as I understand it from the footnote, was prepared in March 2024 and was sent pretty much as soon as it was prepared. Agreed?
Yes, that's what I've been told by the client, yes.
Let's just put that into context as to what had happened by the time this document gets produced. The matter had already been presented to members and it had been presented at committee on the 15th of November of 2023, hadn't it? And we see that from paragraph 1.2 of this report.
Yes, that's, yeah.
And
my
members...
understand- yeah.
So sorry.
I was just going to clarify. Yeah, my understanding is from what I've read here. Yeah. So I'm not going to disagree with anything that's in this report, sir. In terms of timings.
Yeah, I can't imagine that this should take any time.
Yeah.
So that's
Okay.
a yes, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. So the matter had been presented to members on the 15th of November, and as Mr. Bales tells us in the first paragraph of 1.2, quite why highway consultants don't number subparagraphs, it's beyond me, but there we are. He says that there was a discussion of members in the light of the information presented, and they wanted a bit more information, particularly in relation to the impact on villages and local roads. There was then the second addendum to the TA which was produced, and this responds to that, doesn't it?
Yes, in timeline, yes.
Thank you. And we know, because we're about to go and have a look at it in a moment, we know that the local highway authority had been consulted on the second amendment to the TA before they received this document, and then also responded to it after they received this document. Don't we?
Sorry. Yes.
Thank you. And it's an important point, isn't it, that the local highway authority took a view about this document, didn't they?
They must have, well, they had it, so they must have taken a view.
Well, you've read the consultation response, haven't you?
Yes.
Where they did
Yeah.
take a view.
Yeah.
And they expressed a view that they maintain their position of no objection because of an absence of severe impact. Yeah?
Correct.
26th of March of 2024.
Correct.
So the document upon which you base your evidence and your conclusions was considered by the local highway authority, and they expressed a view, and they gave reasons for that. That's an important document, isn't it, before the inspector?
It is, yes.
Good. Where do you discuss that in your proof, this important document?
Well, there are lots of important documents, and I haven't raised that. I've focused purely on the technical aspects of the baseline junction modelling.
Where do you discuss this in your proof at all?
Well,
Or
I
do
said
you
it
choose
doesn't.
not to respond, not to report a document which is adverse to your case?
I don't choose not to, I simply don't. Sorry, can you just give me a second?
Yeah, by all means.
Sorry, I've connected onto the Wi-Fi, and unfortunately, I'm getting loads of pop-ups from work, so I'm just disconnecting. You're distracting me. Sorry. I don't refer to it, sir. It wasn't a choice not to refer to it. I simply don't. I've put my case based on my evidence.
Yeah, that's the second time you said, put my case. This isn't about putting a case, this is about giving your professional opinion.
Sorry,
You understand
I've
the
given-
difference, don't you, I assume?
I've given my professional judgment based on the evidence.
Good. So let's just think about how relevant it is to the inspector to see the information that's been presented, which is the only information upon which you rely, you've told us, which is considered by the local highway authority, who reach a view which is not consistent with Mr. Bales, and you've not sought to even report that in your proof of evidence, let alone deal with it. That seems an odd omission, doesn't it?
Well, if I repeat myself, sir, it wasn't a deliberate omission. My evidence focused on my professional opinion on what I saw based on the information, the technical information before me. And obviously that's why we're at the inquiry, because different experts have different conclusions.
Yeah, you see, a question like that admits of two different answers. No, Mr. Tucker, it's not an odd omission because ... or yes, Mr. Tucker, with hindsight, it is an odd omission. What's your view, Mr. Russell?
No, it's not an omission because it doesn't affect my professional judgment. The Highway Authority's response is in front of you within the evidence base, and I have a different view, and that is my evidence.
Okay, let's have a look at what the Highway Authority say. We looked at core document AA37 yesterday, which is the consultation response back in 2022. And that's the one that talked about why it was that the authority were happy, why the authority at that stage wanted a justification as to why VISIM wasn't being used.
Can you
recall
take me
that?
to that document?
AA37, the one you looked at yesterday,
AA37.
dated 29th of September.
That's September, yep. Got it, yep.
Yeah. And that's the one that said, we need more information, and by the way, you need to justify why it is that you're not using the VISIM model.
That's correct, sir.
Yeah. So they're seeking justification at that stage, AA37. That justification was in fact provided, wasn't it?
Justification was provided in, I believe it was Appendix B of the Transport Assessment Addendum, correct me if I'm wrong.
Correct.
Right. For the reasons we discussed yesterday, I disagree with that justification, accepting that I disagree with it, but the Highway Authority agreed.
Yeah. And so let's have a look at that. That's AA71, which you briefly touched upon yesterday, 26th of May, 2023. So AA71.
Yes, got that. AA71, got that.
Yeah, let's just have a quick look at AA71. And I'm going to pick up sustainability because you happen to be in the hot seat.
Thank you.
AA37 had identified deficiencies in terms of the sustainability package. AA71, if you look on page 1 of 6, we used to say look at the inspector's pen, now we have to say look at the inspector's screen to make sure the inspector's got it.
Yeah.
So 1 of 6, the summary is, you see this, there's a real stress in this consultation response on sustainable transport measures, isn't there? And the view was taken by officers on the 26th of May 2023 that what had been proposed was a significant improvement in walking and cycling. You see that?
Yes, fourth line down, yeah.
Yeah. And it goes on to discuss sustainability at some length on the second page. And if you, before you look at sustainability on the second page, do you see a paragraph that says HDM, so the highways team, have provided comments previously. Since the submission, a number of discussions have been held between the applicants and the highways team following the most recent formal comments dated December 2022. Following these discussions, the applicants prepared a TA to address the concerns on the previously submitted documentation.
I've got that, yes, on page 2, yeah.
Yeah. Now, not every element of dialogue between the Highway Authority and my clients the emails, the discussions, the telephone minutes, etc., is in the information before the inspector. It's not abnormal for that to happen, is there? Particularly when there's been extensive discussions.
There would be background, yes.
Yeah, that's completely normal, isn't there? To have those sort of discussions.
There would be, then it is formalised in the formal documents that go in.
Perfect. You just answered my next question. Thank you. If you then go down, please, to, I think it's the very last page.
Page 6.
6 of
yeah.
6 says, Highway Authority has accepted the application, has now considered the provision of off-site sustainability links, ... seeks full permission, ... It is now accepted the development represents an enhancement to the active travel permeability to the area in the TA, and the highway team welcome the opportunity to discuss the proposed improvements further. You see that? Do you see that is the first question.
I was going to say which...
Last sentence
it's obviously written
of-
by transport consultant, this, with the paragraph numbering. Last sentence
Last sentence of the first paragraph on
Sorry,
page
first
6.
paragraph. It is
Yeah.
now accepted. Sorry, I was looking at the last paragraph. Yep, I've got that.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. Just pausing there, you don't need to turn it up unless you've got a burning desire to, but were you to then see what happens next in relation to this issue, we then get core document AA106. Again, you don't need to turn it up, which is the consultation response of the 25th of October, which then justifies the request for £630,000 worth of contribution towards various sustainability measures. You've seen that, I assume.
Well, I've seen the... I'm aware of the contribution and what it's for, yes.
Yeah. I don't need to take you to that because it doesn't take us anywhere further in
Okay.
terms of the issues
Yeah.
between us, but just to get that in the chronology. Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Now, we then end up, yeah. We then turn to core document AA110, which is the 27th of February 2024. So if you just bring that up, please.
24, yeah.
Yeah, 27th of February 2024.
110, yeah.
110.
Yeah.
Now this, you will recall in terms of the chronology, was before receiving the Alan Bales report, because we know that's dated March of 2024.
Correct, yeah.
Okay? So just work our way through all of this. Page 1, summary tells us that previously responded. Applicants now submitted further transportation information. That's the second addendum. Whilst the Highway Authority previously raised no objections to the application subject to conditions, the following comments are made to assist the application determination process. So we know that this has happened because members, the previous autumn, had looked at this and said we want some further information. Mr. Pinto's team provides further information. This is commenting on that further information.
Yes.
Yeah? Good. Traffic surveys, bottom of that page. Transport consultant undertook a series of traffic surveys in Jan 2024, and this was used to review the traffic data presented within the earlier assessment work. This survey information has been reviewed against the earlier data collected in 2024 that was used as the basis for traffic modelling. You see that?
I do, yes.
And just pausing there, the previous TA had information from one day, I think the 7th of April in 2020.
Sorry, can I just clarify? Previous TA,
So the original TA.
the 2022.
Yes.
Sorry, yeah.
The original TA had survey data of 7 junctions on one day in April 2022,
That's
organised by a company called Streetwise, and we've got the readout over hundreds of pages within Mr. Pinto's appendices, haven't we?
That's correct, yeah.
Yeah.
For your benefit, Sir, Streetwise is a standard contractor. We use them as well.
Yeah. We
Yeah,
can add the
very
word
competent.
reputable, therefore, can't we?
That's very kind of you to suggest that somebody I use is reputable. But yes, they are well known in the industry. Yeah.
If Tetra Tech and you use them, I'm sure they're reputable.
Yeah, no, they are. I would trust them completely.
You trust them completely. Good, that's helpful. So they do a survey of 7 junctions on a neutral day in 2022. There was an issue about whether private schools were off at that stage, but that's not something that is concerning us. And there was a further piece of work done by Streetwise on 7 junctions in 2024.
That is correct. In January 2024, I believe. Yeah.
Correct. Well, it says so. I've just read it out to you. 7 junctions, that's 7 plus 7, that's 14 days worth of information in relation to junctions, albeit it's 7 junctions on 2 days. You follow that?
Correct.
I'm told it is now common practice for organisations like Streetwise to use CCTV when doing this, so they can go back and review the work that they're doing.
Yeah, it has been for quite a number of years now, sir.
Yeah. So by saying there's been traffic surveys, that's also telling us that's essentially the way that Streetwise will have done the job. Yeah.
That's correct.
So that this was used to review the traffic data presented within the earlier assessment. So there's been a cross-check back about what the new information says. This survey information has been reviewed against the earlier data that was the previous basis. Then tells us there's been some changes at the odd down park and ride roundabout, as a result of which the traffic management team recommended the operation of the roundabout was reassessed given the observed changes. You see that?
I do, yes.
Thank you. Then we can see there's further modelling in relation to the odd down roundabout modelling and analysis. That title about an inch further down. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
Thank you. And then it also talks about rat running and the fact that there was work done in relation to rat running. You see that?
I see that, yeah.
And then there's a summary at the very bottom of page 2. Having reviewed the additional traffic survey information and the conclusions presented within the TA, second addendum document, the development management team do not change the recommendations made the previous year. You see that?
I do, yes.
Right. Okay, so they've looked at this information and they conclude, happy to stick with it. Now can I turn you to core document AA122, please, which is the one you don't report and didn't discuss in your examination in chief yesterday, which is the response of the local highway authorities to the Alan Bales report of the 26th of March of 2024. Let's just have a look at that.
I've got that, yeah.
Good. Let me brutally summarise it. First of all, you've read it, I assume.
Yes.
Summarising it brutally, the local highway authority thinks that there are some points that are made by the Alan Bales consultancy report which are of relevance, but nonetheless they maintain their view of no objection, no severe effect. Is that a fair summary?
That's a fair summary, yes.
Right. Just park that for a moment, because I want to go through that in a little bit more detail, but I do want to just have a look at the Alan Bales consultancy report to see what it says, first of all, to make sure we understand what they're commenting upon. So can we go back to your Appendix C, but don't put away AA122. So if you go to page 40, and so I'm using the hard copy numbering, so that will be 42 on the PDF. That's right, sir, yes. So this is Mr. Bales, I'm assuming it's Mr. Bales, telling us what has been done. And midway down paragraph 2.1, he says, to test the validity of the survey's injunction in modelling undertaken by the applicant, SSPC, so the Parish Council, commissioned an independent survey by Paul Castle Consultants to conduct surveys of the following junctions in the study areas. And then we've got an AM peak survey of the odd down roundabout and a PM peak survey of the red line roundabout. You see that?
Yes.
Just pausing there. Presumably, those two surveys were undertaken for a purpose. It wasn't just random times. There was a reason why those two times and those two junctions were surveyed. Can we assume that those were the particular concerns of Mr. Bales?
Those were the particular concerns of the parish who instructed Mr. Bales.
Yeah. But again, Mr. Bales has put his name to a document. Mr. Bales doesn't say, well, I don't think that this is enough and you need to do more. He doesn't say that. And you haven't conducted any additional surveys at any additional times. Can I assume that these were the particular concerns of Mr. Bales and the particular concerns of you?
I don't know about Mr. Bales, but they are a particular concern of me.
Yeah.
I can confirm
And you
that.
haven't conducted, commissioned or advised that further surveys be done, for example, the AM peak of the Red Lion roundabout?
I haven't, no.
No.
It comes down to costs, sir, which is unfortunate.
Well, let's be blunt about this. Can you produce an email saying that you have recommended to your clients that they should do further surveys?
I can't, no.
Have you told them that?
Because my client said they don't have the money to do them.
Have you told them to do further surveys?
We have discussed it, and I said it would be helpful, but they don't have cost, but I can't produce an email.
We will have discussed it, and they
No,
told
we
you...
have discussed
You
it.
have discussed
Sorry,
it?
yes,
Okay,
yeah. But I can't produce an email, sir, no.
okay. So, but we note that these are the particular concerns, and there's a logic to that, isn't there? Because these are the two roundabouts, and AM Peak is the odd down roundabout is the first one comes to, coming south towards the city. Agreed?
That's correct, yes, yes. I
And
mean,
PM
just for information, sir, as you were asking the question, I would have liked to have seen the AM peak at the Red Line roundabout as well surveyed, but it was something the client can't afford.
Very well. And not something that the authority thought was needed in the light of this, but we'll look at that in a moment. And there's also a logic in terms of the Red Lion junction, because that's a main junction that one hits coming south out of the city, as one is commuting southwards out of the city. There's a logic to that as well, isn't there?
In terms of the Red Line, it is at a crossroads, and it's both entering, because you go through it, entering the city and coming out, sir. Which is why I would have liked to have seen drone footage of the AM peak as well.
Is that an answer to the question, there is a logic to the Red Lion being surveyed in the PM peak? Is that a yes or a no, or there isn't a logic?
It is worse than the PM peak, so if I had to choose one of the two, I would have selected the PM peak, yes. But I would nonetheless would have preferred to see the AM peak.
Was the yes an answer to my question? There's a logic to using the PM peak at the
There
Red
is,
Lion
yes.
roundabout?
And
Yeah,
I've explained what the logic is, sir.
Got there very eventually, thank you. Right, let's actually see what happens in relation to this then. So, if we turn to page 43, first of all, please. Mr. Bales puts various recommendations and concerns in little coloured boxes, helpfully, which summarises the bits that go before, which makes my life easier in cross-examination, I'm happy to say. Having discussed on preceding pages a series of operational characteristics, he says they will lead to a critical reduction in the capacity of the odd-down roundabout, which needs to be reflected in the modelling of the roundabout, preferably by the use of VISIM, which I'll come to. On inspection of the applicant's supporting evidence, it's clear those idiosyncrasies as shown have not been taken into account within the modelling. That's a serious omission when assessing the operation and capacity levels of the roundabout. You see that?
Yep.
So he's saying there's difficulty with using Arcady because there's an issue about VISIM being able to deal with these operational issues. That's part of his arguments that VISIM should be used, yeah?
That's part of his argument that VISIM should have been used, yeah.
Part of your argument as well, isn't it?
Part of my argument, yes.
Thank you. And that's a concern that was put to the authority, wasn't it?
Correct, yes.
And we know at no stage has the authority asked, since they were convinced 2 years ago that VISIM wasn't necessary to be used, VISIM hasn't been requested by the authority since then,
It hasn't.
has it? They've not asked my clients to build a VISIM model.
Sorry, I said they haven't. Sorry, I answered before you finished.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
Yeah.
There was an answer, thank you. Good, thank you for that.
Could I take a moment to clarify something, sir?
By all means.
Yeah. Obviously, my evidence yesterday, I wasn't wedded to VISIM. I was talking about network model, and in my view, I would have preferred microsimulation. It could be anything.
Yeah, a dynamic model rather than a junction-specific model.
Correct, sir.
And I'm sure that the inspector, as an experienced inspector, knows what a microsimulation model is, and forgive me for using VISIM as as essentially a synonym for that.
Okay, fine.
Just as Mr. Bales does. Page 49, please, next. Page 49. The summary of the box that we see on page 49, which discusses what's seen on the drone footage, says there are queues here, they're significant queues, that's inconsistent with what's in the TA, and therefore Mr. Bales recommends putting aside the conclusions of the TA, doesn't he?
Correct.
Thank you. It's the orange box on page 49, so page 51 of the... So, good question. You've got a picture of red line, but I think it's a general point in relation to odd down because the first paragraph. This is a box which summarises not just red line, but also odd down. Yes. Yeah. So it's saying, because of the differential queuing that's been seen by the drone footage, that the TA conclusions can't be relied upon, which is your point as well, isn't it?
That is one of my points, yes.
Thank you. Please note table 2.3. I'm going to come back to it in due course. But it leads us to page 58. Page 58. No, page 60 electronically, page 58 hard copy. Okay, page 21, page 58 and page 60. What a strange world we live in. Yeah. Correct. Okay. So, we've got initially the response from September 2022 from Baines reported there. You see that? At the top of page 58.
Sorry, where am I looking?
Page 21, page 58 and page 60.
Yeah.
Take your pick.
Sorry, could you just ask the question again then?
Yes, the top of that page reports the initial consultation response from the highway team saying you need a visit.
Sorry, yes, sorry,
you
in
need to
italics.
justify the visit
Yeah.
model. Yep. You see that?
Yes.
Then it reports the response in the TA addendums. That's the first addendum response explaining why it's not thought necessary. And then we've got the applicant goes on at length in the first addendum to the TA to try to justify not using VISIM by asserting at 2.146, and then says in 2022 the change of lane priority ... roundabout generally free flows and queues of more than a few vehicles only forming in response to pedestrian crossing north of the Old Foss Road. Again, this is verified by CCTV footage. And it says, as far as SSPC is aware, there's been no CCTV footage made available to verify this claim. Just pausing there, your clients, and indeed Mr. Bales and you, knew about the existence of CCTV footage at least as far back as March 2024, didn't you?
We were aware that the surveys had been done using CCTV.
Yeah. And you'll have been aware from the officer's report that the CCTV footage was used by the Highway Authority in part to verify the information presented by my clients, I assume.
That is correct.
Yeah. Thank you. Well, we'll come back to that point. And we then get the response from Mr. Bales on the other side of the page, where he says, it appears obvious to the parish council that no one from either the applicant or staff from the council's transport and highway section have visited the study area during the peak hours to observe the operation of the highway network and experience the extensive queuing. Is that rather unfortunate comment still maintained?
It's a point that Mr. Bales makes in his report.
I know it is. That's why I'm asking whether the parish council still suggests that the local highway authority haven't visited part of the city when forming a view about the issue of congestion. Is that seriously maintained?
I can't speak on behalf of the parish council, sir. What I can say is I've visited it, I've seen the queues, and it doesn't align with the statement that there are no queues.
Yeah, do you invite the inspector to infer that up to that point, the highway officers didn't have a clue what was going on the ground and wouldn't have visited this part of Bath?
I can't. I'm here giving evidence, sir, and in my proof, I can't second guess what the Highway Authority has done or hasn't done.
Well, I'm asking you to draw an inference because I'm suggesting to you that that's a ridiculous inference, isn't it? I mean, a genuinely ridiculous inference to suggest that the highway officers wouldn't have visited the A367, particularly noting that they were formulating a major scheme in terms of funding to reduce vehicular traffic in this neck of the woods. And also the Park and Ride had just got in.
It is an inference. It is a statement that I wouldn't make and I haven't made, the inference being that I would expect the Highway Authority to know their area. Equally, I can't see how that aligns with the evidence I've seen of queues and delays and congestion, both in the video footage and personally visiting the area. There's a disconnect.
Now, let's look at what else well, I mean, the other explanation is they just take a different view, rather than they're not doing their job properly. That's a fairer inference, isn't it?
That would be a second guessing of somebody else's view, which I'm not willing to do.
That would be a fairer inference, wouldn't it? That the council are taking a different view, rather than their council are acting in a manner which is incompetent.
Sorry, sir, I'm not willing to second guess. I'm here as an expert on my evidence and not to draw inferences.
Okay. Okay, next point. What Mr. Bales then does, page 53 of his assessment, is he does a modelling exercise, doesn't he? Page 53, page 16, page 55.
So I thought I was helping by numbering the PDF. Sorry.
Page 53. Page 53. Yes. So, Mr. Bales, with cautions expressed, I entirely accept that he expresses cautions about the use of this, undertakes a modelling exercise based upon his assessment and his observations, doesn't he?
What he does is he does yes.
Thank you.
Then I'll qualify it as needed.
And he considers he's able to form a view based upon his assessment, doesn't he?
He does, yeah.
Yeah. So let's just have a look at what he says. And the inspector can read these 4 pages at his leisure. But if you look at page 56, having done the modelling exercise in relation to the AM peak northbound traffic approaching Odd Down, Park and Ride, you see the paragraph that starts major impact of the Sullisdown phase 3 and 4 development is on the already congested 367 south approach to the Odd Down roundabout. Do you see that?
I see that paragraph, yes.
He says the impact of the development is to increase the queue length from 25 to 65 vehicles, an additional 250 metres. With respect to the delay to vehicles as a result of phase 3 and 4, there will, in his view, be an additional 2-minute delay experienced by motorists, with an increase from 1 minute 3 seconds to 3 minutes 16 seconds. You see that?
Correct, yeah.
And if we want to see where the derivation of that is, I think we get that by comparing table 3.5 with table 3.6, don't we? Look at the bottom line of both.
Sorry, which tables? 3.4 and 3.5?
Table 3.5.
Sorry, yeah, and 3.6.
Where he looks at
yes.
forecast year plus committed development, and he gives a figure, I'll round it up to 63 seconds for the delay to an approaching vehicle to the southbound arm of the Odd Down roundabout, which then rises to 196 seconds, rounding up, bottom line of table 3.6. You see
Correct.
that?
Yep.
And he reaches the conclusion that on the basis of that additional delay from 1 minute 3 seconds delay to 2 minutes, to 195, so 3 minutes essentially delay, he reached the conclusion that it's clear the impact of the traffic generated from Tullis Down phase 3 and 4 will have a severe impact on the operation of the highway network. You see that?
Sorry, you've lost me there.
Bottom of the same paragraph.
Which
In
page
bold,
are we on?
He's even done it so you can
Yes.
see it clearly. It is clear, having concluded that there's an additional 2 minutes over and above the existing 1 minute in the forecast year, that results in a severe impact on the network. You see that?
That's what he says, yes. Yes. Sorry, I'm with you now.
And for the hard of reading, at page 57, he puts it in an orange box and says that, doesn't he?
He does, yes.
Given the results from the limited standalone junction modelling, even without using appropriate modelling software, it's clear that Sullis Down would have a residual cumulative impact which can be considered severe and therefore contrary to MPPF.
That is his conclusion, yes.
You do not adopt that view, do you?
I don't, no.
No.
May I just explain these figures, sir, for your benefit?
By all means.
Yeah. If I take you to page 51. So we've got a heading 3.2, Junction Modelling Review and Audit of the Odd Down Roundabout. The paragraph there, Mr. Bales talks about geometric data, and he challenges, if you carry on reading through here, the geometric data that's been used. If you then move on to carry on reading through there, and I'm not going to read all the way through it, by the time you get to page 53, under the heading Odd Down Roundabout 2024 Base Year Scenario, that paragraph there, sorry, apologies, that paragraph there picks up the term lane simulation function in the second line down. There is, yeah, quite a bit, I'm afraid, sir, to explain. What Mr. Bales has picked up here is that the A367 South approach to Odd Down has got 2 lanes on the approach, but one is signed straight ahead towards Bath. So all the traffic heading towards Bath has to queue in the left-hand lane. In the 2022 assessment, that amounted to around about 80% of the traffic. Arcady is what I call for a better word, a dumb model. You tell Arcady what the parameters are, the width of the approaches, and the width as you reach the roundabout. If you tell Arcady that you have, in this case, about 6.5 metres, it's 2 lanes, unless you tell Arcady differently, Arcady assumes that all traffic is able to queue equally across both lanes. This is how it's been modelled by the appellant, and Mr. Bales here has used a function in Arcady called lane simulation, which seeks to try and resolve this.
I'm not going to stop you making any additional points you want to make, but I do want to just pick you up on this. You've sat and enjoyed, I'm sure, as we all have, I doubt the inspector will have done, the drone footage for the 3 hours of the Odd Down roundabout, I assume.
Correct. And I've been out and watched it myself.
Yeah, it's fascinating, isn't it?
It's just the life of a traffic engineer.
Or a barrister.
Yes, that's even worse.
The
Sorry.
right-hand lane is signed park and ride and not signed to go to Bath.
Correct.
But the drone footage self-evidently shows us that what a large number of vehicles do is go into the right-hand lane and go around the roundabout.
Correct.
Which they are perfectly lawfully entitled to do, aren't they?
That is correct, yes.
So an approach which simply assumed that the right-hand lane wasn't available for use would be to underestimate the capacity of the roundabout, wouldn't it?
Sorry, can you just put
An
that
approach-
sentence again?
An approach which assumed that all the traffic which is going northbound, doesn't do that, but stays in the left-hand lane, would underestimate the practical capacity of this roundabout as it's used and as it's lawfully used. Do you agree?
I can't answer yes or no to that because it's more nuanced. Traffic going up the right-hand lane, which wants to go onto Bath, it then goes around the roundabout, and hands up, I've done it myself, not this roundabout, but elsewhere, and then continues up the A367. When you...
It does.
Yeah, so what happens is that traffic goes up that lane, it goes round the roundabout, and then back up the A367. As it comes round the roundabout again, traffic approaching from the south has to give way to it. The way the traffic survey data is collected, which is an advantage of CCTV, it will pick up a car approaching from the south, it then records the exit. So if you're coming from the south and you're going to Bath, it will record you entering the roundabout on the A367 south and exiting on the A367 north. What you can't get from that survey is the vehicles that then circulate around the roundabout to try and beat the queue, which affects the capacity of the A367 south. Correct, yes.
Which they're
which
perfectly
are-
lawfully
which-
entitled to do, aren't they?
Which, that's my understanding, yes. I'm not going to say whether it's legal or not, that's not my area of expertise.
Yeah.
But what it means, though, is that Arcady isn't modelling the additional traffic circulating around the roundabout, which traffic travelling from the A367 south northwards will have to give way to.
Well, you can't have it both ways. You can't have it to say, well, Arcady is wrong because it's not modelling the fact that there is only one lane northbound if there are two lanes northbound. Whilst it may be right that there may be a capacity issue which then arises from additional traffic on the roundabout, the point is, which was the point you were making to the inspector, that the two lanes are actually used for northbound traffic, aren't they?
The two lanes
In
are
fact.
not equally used by northbound traffic. Most car drivers...
Not my question. I'm sorry to interrupt you, and I do apologise for doing so. The two lanes are used. I didn't put to you equally used. That's a qualification. Do you agree the two lanes are used?
Two lanes are used.
Thank you.
I will now qualify it, sir. They're not equally used. Most motorists follow the instruction to wait in the left-hand lane. So when you go out, or when you see it, you'll find the queue in the left-hand lane is considerably longer than in the right-hand lane. Arcady, however, unless the practitioner tells Arcady that this is how traffic is approaching the roundabout, Arcady assumes that both lanes are used equally by all movements.
Right, one final question in relation to the Bales consultancy report. Page 58. Page 58 of the hard copy.
Got
Big
that, yeah.
58. I've taken you to the reference from the second addendum about the CCTV footage, which you've now told me you know Streetwise use CCTV. And it says, as far as SSPC is aware, there has been no CCTV footage made available to verify this claim. The CCTV footage has been provided to the authority. They've looked at it. Their consultants, I'm told, have looked at it. Has it ever been requested before last Thursday to be provided by the parish council or any of their consultants?
Prior to December, sir, after exchange of proofs, we worked on the statement of common ground. In my experience, it is normal practice for a company. The Q survey confirmation that Q survey data existed or didn't exist in data format, not CCTV, was sought, yes. As part of the statement of common ground, so that would be December.
Right, you asked for tables, which you've quantified it. I didn't ask you about whether or not you'd asked for tables. I asked you about whether the CCTV had been requested, which is what Mr. Bales said.
Well, the direct...
Hold on. No CCTV footage has been made available to verify this claim. That was the question I asked of you. Could you dignify me with an answer to the question I asked of you, please, rather than the question you want to answer?
My apologies, Mr. Tucker.
There used to be a character called Arthur Scargill, who would recast questions, then answer the ones that he wanted to answer. I'm sure you don't fall into that model.
I'll apologise, Mr. Tucker. Yes, we haven't requested the CCTV footage. May I now qualify it? Yeah, it would be normal practice not to provide the CCTV footage in a report. It would be normal practice to tabulate it. The survey company Streetwise, when we commission them to do these surveys, we give them a survey specification. We will ask them, we'll tell them where the junction is, the hours we want surveying, the classification of vehicles, and we would also say, and queue lengths during the survey period. I haven't finished, sorry. I was just watching your pen this time. Yeah, Streetwise then returned to us in Excel format tables showing all the turning movements and all the queue lengths. The tables of the turning movements are provided throughout Mr. Pinto's Tetra Tech's work. What I was trying to find was the tables showing the queues, because then we can look objectively and take a view on calibration.
Yeah. And that's what your firm would do. Great, you commission Streetwise to do that. That's not what Tetra Tech have done, nor has it been requested by the local highway authority, who formed a view without that information by commissioning consultants to look at the videos. Is that a problematical exercise in itself, actually watching the CCTV footage and looking at the modelling?
In my view, yes it is, because it doesn't provide objective data. I would look at the CCTV as well, but the starting point would be to look at the quantification, because then there's some hard evidence that in particular third parties such as ourselves can look at.
Right, I accept that it diminishes the ability to scrutinise it without looking at the CCTV, but you've told me the footage hasn't been requested by your clients. I agree that that diminishes the ability to scrutinise it, but in terms of the efficacy of the exercise by a calibrator, looking at the CCTV and looking at the output of the models and seeing whether or not they are comparable is a perfectly sensible scientific way of assessing the calibration of the models, isn't it? Ground truths it, to use a geological term.
What, sorry?
Ground truths it. You create a model, then you actually see what it's like on the ground.
It would be normal practice to look at quantified data.
Again, you're
as
not answering
well.
my question.
Well,
It is
the
scientific-
answer I'm going to have to say, sir, is no. It's not the way we would do it. It's not the way we've been asked to do it by highway authorities. And I don't know why it has happened in this case. We've based our evidence on, I based my evidence on our drone footage, which is available, and my observation. I can't speak to anything else.
Right, that's again telling me about normal practice. My question wasn't about that. My question was about the efficacy of the exercise. If you've got a model which shows outturns, and you're looking at CCTV, which shows how the junction actually operates in practice, appreciate your scrutiny point, I appreciate your normal practice issue. I'm asking you for a logical reason why that doesn't enable you to say, what I'm looking at as the outturn from the model and what I'm looking at on the CCTV are broadly similar, and therefore I'm happy that the model calibrates, or they're radically different. Why can't you do that by looking at the actual junction and how it's actually operating? What's the logical reason why that's not a sensible way of calibrating, even if it's not how you do it?
It is a very difficult exercise to do that, sir, which is why we do it on paper to start with, and also look at it. I don't think we're going to go any further on this. I wouldn't ever do it like that, and I don't understand why it's been done like this.
So it's difficult, you wouldn't do it like that, but I don't want that. I want a reason why it's not an efficacious way of doing it. It's not a sensible way of doing it. I've got a model, I'm looking at the outturns. I've got a video, I'm looking at what's happening. Forgive me for being simplistic about it, but that seems to me the best possible way of doing it, to see whether the model's outturns are making sense looking at what the CCTV is telling me. Surely.
The difficulty comes, were this a microsimulation model, you would be able to play the video of the model and the video of the car simultaneously. ArcD is a, for want of a better word, spreadsheet-based model. And the most efficacious way of calibrating is to use the same media.
Okay, are you able to give me a reason why the methodology which has been deployed in this case is not a methodology which would work? Are you able to give me a
Well,
reason?
I'm hoping, sir, that what I've just said answers your question. If not, I'm not sure what else I can say.
Yeah, no, I wanted to give the witness a fair chance because I'll be making submissions in closing about what you've explained. So I'm happy to move on. Right, let's have a look now back at the consultation response of the Highway Authority, which you didn't report upon and didn't mention in chief, which is core document AA122, the 26th of March.
Mr. Tucker, just in terms of timing and having a break, we've been going for about an hour. Do you want,
Should we do this, sir, and then there will be a natural break, I would have thought.
Okay, that's fine. Just thank you.
Thank you, sir. We're doing well. So 26th of March 2024, AA122. That was rude of me, by the way, Mr. Russell, unless you want to break at this stage.
No, I'm entirely in your hands. If I start flagging, I'll let you know. Well, I'll keel over.
Well, let's hope we don't get to that point.
No, I will ask, but thank you for asking, Mr. Tucker.
Okay, so we've got an 11-page document, hopefully, in front of you.
Correct,
just
yes.
reminding ourselves about where we are in the process. This is responding to the document that we just looked at from Mr. Bales, who's done work and says serious shortcomings with the information, which you adopt that same position, and he goes one step further and says, in fact, there will be a severe effect on the network. If you look at the very first page, page 1 of 11, do you see the box where the choices are given for the Highway Authority to say what they want to do? And they've got the second line, no objection, subject to conditions described below, condition, cross. Do you see that?
I've got that, yes.
Yeah. They maintain their position of no objection, notwithstanding the concerns expressed in the Bales report. Agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you. We can see from the first paragraph that this is a direct response to the Bales report. Did you see that?
Correct, yes.
And we can see from the second paragraph that they've had regard to the drone footage that's been presented in the Bales report.
That's correct, yes.
Thank you. If you go then to the odd down park and ride roundabout, and I'm going to spend some time on this one because they essentially say, notwithstanding the drone footage, they're satisfied the Red Lion roundabout operates in the manner that they previously assessed. But page 2 of 11, forgive me for taking some time about this, they say the technical note concentrates on the morning peak period, reviews the traffic data by drone. The footage presents a scenario that's significantly worse than any
Sorry,
result.
can you just start again? Where am I looking?
Top of page 2,
top of, sorry.
under odd
Yeah,
down
got
park
it,
and
yeah.
ride roundabout, which starts that tell us what we know. The drone footage is on the AM morning peak, and then says the footage presents a scenario that is significantly worse than any results shown in the modelling which supported the planning application. See that?
I do, yes, yeah.
So their approach is informed, isn't it, by information which shows a worsening compared to the model output. Agreed?
Correct.
Then it says the technical note considers that the interaction of the roundabout with the pedestrian crossing and Old Foss Road junction to the north constrains the actual capacity of the roundabout through the morning peak. The drone footage confirms that that's the case, and the technical note provides further modelling using a technique which throttles the flow capacity on the A367 arm to the north. This limits the overall capacity of the odd down roundabout. Just pausing that there, that's been a point that's been made by Tetra Tech, it's been made previously by the Highway Authority, it's made by Alan Bales, and it's evident from the drone footage, isn't it, that the AM peak throttle on the operation of the roundabout is the calling of the pedestrian crossing.
It is a throttle.
It's
yes.
a very significant throttle, isn't it?
It is, yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
What, if I could also qualify, sir, what is also a throttle going north is, as you flagged up earlier, you have 2 lanes exiting the roundabout, which go down to 1 lane. And of course, a main throttle is also the sheer volume of traffic trying to get over the entry line into the roundabout.
Sure, but when you
In
look
my
at the drone...
opinion.
Sorry, have you finished?
Sorry, I'm just saying, I'm just qualifying, that's my opinion, sir.
But when you look at the drone footage, you can see, can't you, that when the pedestrian crossing is called, you get queuing back from the pedestrian crossing, heading towards the roundabout, delaying vehicles getting onto the roundabout from the south and indeed from the east.
That is correct, yes, amongst other things that I've described, sir.
And when the crossing clears, then the queue clears and it starts to move again.
The queue south of the roundabout does not clear. Herein
Really?
lies the difference.
And that's your assessment from the drone footage? Because if you say that, we will be inviting the inspector to have a look at it.
I would be more than happy for the inspector to look at the
Good.
drone footage, but also to go out and look himself, as I've done.
Okay.
On that point, I think, obviously I have photographs of the drone footage. I believe I may have links to videos, but we've obviously previously discussed the difficulty of viewing links in evidence. So I don't know whether there's... Oh, I'm happy to give that a go, but if there's an agreement in terms of an excerpt from the footage that the parties are happy for me to look at, I know that may not be possible if you want me to look at a larger chunk of time.
I think we'll reflect upon that behind the scenes. So I'm minded, even if you double up the speed to ×2, which you can do on YouTube, it still takes a while to look at it.
No, I mean, yeah, I'll leave it the parties to maybe discuss and in terms of how that information is provided to me. The other thing I should say is I do intend to go and look at the AM peak. I know Miss Sloan said something yesterday about going at 8 o'clock in the morning. That is something I intend to do either this week or next week.
I think that may answer any concerns in that respect.
Okay, but if there's footage that I need to look at, then obviously if the parties want to discuss and
We'll reflect
put
on
that
it. Sir.
to me. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so if you then mindful of, so what the authority is saying is particularly highlighting the use of the crossing of acting as a throttle. Then it goes on to say this was a pattern observed at a recent further site visit in March 2024. You see that?
I see that, yes.
So if there had been any question about whether officers had been to the site before March of 2024 and at the time of the Bales report, that's answered by that sentence, isn't it?
Yeah, we don't need to infer from that.
Absolutely. However, the queue delays were not of the scale shown by the drone footage. Site observations, plural, and the drone footage do clearly demonstrate the operation of the roundabout can be significantly influenced by fluctuations in local traffic flow, motorist decision-making, the operation of the 367 pedestrian crossing, drop-off activity at the local school and college. That's fair, isn't it?
It is a good description, yep.
Yep. And then it goes on. Using the 7th of February traffic conditions, so the drone survey, the Bale consultancy model concludes that there would be a further 2-minute delay for motorists on the A367 southern arm as a result of the development. Then officers say this does not appear to be an unreasonable outcome given the observed traffic conditions. Do you agree with that?
Sorry, I'll say, we'll go back to, yes, that's what it says. If I qualify that, as I've done previously, sir, that Alan Bale's assessment was just looking at one element and trying to draw out how what we see as deficiencies in the coding of the Arcady model can affect the queue outcomes. Yeah. So he concludes 2 minutes based on what he's done in terms of the Arcady model. do apologise. I thought it was on. Yeah, so Alan Bales looked at one element of the coding and came to that conclusion. I've looked at several elements of the coding of ArcD. I haven't, as Mr. Tucker's pointed out, provided assessments of that, but I've looked at further deficiencies in the baseline modelling.
They've looked at the Bales assessment and said, in that context, an extra 2 minutes delay doesn't appear to be an unreasonable conclusion to reach. I was merely asking whether or not you align yourself with that as a sort of broad assessment. Or you may be able to say, I don't know, because you've not done one.
Apologies, can I, which,
The one I just put to you.
is a 2 minute delay for motorists unacceptable, or is it the outcome of the modelling? It's two slightly different questions. To clarify it, sir, if modelling came out and said, and we started off like this, that you might have a couple of minutes more delay, that wouldn't be a severe impact. So the conclusion here is, by the Highway Authority, I don't disagree with. I disagree with the base modelling. Alan Bales didn't look comprehensively at all the coding errors in the base modelling. He looked at just one element to demonstrate that it is a very sensitive roundabout, and just by starting to look at modelling it, how it works on the ground, you suddenly start getting big increases in delays, which are more representative of what's seen on the ground.
Okay, I'm going to try that question again. So the sentence says, the preceding bit says, the Bales consultancy concludes there will be a further 2 minute delay for motorists on the A367 Southern Arm as a result of the development. This does not appear to be an unreasonable outcome given the observed traffic conditions. They're forming a view as to whether or not an additional delay of 2 minutes, essentially they're sense checking it. Do you align yourself with that, having seen this roundabout a number of times, or do you not align yourself with it, or do you not know?
So can I just clarify what the question is?
Yeah,
The number of propositions now, I've written it out at length. Is it being put that it's a sense check, or is it put that it's not an unreasonable outcome? I mean, we are getting...
I thought Mr. Russell had, if I've got my notes correct, he said that the proposition that 2 minute delay is not unreasonable. He said that that's in general terms, that's something he would agree with. But
Correct,
then
sir.
he was qualifying that by saying, but in this particular context, I'm not sure whether that's the right outcome. 2 minutes is the right outcome.
Yeah,
You have to-
my understanding is the
That is
preceding,
absolutely correct, sir.
preceding
Okay.
answer was yes, but, and then qualified the nature of the 2 minute exercise. But I was just confirming that that was what the answer essentially was. But I think you, sir,
Yep.
have just asked the question again, and he said yes, so I'm content with that.
Okay, fine.
The Inspector, exactly what you said, sir.
Okay.
That's what I've said, yeah. That's my
Thank you.
position.
That's helpful to clarify.
Then goes on to say, I'll finish the memo and then we'll have a break, sir. Yeah. Should be noted the traffic capacity doesn't appear to be operation of the roundabout, and none of the presented modelling results would justify any capacity improvement works to the roundabout itself. Submitted drone footage clearly demonstrates the operation of the roundabout fully recovers shortly after 9 a.m. and no queuing is observed after that time. Pausing there, that latter point is right, isn't it? The drone footage demonstrates it all clears by 9 a.m.
The drone footage shows that it is cleared after 9 a.m. It also shows, though, and it's my experience being out there, that the queue starts building up before 8 a.m.
Yeah. But the conclusion being by the highway officer is that none of the work that's been presented either by my clients or by Alan Bales justifies any capacity improvement work to the roundabout itself. Do you disagree with that?
It is a factual, do I disagree? You're doing me negatives. I agree with the statement that is correct there, that the modelling results presented do not justify any capacity improvement work to the roundabout.
Good.
If I could qualify that, sir. Obviously, my evidence is that the baseline modelling results aren't credible. I can also qualify it further by saying that in terms of mitigation, were they reflective of existing conditions, the outcome may still be that capacity improvement works at the roundabout itself aren't required.
Are
It
or aren't? I'm sorry.
Aren't.
Aren't.
It could be other mitigation measures as part of a package.
Yeah, well, you give me a clear answer, you'll lie yourself with that first sentence. Thank you for that. Then goes on to say, no significant delays at the roundabout throughout the rest of the day, so we're just dealing with an AM peak issue. Drone footage and site observations confirm the predominant traffic constraint within the network is the frequency of use of the signalised pedestrian crossing north of the roundabout. Your view is there are other factors, but generally you align yourself with that, don't you? That's the predominant constraint.
Well, I say the predominant constraint is the number of cars trying to go through the roundabout, which is then exacerbated by the pedestrian crossing and also the merge of two lanes going into one.
And we can note that the Bales consultancy had assessed that for 18% of the time that the pedestrian crossing was on red. That's why they concluded
That's
that
what
that's
they've
the
measured it,
predominant constraint. You see that?
Yeah.
That's likely to result in a very significant effect on the A367, isn't it?
It will affect traffic going up the A367, yes. But you've got my answer, sir, about what I consider to be the constraints.
So officers then go on to say, having looked at that, potential for impacts of the dock schemes being considered in this context, removal of a crossing facility to increase capacity would not be supportive. You see that?
I do, yeah.
Thank you. They then look at the Red Lion roundabout, and having looked at the video information, they conclude that that does not demonstrate that the previously submitted modelling is significantly incorrect, albeit that there are periods of time when queuing occurs. There is no fundamental continued breakdown in the operation of the roundabout over that period of time. So you tell us not credible, they say consistent. Direct difference of a view between you and the Highway Authority. You see that?
That's correct, yes.
Yeah. Who you told us earlier on you haven't spoken to. Next. Nearly there, sir, yes. So next it deals with trip generation and site sustainability. I'm going to just skip over that one. And then there's an issue in terms of severe traffic impact. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
And there's a discussion about severe traffic impact at the bottom of that page, so page 3 onto page 4, based upon previous appeal decisions of the Secretary of State. Do you see that?
Yes.
Where the council, where there's a reference for an inspector's conclusion in a case at Hartnold's Farm, which is within the core documents, which is concurred with by the Secretary of State. The council agreed, bottom of page 3, that mere congestion and inconvenience was not sufficient to trigger the severe test, but rather it was a question of the consequence of such congestion. I agree with my colleagues' comments which have influenced the determination of the appeal. Just so I understand your case, you do not present a case, do you, that there are any adverse consequences of congestion? You say the degree of congestion just hasn't been modelled properly.
That's correct.
Thank you. Maybe a theme we'll return to in closing. And then looking at the top of the next paragraph, clear from the early appeal decisions, Highway Authority has got a duty to look at consequence of additional queuing, but the potential delay and inconvenience to the motorist does not necessarily justify a recommendation for refusal on the grounds of traffic impacts as severe. You see that?
Yes.
Do you ally yourself with that when you consider the issue, the question of severity, or is it a point upon which you've given no thought in the context of this appeal?
In the context of this appeal, I've not reached that conclusion, no.
Okay. And then the next paragraph says that the drone footage demonstrates that queues on Sullis Down Road approach occur for a period of approximately 10 minutes before dissipating at the school drop-off period. You see that? So short periods on that issue.
Yeah, and that's a point we disagree on.
And then the summary is at the bottom of that page. Having reviewed the additional information presented by third parties, and in particular the detail of the consultancy technical note, and reviewed against the local and national policy requirements, the Highway Authority does not change the previous highway recommendation. It is not considered to be sufficient to trigger the severe impact test in MPPF. You see that?
Yes.
So the criticisms about modelling, the desire for a microsimulation model, the points about the configuration of the network not being modelled properly by Arcady. All of those points have been taken account of by the Highway Authority, and also the drone model showing a worsening of the situation at Odd Down Roundabout compared to what had previously been assessed by the Highway Authority, and they were able to form a view that the impacts weren't severe. What weight should the inspector give to the conclusions of the Highway Authority in that regard?
I wouldn't choose to tell you, sir, how much weight you place on different organisations and their conclusions.
Well, taking out weight,
I've provided
you
my.
won't tell me about weight. Let's use an adjective which doesn't have a planning element to it. How important is the view of the local highway authority, who have spent literally hours looking at this roundabout, looking at the information presented by my client, looking at the information presented by your client? How important, going back to the question I asked you when you told me you hadn't even mentioned this in your proof, how important are the conclusions of the Highway Authority in this regard?
The conclusions of all the witnesses and the information that's been provided is in front of you, sir, and you'll have to read that and take your view. Possibly not a helpful answer, but that's why we're here. We have different conclusions,
It's a
and you have to take that
evasive
view.
answer, Mr. Russell.
I think also, Mr. Tucker, we are quite a long way past the point I thought we were going to stop. And I just want,
I'm so sorry, sir.
So, by all means, obviously, finish this point, but I think we do probably
all
need to have
means,
a break.
So
So,
let us have a break. Are you suggesting that the view of the Highway Authority is important or unimportant?
It's equally important to the evidence that I've provided, sir, and other witnesses.
So you view your conclusions as important as the views of the Highway Authority. Is that how I can close the inquiry?
The evidence, my evidence, I consider to be equally important. Other matters the Highway Authority have looked at, and I don't deal with. But the evidence that I have provided you, I consider to be, you should view it equally important to what the Highway Authority says,
Thank you,
who
Mr.
haven't
Russell.
provided
That's a helpful
evidence.
answer. Thank you, sir.
thank you. We are coming back for more cross-examination after.
We are, sir.
After
We're
the break.
almost there.
Yeah. So in terms of that document you referred to before at the start, has that now been circulated or a copy provided?
I don't know. It should have been.
Are you looking to ask Mr. Russell questions on that?
So I'm happy to ask him questions in relation to it. It's a single page.
Okay. If there's a hard copy for Mr. Russell to look at over the break, perhaps.
If not,
If
sir,
that's- if
certainly
Mr.
if we could take Mr. Russell's email address and send it directly to him, and he could look at that email, or the council, if they could copy the document that was sent earlier on, that would be.
I mean, does Mr.
extraordinarily
Neil need to look at it during the break and then give me it? Are you happy for Mr.
I'm following the restrictions of Mr. Tucker, but only if I had not had dinner with Mr. Tucker, with Mr. Russell. I'm not email communicating with him.
Okay.
So,
I'm not online, sir.
Okay.
I've deliberately gone offline so that I'm not
I'm-
distracted whilst
Of
being
course,
listened to.
that's fair enough. If there is a hard paper copy that can be printed off and
Well,
given,
I see from
or-
a letter from Mr. Morgan that's possible, so thank you.
that could be emailed
what
and
was
then,
sent.
yeah. And then if
Emailed.
as long as Mr. Russell has enough time, I was going to suggest we have a sort of 20-minute break till 11:30, if that gives Mr. Russell enough time and everybody else as well.
It's one page.
Okay, well, let me know at the end, at this moment we resume. Any other procedural points before we adjourn? I have one, which is, would it please be possible that door is always closed when someone comes in? Because when people do walk past, it has been quite difficult for me to hear everything. And I'm trying not to restrict the flow. And if a sign can be put on the door to say that there's a public inquiry taking place and please be quiet, like an exam, I think, that would be really helpful because it's not fair on anybody to have that disruption.
Yeah.
So, Councillor Jackson.
Which I was just going to suggest that somebody, could be me, ask the reception desk if they can move one of the big signs by the council chamber, which says quiet,
Okay.
in progress.
That sounds like a good idea. Thank you. That'd be helpful. I think if we're going to be in this room for the rest of the time, it seems the most appropriate and fair way of doing things.
Agreed, sir, and I agree it's not fair on any of the witnesses.
No, thank you. Okay, then we'll adjourn until 11:30. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Russell.
Okay, thank you, everyone. It's 11:30 and the inquiry is resumed. Thank you for the signs on outside the door. That will hopefully help, and obviously if the door is kept closed, that'll be good. I think the live stream, I think, having looked at a very quick clip of it in the break, I think the microphones are useful for the live stream, so we do need to make sure we are using them, I think, just to make sure we are audible on the recording. But otherwise, I hope everyone in the room has been able to hear, notwithstanding when the door has been open at times. Mr. Russell, have you been given a copy of the relevant extract?
I have, yes, sir.
Just to clarify,
Yeah.
is there just the one page? Because I think I've been sent an email via my case officer, two emails, one sort of 9:30 and one sort of 10:40 from Frampton employees, and they both seem to be the same extract. Is that correct, or should I have something else?
So let me make sure that what you have. So there should be a document which at the very bottom has the notation, which single page, top is paragraph 3.54, bottom is Junction 9 User Guide Issue E.
Yeah, I have that.
And so
I assume Mr. Russell has that as well. You have that?
That was my evidence yesterday, sir, so I have that, yes.
Yes, that's that one. Yep. Okay.
yeah. And then, sir, there should be a document which is described as, on the front cover, a final report on road vehicle non-exhaust particulate matter initial air quality model development application model ...
That's not that. I don't have that.
Don't have that.
No, but does Mr. Russell?
I have that, sir, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. That's the one that the witness won't have seen. That's the one my witness wants to refer to.
I see. Okay. Is there a copy of that for me to take, or at least be emailed to me?
So I can make sure that's emailed. And so the second email may have a document which has the same reference to Junction 9 User Guide, but at the top has a graph with a red, green and blue line on the graph described as network flow scaling point, and the bottom of that has the word start/end queue.
Unfortunately, I've opened both PDFs from the two emails, and they both seem to be identical one-page extracts. So I don't have any of that what you've just described.
Right. Obviously the system's not working, sir.
Okay. Are we going straight into this now? And is there?
No, sir. It can be done over the next few minutes, I would have thought.
The most important thing, obviously, Mr. Russell has had, and Mr. Neal have had sight of it and had time to consider it.
Yeah.
Which?
The latter one is the one that Mr. Russell read from yesterday,
Yes.
which has queues include slowly moving vehicles as well as stationary vehicles.
Yes.
You'll recall. So that was read from yesterday. The second one, which is the one which is the TRL document, which has the single page on it, is the one that Mr. Russell won't have seen, or at least not in the context of this appeal, that Mr. Pinto wants to refer to, and which Mr. Neal's right, it will be fair for Mr. Russell to have comment upon.
Okay. So, Mr. Russell, you have both of those documents?
Yes, yeah, obviously one was I raised yesterday, and I've been provided a paper copy of the other one, so
okay.
yes.
Thank you. Have you had enough time to consider both of those, and Mr. Neal too?
I guess I've had time, yes.
You've had
I
enough
guess
time.
It depends where the questioning
Oh
goes.
yeah, I'd
but,
say
yeah.
if you're happy to be asked any questions on it. Mr. Neal, also, if you had enough time to look at those. Yeah, but you have a copy of it, that's the thing. Yeah, okay. Fine. Well, obviously, hopefully a copy of will be winging its way to me soon enough. But Mr. Tucker, how much longer do you think we have on cross-examination?
Half an hour, 40 minutes, sir.
Okay. Well, if we're ready, Mr. Russell is ready, please continue.
Thank you, sir. And good morning again, Mr. Russell.
Good morning, Mr. Tucker. Yeah.
The reports committee next, please, which I did flag up, but let's just get the reference. Core document AC12. And when you get to it, it's page 86 of 131.
Is that the page that starts community infrastructure levy?
No.
Oh, have I got AC 12?
AC12, let me just make sure that's right. Page 86 should have subject to the above matters being secured at the top.
Subject to the above, sorry, yes, I've got that.
Thank you for the panic. And then has the words traffic impact assessment.
Yes, that makes more sense. Yes, I've got that,
Unless
yes.
you want me to ask you questions about SIL.
No, thank you.
No, nobody wants that. Do you see a paragraph about 2 or 3 inches down the page which starts the highways team initially?
I do, yes.
So it's a point we've seen before. The highways team initially queried, and this is in the discussion part of the report, so this is the case officer, queried why the odd down area VISIM model had not been used to assess the impact of the development on the wider road network. Just pausing there. That was a model which was developed in 2017, we were told yesterday, based upon 2014 input data,
That's
which
correct.
informed phase 1, didn't it?
That's correct.
And whilst phase 1, whilst that model assessed 450 units on the allocation, do you recall that?
So yes, it did the full allocation as well.
Yeah, so
As
it did.
it
do
did the
300,
application, yeah.
It did 450, and we'll come with the planners as to why that's significant, because that was the council's case of the placemaking plan. So it assessed 450, but it also assessed phase 1 on the network, didn't it?
Yes.
Thank you. So the council queried why that hadn't been used. We've then got the justification as to why it hadn't been used, and the fact that the council then accepts that that's the position, and they were happy not for it to be used. You see that?
Correct.
It would have been possible to construct a new VISIM model, but not cheap, or a new microsimulation model, but not cheap, would it? Wouldn't it?
It would have been possible. My experience is it's not much more expensive to do a microsimulation model than the standalone junction modelling.
And let's just understand where this point gets us in terms of the outcome of this appeal. Let us assume that you had no concerns over the calibration of the Junction 9 model that's being used by my clients, that the calibration was fine, you were happy with the outputs, you were happy with the forecast, you were happy with the inputs. Would your point in relation to wanting a microsimulation model be, well, it could have been improved by a microsimulation model, or is your point you can never rely upon a Junction 9 model in the circumstance of this case? Where does this point take us?
The point takes us that it would be, there's not a yes or no to this, it would be extremely difficult in this case to suitably calibrate the Junctions 9 models, and it would have been more straightforward actually to do a microsimulation model.
Right, my question started with an if. So if the Junction 9 model had been calibrated and inputted to your satisfaction and gave the results which Mr. Pinto has reported, would it still be your position that there is a fundamental position that a microsimulation model should have been used and this appeal should be dismissed?
If the models were suitably calibrated, then it would have provided sufficient information.
Sufficient.
Correct.
So the
Microsimulation would have provided more,
yeah.
but yes, had they been calibrated, it would have provided the information.
So if the inspector is against you on the calibration point, and with my clients and with the Highway Authority on the calibration point and the fit for purpose point about the Junction 9 model, then the VISIM model point, the microsimulation model goes not to dismissal but to a preference that would have been better. Is that fair?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. It means I don't need to spend very much time on that. Thank you. Just whilst you've got the committee report in front of you, same paragraph. You see the words that I referred to earlier on. This has involved. So this is talking about the traffic assessment addendum.
Yeah, the last sentence of that paragraph.
Last sentence.
Yes,
This
got
has
that.
involved, so the addendum has involved the review of CCTV footage of the local highway network to identify any interaction between key junctions. The highway team accept the standalone modelling utilised in the assessment of the proposed development is acceptable. You see that?
I do, yes.
Yeah. Good. It's just referencing whereabouts it is in the documentation. Thank you. And in relation to the way in which this network operates, and the inspector will form a view as to whether the 6-junction network is sufficient to warrant a microsimulation model or not, and whether Mr. Pinto's points are take us anywhere or not. But in relation to this particular network, there are two principal junctions we're concerned with, aren't there? Aren't we?
There are two main junctions, correct, yes.
That are about 600 metres apart.
Those two junctions are about 600 metres apart. The remainder of the network are within the distances that I've highlighted.
And we discussed the problems with the odd down roundabout and the various issues as to why there are issues with that in the AM peak. But one thing you didn't suggest was that there is blocking back from the Red Lion roundabout. You don't contend that, do you?
In the morning peak,
In the AM peak?
correct.
Because that would be a classic use of a microsimulation model where there was a direct interaction between junctions.
There is. If I can, again, just clarify that, sir, my observations are that there is blocking back from the Red Line roundabout along past Sainsbury's and during the peak hour onto the Esso, the double mini roundabouts. But Mr. Tucker is totally correct that I haven't observed blocking back Red Line to odd down.
Yeah, no, that's helpful. Thank you. That's a candid answer. Right. The issue in terms of queuing, just to understand matters, every queue in the United Kingdom that forms on the network will clear eventually.
Correct.
Every queue will involve traffic that will move in due course. Agreed?
Well, that is my evidence, yes.
Yeah. And even a queue coming up to a giveaway or a stop line will involve vehicles which will move very slowly behind each other or come to a stop.
Correct.
Yeah. There is a distinction to be made, isn't there, between vehicles which have been slowed by road conditions, such as driving through the centre of Bath for entirely prudent reasons, and vehicles which are slowly moving because they are in a queue of the type that one models in models of this nature.
Can you say that again?
There is a distinction between vehicles who are slowed by conditions on the road network, such as driving cautiously around the centre of Bath, and vehicles which are moving slowly because they are waiting to go past a particular point, such as a giveaway line or a stop junction.
Correct.
So it's important not to confuse the two, isn't it?
Correct, yes.
Thank you. Now, the document we produced a moment or two ago, which you should have had sight of, is one of thousands, and this is the TRL PPR 224 excerpt. This is one of thousands of documents produced by the research arm of TRL, formerly known as the Transport Research Laboratory, until they were privatised.
Transport and well, it was the Road Research Laboratory originally.
Yeah, within TRL.
Yeah. But yes.
Thousands of research papers being produced. This one happens to be about non-exhaust emissions caused by vehicles, i.e. bits of, it's not rubber, but bits from tyres, that sort of thing.
Yeah, I will have to take your word for that. It's just not my area of expertise.
Well, it says so on the front. Road
Yeah,
vehicle non-exhaust particulate matter. It doesn't come from the exhaust, it comes from somewhere else.
Yeah.
Okay. So when understanding what is meant by slowly moving traffic forming part of a queue rather than slowed traffic because it's just driving on the network and is operating cautiously for whatever reason, you have to form a judgment, don't you, in given circumstances?
One does have to form a judgment, yes.
And in this instance, the issue of assessing non-exhaust particulate matters, if you look at 4.23, the researchers have formed a judgment as to what's been assumed in terms of vehicular speed. They've assumed a speed of 5 kilometres per hour, so 3 miles an hour, assumed for all queues. You see that?
Yes, I see that, yes.
I'm not suggesting that's the test. I'm suggesting that a judgment has been formed in those circumstances that 5 kilometres is how they've assessed what slowly moving means for queues in that instance.
Yeah, so my understanding in this article, sir, is that I assume that air quality consultants have set their parameters for their research.
Yes, sure, but they've had to form a view as to what speed of traffic they're including when they're talking about queuing.
Well, that's what I said, yes. The air quality consultants who have produced this have formed their view.
When you look at the drone footage, as you have looked at the drone footage, you have to form a similar view, don't you?
And also when one stood by the side of the road watching, yes.
Whenever
Yeah.
you look at vehicles
Correct.
on the road, whether there's a giveaway line or a stop line or a traffic signal or anything of that nature, you have to form a view as to whether or not the traffic is slowed by road conditions or is travelling slowly because it's in a queue.
That's correct, yes.
That's what's meant by the extract that you read out yesterday from the ARCD user manual.
That's correct, yes.
It would appear that there is a straight difference of professional opinion between yourself and Mr. Pinto, and I might add officers of the council, as to whether or not what we see in the drone footage comprises an enormous queue going back 600 metres all the way to where the two lanes start on the southbound approach to the Odd Down roundabout, as to whether all of that's a queue or whether or not as it's joining that line, it's slowed traffic because of road conditions. There seems to be a straight difference of opinion, doesn't there?
There is a straight difference of opinion, sir. I can only base my opinion on what I've seen and what the drone footage tells me.
And when forming a view as to whether or not vehicles are moving slowly because they're in a queue or they're just moving because they have been slowed by road conditions, the factors which are set out at paragraph 2.33 of Mr. Pinto's rebuttal are legitimate factors to take into account.
Can you just remind me what the rebuttal reference is?
Page 10 of the rebuttal, paragraph 2.33.
What is the CD reference?
I have literally no idea, but I'm sure I can
Sorry.
find out.
Yeah, there's hundreds of documents. Yep, got that. Sorry, which paragraph?
Paragraph 2.33, the one you referred to yesterday.
Right, got that. Yes. So what was my question? What was the question? Sorry, I was...
The sort of factors that one should be bearing in mind when judging whether or not a vehicle is in a queue or has been slowed due to road conditions and is not in a queue are whether there are gaps between vehicles, suggesting the vehicles are moving, whether the vehicles are different, looking at how this is forming, whether or not you've got justification because you just passed, say, a speed limit sign rather. Those are factors which are legitimate in relation to looking at the drone footage, aren't they?
That's correct, yes.
Yeah. As is the speed of vehicles.
As is the speed of vehicles, yes.
Yeah. Let me do a bit of maths with you, if I may. Can you go to the Alan Bale report, please? Which is Appendix C of this witness's proof.
I have that, yeah.
And if you would turn, please, to page 47 of that report, hard copy page 47, 10 of 31, electronic copy 49. So there are actually two drones that were up looking at the Odd Down roundabout, one looking south taking still photographs, one looking north videoing the roundabout.
Correct.
And if you look at page 47, we can see, if you look right at the very top of the photograph, the point at which the two lanes are created. It's one lane up until about 600 metres from the junction.
Correct.
This is
Yeah.
figure 2.5, yes, sir.
Yeah, that's correct, yes.
You can see where the road kinks out and forms two lanes, can't you?
Correct. Yeah, it is about 600 metres roughly.
Yeah. And 600 metres makes the maths easy.
Fair enough.
Go to page 50.
50, yeah.
Yeah. Table 2.3.
Yep.
And I'm going to round this to make the maths easier for you, and also because my team haven't been able to replicate any of this information when they've looked at the drone footage, but don't worry about that because it doesn't matter. Can you see, this is table 2.3, and what Mr. Bale appears to have done is look at that distance, identify vehicles that they've joined the end of the line, and has then assessed how long it takes them to get that 600 metres.
Yes.
Okay? Maximum is 8.28. and minimum, if you will, the shoulders of the peak is 4 minutes odd at 7:30 and at 9 o'clock. You see that?
Correct, yes.
Okay. So 600 metres in 12 minutes, the maths would give you about 3 kilometres an hour.
I'll take your word on that, yes. Yeah,
600 divided by 12 multiplied by 60. Or 0.6 rather, divided by 12. It's about 3 kilometres an hour. Okay?
I'll take your word on that. I can't do the calculation at the minute.
4 minutes is about 9 kilometres an hour.
Yep.
If a useful yardstick is the information in the document that we looked at a few moments ago, i.e. Q is 5 kilometres an hour, for about half the peak hour, we're dealing with slowed traffic, not slowly moving traffic, aren't we? If that's a useful yardstick.
Half the peak hour is 8 till 9 that we've looked at. Did you do the calculation for the 9 minutes?
I'm looking at the whole of the table that's here.
Yeah,
Yeah, for 9 minutes, it's 4 kilometres per hour.
yeah. So from 7:42 through to 8:53, it's 9 minutes or more, so it's 4 kilometres an hour.
Okay.
So that's the whole hour.
Yeah. But if the distinction is between what's above or below 5 kilometres per hour, a proportion of the peak hour is above it, isn't it?
I don't follow, sorry, sir.
Right.
Yeah, if we could run through that
Yeah. by
point
all
again,
means.
please, Mr. Tucker.
Thought the
Or
maths was
maybe I
easy.
can run through
Apologies
it.
for asking an engineer about maths.
Yeah. If
always a dangerous
7:33,
route.
it's below, and we don't dispute that.
Yep.
9 minutes, it's 4 kilometres an hour.
And it's above.
So 7:42, 7:56, 8:03, right the way through till the recording at 9:02, the speed is less than 5 kilometres an hour.
Yeah. And if that's a yardstick, then that's a useful way of judging this table.
If we accept the 5 kilometres, but it's research done from a different discipline.
Yeah, absolutely. Because there isn't a yardstick that's given within the Arcady user manual, which
There's not,
tells you
no.
what slowly means, is it?
Correct, yes.
Because you have to form a judgment, don't you?
That's correct, yes.
And the judgment includes looking at the vehicle behaviour, looking at what the gaps are, looking at whether or not the vehicles are actually being delayed and they're actually moving.
That's correct, yes.
Which means it's essentially, going right back to my initial point, a straight difference of professional judgment. There is no easy way of resolving the point,
In
is there?
terms of Q, I mean, the other way you could look at is average delay, which
Which is how the scheme was calibrated in the first place.
which if you were to go to, if I can take you to CDZ2, sir.
CDZ2.
Second addendum, yes. Have you found that? So, yeah, so if I then take you to page 201. Yeah, to page 201. Actually, sorry, sir, if I take you first to, for context, if I take you first to page 199. That's headed Junctions 9. The table there explains this is the Sullis Manor Road, Park and Ride, A367 South, A367 North roundabout. The A367 South, that's the northbound approach into Bath towards the roundabout. If I then move you down to 201, what this does is it provides the Arcady results for each 15-minute time slice that's been modelled. So if I can take you to the blue heading that says main results for each time segment, underneath that it says 0745 to 0800, a table heading in green. If you go down the blue columns to number 3, it says A367 South. That's the approach from the south to the roundabout. If you go all the way along that road to the penultimate column, which is next to the green A, that column is headed delay in seconds, and that is telling us that during that time segment, the model is claiming there is a delay, an average delay of 5.5 seconds for each vehicle at the junction on that approach. You can go down the other tables, because it models each 15-minute segment, so 0800 to 0815. It says there 7.5 seconds average delay per vehicle. That's the model, and if I compare it to table 2.3 in the Alan Bales consultancy report, they're just completely different. So, irrespective of any argument over queues, we can also look at delay for vehicles going through the junction. So the model's saying between 5.5 and 14 seconds delay during the peak hour. This table is saying between 4 minutes and 12 minutes. There's just a misalignment there, sir.
Yeah,
So
because we're
that's the
looking at
other way.
apples and pears, aren't we? Let's try and break what you've just done down.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Yeah.
Look at page 50, please.
Yep.
These are not average, are they? They are maxima. Read what it's, page 50 of the Alan Bales consultancy. These are maxima, not averages, are they? These are not mean max queues. Or
Sorry, they are
delays.
up to. Sorry, yes. Yeah.
So comparing how the model has worked in terms of average vehicles going through the network with occasions when, let's say, the pedestrian crossing has been called and there's backing back across the roundabouts and everything's stationary, a maximum is not a fair comparison, is it?
It's not a direct comparison.
It's not a fair comparison,
We
is
have, throughout the entire period in that table 2.3, this is the magnitude of delays.
it? It's not a fair comparison to compare the maximum with the mean max, is it? The average per vehicle.
It's not a direct comparison, it's a reasonable comparison, sir.
You
so
think
I'll
it is a
disagree.
reasonable comparison?
So, and I'm sure Mr. Pinto can pick that up in his evidence.
A reasonable comparison comparing
But what we're being told here, sir, in these tables, according to the baseline Arcady model, that typically a driver arriving from the south, on average, will be delayed at most, so on average, during the busiest period, by 14 seconds. That's simply not my experience of the junction, nor of the video footage we've
No,
got.
and it may be that somebody who's coming up to this junction will get annoyed as soon as they hit the back of the line and know that they're going to be there for a while. But that's not the way a highway engineer looks at it, is it? Because you've already told me you have to draw a distinction between slow traffic, which is not a queue, and slowly moving traffic, which is a queue because it's essentially travelling at less than walking speed. When we look at this, this is looking at how the junction itself operates. When we look at page 201 of the second TA, it's looking how the junction operates, isn't it? Based upon inputs from Streetwise. Agreed?
The inputs from Streetwise have had no input, unless I'm told otherwise, to building this model. This is the
I didn't say
output.
that to you. I asked you whether this is based upon the inputs from Streetwise.
Well, unless I'm told otherwise, Streetwise have not input to building this model. Is that correct?
Sorry.
They've provided the data which Tetra Tech have used to provide to build the model.
Yeah, the only
Yeah.
information that's gone into this model about what's happening on the network now is from Streetwise, as has been reported for the last 3 years. Can we agree on that at least?
I'm getting really if I can clarify, sir, Streetwise are a contractor. They go out, they count the cars, they give the information to Tetra Tech. Tetra Tech then take that information and use it to build this model.
I think it's semantics. The word input
It might
suggests
be.
they've actually been directly involved, but you're saying the data from
The
Streetwise.
data that's the foundation of this has derived from survey data provided by Streetwise, hasn't it?
That is correct. Yes, that's correct. I'm happy with that.
And then my clients and the local highway authority have looked at the output of the way in which that data has been used in the model and sense-checked it against the CCTV. We know that's happened. Yes?
Well, yes, that's what's happened, but that's not my evidence, sir.
I know it's not. So whilst you take a different view, if one is looking at the average vehicle delay at the roundabout, which is what this is showing, based upon the current situation, which is what it's purporting to show, in those circumstances, you are saying doubt that because of the drone information, yes?
And having viewed it myself, yes.
Having never asked for the CCTV information to judge whether or not it was correctly calibrated at the time, is that right?
I haven't asked for it, but my evidence is based on what I've put in front of you, sir.
But the local highway authority, who have no axe to grind in this, they have no dog in the game, as I think the phrase is, have done that exercise, have looked at the drone footage, and are still satisfied. Is that a fair way of summarising it?
I think it's an unfair way of summarising my position. I'm here to give you impartial professional advice, sir, and that's what I'm providing, irrespective of any axe grinding.
Well, that
But-
should be true of any expert.
Thank you.
But it's
It's,
particularly
I'm-
true of, well, you mentioned twice at the outset, that's not your case rather than your evidence.
And I've been picked up on the use of my language.
Correct.
And I've corrected that.
So
sir.
let's go to it. The highway authority, who have no axe to grind in this, have no skin in the game, or whatever phrase you want to use, the highway authority have looked at it. They have looked at these outturns, and they have sought to sense check them against the model. We know that's what they say they've done.
That's what they say they've done, sir.
And your assessment is they can't have done that competently. Is that fair?
I would hesitate at using the word competently. I don't know. The video footage that we've used is in front of you. My evidence is here. I can speak to what I've done as a professional, and maybe Mr. Pinto can give you more information on what he's done with the Highway Authority.
Or would it be a better way of characterising it, is it's a straight difference of professional judgment when looking at the drone footage? Is that a better way of looking at it? Nobody's incompetent that way, and there's a straight difference of professional judgment. Is that fair?
This professional judgment, you're correct, are based on these outputs.
Yeah. This is the fearful time when you turn to your witness, say anything else, and they hold their heads in their hand.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Anything else, Mr. Pinto? Thank you very much indeed for your time, Mr. Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Tucker.
Thank you, Mr. Tucker. At the end of each witness, I always check if there's any other questions for them, but obviously questions should only be put by an opposing party to a witness. So unless there are any questions for Mr. Russell from any other opposing party, then I'll ask Mr. Neal if he has any questions in re-examination. Mr. Neal, do you have any?
Just a couple of questions, please. Back in the midst of time, Mr. Tucker Mr. Russell earlier this morning, you were asked about the Alan Bales consultancy report. And do you recall you were asked about the, and I'm summarising, the additional 2-minute delay experienced by motorists identified in Mr. Bales' report?
In relation to the caused by the proposed development? Yes, I recall that.
Now, could I just take you to Mr. Bales' report, please, and to internal page 56. Do you have that in front of you?
I do, yes.
Internal page 50, the big page number 56, internal page 50, electronic page 59, and so that was in the penultimate paragraph, the reference to 2 minutes delay experienced by motorists. Do you see that?
That's right, yes.
Now, you weren't taken to the final paragraph of Mr. Bales' report on that page. Now, can I ask you to look at the penultimate sentence of that paragraph, please. Do you see that?
The one that starts in addition.
Yes.
Yes.
It
I see
says,
that.
in addition, had the applicant undertaken Q-length surveys to calibrate and validate their modelling work, then this would become clearly evident. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
So insofar as Mr. Bale's report was commenting on two things. First of all, it's asserting that there would be a 2-minute delay, but he's also commenting about calibration. Yeah?
That's correct, yes.
Now, just to be clear, because you weren't asked about this, do you or do you not agree with Mr. Bales's comment in that second, in that penultimate sentence in that paragraph about calibration?
I agree with that, yes.
And can you just explain why you agree with him, please?
Had Q surveys been put out, had been recorded, and there'd been an extensive calibration based on the Qs, it'd have been really obvious that it's very difficult to model this network using standalone junctions. We've discussed odd down roundabout, the lane discipline, where most traffic sits in the inside lane. Some traffic goes up the outside lane, does I was going to say 360, it's more of a 540. That causes more delays. Just north, there's the merge, there's the crossing. It's a very, very complex traffic situation. And one point we can perhaps agree with Mr. Pinter on is that the Arcady model dates back to 1980s research. If you use a microsimulation model, these are more modern tools and are far more capable of modelling complex situations like this. But even a cursory, this is my evidence, even a cursory look at the queues during the peak hour would spell out that the queues that are coming out of the model just simply aren't credible compared to observation.
Thank you. Now, you were asked about, initially you asked about the weight to be attached to a local authority's or local highways authority's view, and then that was clarified and you asked about the importance of those views. Now, we've just heard what you said about calibration. If a highways authority has not followed guidance when it comes to calibration, and if something is therefore gone wrong with the way it's approached calibration, how important does its view remain in those circumstances?
If they haven't gone through a rigorous process, obviously the highway authority will perhaps look at lots of different things, but if they've not gone through a rigorous process of calibration, and in my view that needs to be a transparent process, then it's difficult to understand how much weight you can place on that, because it can't be tested, and they're not here giving evidence, so we can't test how rigorous that process is. If I give you an example, sir. If I take you to AA122, which we've had open all the way through. Yeah. That's correct, yeah. And I'm on page 2. Starts the odd down park and ride roundabout. If we read through this, one thing that also jumps out is that in the light of the Alan Bales consultant, so up to this point, the highway authority say they were satisfied with the modelling. After reviewing the Alan Bales Consultancy Limited technical note, they say they continue to be satisfied with the conclusions, but they accept the points that Alan Bales makes, which leads me to question, and I've said before, I'm not willing to infer on these matters, but it does raise the question of if they were satisfied before the Alan Bales consultancy, why have they then accepted that the modelling that Alan Bales has done is an improvement compared to what was done, notwithstanding they haven't changed their conclusion. We simply don't know how much effort or what's been done by the Highway Authority to ensure that these models are suitably calibrated. Apart from this paragraph suggests that they've changed their mind about the calibration, notwithstanding they haven't changed their conclusion. Had this process been put into a written format, then everybody could have a look and see what the basis was on.
Now that leads me to my final question. You've just mentioned had that process been the process been given in written format. I think you're referring to had there been observed data. Am I right?
Tabulated observed data put down, yes.
Now, it goes back to the first question and some criticisms, I think, inferred criticisms that were made of you, that you should have discussed with the Highways Authority what their position was. Do you recall those questions?
I do, yes.
And I made a note, and you were asked, did at any stage think it would be useful to have that discussion? And you said, no, in my mind, the Highways Authority had made the decision and got their confirmation. Do you recall that?
I do, yes.
And then you then said, when Mr. Tucker's asked you some further questions, you then said in hindsight you wished you had asked the authority some questions. Do you recall saying that?
I do, yes.
Now, if your fundamental concern was the lack of data, the lack of observed data, what difference would it have made had you picked up the phone and given a highways officer within Baines a call?
In terms of my evidence, it would have made no difference. My evidence is based on my observations and the survey observations and my audit. In hindsight, it may have assisted you to understand the Highway Authority's position. It would have made no difference to my evidence whatsoever, which is presented as it is before the inquiry.
Thank you. Just checking there's nothing else.
I mean, just on that note, it may have assisted you had the appellant put that information in as well. It wouldn't have assisted my evidence because I'm not relying on it.
My final question relates to and this is really about policy. You were asked by Mr. Tucker about whether or not you were presenting a positive case about severity of impact. Do you recall that?
I do, yes.
And I'm paraphrasing, but you were asked, it was put to you that your evidence goes to the question of whether or not there would be an impact on baseline modelling, but in terms of whether that would then translate into a severity of impact, you'd accept fairly that you hadn't presented any positive case about severity of impact.
Correct.
Do you remember that?
Correct.
Now, can I just clarify this, please, so we have the inspector's absolutely clear. If the baseline modelling has gone wrong, And therefore, if the inspector can't be satisfied as to what the baseline conditions are, how certain can the inspector be regarding the severity of impact, if any, on the highways network?
So my evidence says you can draw no conclusions. The baseline modelling sets the scene for everything else that's done within the TA. As I said in my cross-examination, that does not mean new roadworks. However, it does provide it lets you know what the magnitude of impact is going to be, which then feeds into the extent and the type of mitigation needed. But if that baseline isn't correct, then everything that ensues from it is unreliable.
Thank you very much, Mr. Russell. So I have no further questions in re-examination for this witness.
Thank you, Mr. Neal, and thank you, Mr. Russell, for your time yesterday and today. That
pleasure.
brings your evidence to a close.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you. So we will, in terms of the programme, return to Mr. Pinto's evidence. Obviously, we've been going for about 45 minutes. Indicated we would stop probably around about 1 o'clock for lunch. I think you said an hour for evidence in chief for Mr. Pinto. So
I think that's realistic, sir.
I suppose we have two options. We can start that and see how long it takes and have a slightly later lunch, or we can break for an early lunch. And I'm conscious that we need to swap people around as well on tables.
Yes, yes, sir. I'm certainly happy that we make a start, and that if I need to break at 1 o'clock, I'm happy to make that break. And then
Okay.
we can check. I mean, obviously, under the new rules, I
It
can't
makes
do
no
again.
difference.
It makes no difference.
It's only if you want to, yes, not, yeah, I think as soon as you started it, you might as well. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so if we maybe just ask Mr. Russell if he can move across to a spare space, and then Mr. Pinto set up, and we'll start from there. We'll start the evidence in chief in a few minutes.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
So, 5-minute adjournment then.
I think probably, yeah, just allow that. We'll have a 5-minute adjournment and come back at 12:25. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, everyone. It's 12:25 and the inquiry is resumed. It may just be me with my, slightly thicker suit that I was wearing yesterday, but it does feel rather warm in here. I don't know if everyone else is feeling slightly stuffy, and I don't know how well those windows, despite their glorious size, how well they actually open, or whether we can control the heating.
I think Councillor Gall is on the case.
Fine, okay, that's fine. Is everyone comfortable enough, being particularly the witnesses and barristers who are asking questions and answering them?
So if you're content for jackets to be removed, I'm sure that would be welcomed by some of us.
Yeah, if people want to, yes, of course. If people need to, I'm not sure it's necessarily that hot, but if people do need to, remove jackets or anything like that, then obviously please do so. But if we're happy to proceed, we'll carry on. I see Mr. Pinto is set up. Are we okay to make a start with Mr. Pinto if there's no other procedural points? And I think if we aim to sort of break around 1 o'clock.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So yeah, please begin.
Thank you. From Mr. Pinto, sir, you should have voluminous appendices, a main proof of evidence, a summary proof of evidence, and a rebuttal proof of evidence. Mr. Pinto, from your main proof of evidence, you should have a page immediately after the executive summary, which is described as about the author, before paragraph 1.1. For some reason, my pagination hasn't come out on the printed copy.
That is
Do
correct.
you have that?
Yes, that is in front of me.
First question, are you Antonio Pinto?
I am Antonio Pinto.
That's a relief. Are you a director at Tetra Tech Limited, who you tell us a little bit about? Do you tell us that you have a Bachelor of Arts degree in honours with geography and a Master of Science in Transport Planning? Are you a charter member of the Chartered Institute of Logistics, a member of the Institute of Highways and Transportation? And have you had over 18 years of experience working within the transport planning area, advising clients on a variety of issues in relation to this particular discipline?
That is correct.
You tell us that you've been involved in providing support and advice to this particular appellant for the last 9 years, and that you were involved in the development of phase 1, and obviously you've been involved in the promotion with regard to this phase. Is that right?
That is correct. I got involved in the phase 1 application towards probably the last half of the work, providing input into the transport assessment and associated documents.
Thank you. And then the last sentence, forgive me, the last part of that page is your mandatory declaration. I wonder if you would read that out, please, and then tell me whether you stand by that, please.
The evidence which I have prepared and provided for this appeal in this proof of evidence is true and has been prepared and is given in accordance with the guidance of my professional institution, and I confirm that the opinions expressed are my true and professional opinions, and I stand by that.
Thank you. First topic I want to talk about is issues of accessibility and sustainability, not at issue between yourself and Mr. Russell, in the light of his initial answers to my questions, but certainly at issue with regard to other parties. First of all, the inspector at the core strategy described at paragraph 164 of the local plan strategy his views. Could you turn to core document AG1? And I think that's the only additional document I'd like you to look at. AG1. And when you get to it, it's page 38 of the PDF.
Would you be able to give me the paragraph number?
Yeah, it's paragraph 164.
164, right.
It's the one that starts overall.
I have paragraph 164 in front of me.
Thank you. About 4 lines down, there's a line that starts, the allocation would achieve. So it says, the allocation would achieve 300 dwellings at a highly sustainable site at the most sustainable town city in the district. Of these 300 or so, 40% will be affordable, making provision where affordable need is greatest. There are no acceptable alternative sites in Bath, etc. Do you see that?
I see that paragraph.
Don't tell me about affordable housing. The descriptor of at a highly sustainable site at the most sustainable town stroke city in the district. Your thoughts about that, please?
I believe the site to be in a highly sustainable location. It is surrounded by significant local trip generators that if people lived in this area, they would wish to visit. That is not only the new neighbourhood that's being developed at phase 1, the neighbourhood of Sulis Meadows, and houses within the local Odd Down area.
Mr. Pinto, I think you might need to just slow down slightly.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. That's just Yeah, take your time. There's no need to rush.
Unless you're reading from something that's in evidence before the inspector.
It's surrounded by educational
Well,
facilities.
hold on. Keep your eye on the inspector's pen. Are you reading from something that's before the inspector, or are you giving additional evidence?
I am reading from my own proof of evidence.
Excellent. Whereabouts are you reading from?
Paragraph, I am reading from 5.5, subheading local trip generator.
That will save everybody's pen. So paragraph 5.5, did you say? 5.5, did you say?
5.5, page 81 of 113.
So I didn't want to stop you reading it. Now the inspector doesn't have to take a note. What do you want to say?
It's surrounded by local neighbourhoods. It's surrounded by educational facilities in three-way schools, St Gregory Secondary School. It's near the hospital facilities. It's near surgery facilities. The Old Down Park and Ride is within an accessible distance. Bath City Centre was shown through Phase 1 to be within cycling distance, and public transport connections are available from the park and ride to get there.
Thank you. Your proof of evidence discusses this issue from paragraph 2.69 onwards under the title Access by Sustainable Travel. You see that?
Yep.
There's a variety of different sections within that, the first of which is access by walking, and then we come to an isochrone, which is figure 2.7. Do you have that?
Yes.
Just explain to me, if you would please, whereabouts one could walk to as a resident of the appeal site.
So all the facilities that I've listed, with exception of Bath City Centre, a resident of the site can walk to. It can walk to the surgery adjacent to Sulis Manor Road. It can walk to Froome Road to access the Sainsbury's supermarket, the educational facilities and the hospital. It can access any form of local facility that's located on the A367 in terms of local shops or cafes if they are available. And the site is well placed to integrate into the local neighbourhoods by being facilitated by 3 points of pedestrian access to the north, to the east and to the west. To the south, leisure routes are available into the area of natural beauty.
Thank you. You tell us about the benefits of the Wansdyke Crossing Improvement Scheme, and we know that there's an agreed condition with regard to occupation and or commencement, depending on which side of the fence one sits. How beneficial or otherwise is the Wansdyke Crossing Scheme in terms of sustainable modes of transport?
The crossing over the Wansdyke is not critical to the access strategy for active travel users. Pedestrian travel can already be maintained over the Wansdyke using the public right-of-way network. What is actually being proposed is an enhancement to surfacing.
So what does it give you access to in terms of the enhancement?
It will support access towards the Sainsbury's supermarket, the educational facilities and towards the surgery.
Thank you. You then turn to access by cycling, and we can see figure 2.8 and 2.7 show both the local cycle network and access to cycling. By reference to those, how do you characterise the accessibility of the site to those who are using bicycles, electronic or otherwise?
The site offers excellent accessibility by cycling, and the Bath City Centre can be accessed, which is a significant provider of employment, retail and leisure facilities, and transport interchanges such as the railway station, which is along the key commuter corridor.
You won't have seen it, but directly behind you, somebody was showing the steepness of the cycle down into the city centre of Bath. Do you have any thoughts about the topography of this part of the world?
So we investigated the topography as part of the Phase 1 application, drawing reference to, if anybody's aware, in Bristol, of Park Street, which is one of the steepest hills for cycling, and one of the most commutable. What this actually does is most cyclists want to get from A to B as quickly as possible, and they will take the direct route. From looking at it, you could probably get to the city centre from our site in a 15-minute commute, which is likely to be very attractive for the morning commuter rush. It will probably take you about 30 minutes to do the commute back due to the topography, but the topography is very reasonable to cycle if you have an adequate bicycle or if you're using an electric bike.
Thank you. And I think if the inspector wants to have a look at what the city's cycling network is, we can see that from example 2.9. Can you see that? Figure 2.9. Is that
I can see 2.9.
good? Any thoughts about 2.9, which is really what I was wanting, rather than whether you could see it?
Yes, 2.9 shows that there's an abundance of infrastructure within the centre of Bath, but there is also a link known as the Bloomfield link that travels south out of Bath along to the A367, and then it goes parallel to the west of the A367 along a route which is considered to be, accommodate a lower level of traffic.
Thank you. You've then got at 2.10 the Scholars Way cycling project, and I'm going to come back to issues about improvement sustainability in a few moments. Before I do, could you turn to 2.11? And we should have there access by bus, and then there's a discussion about access by bus. And I want your thoughts about access on public transport, please.
So being located in proximity of the Odd Down Park and Ride provides an excellent volume of bus services going to destinations where people would want to go to. That would be accessing the significant employment opportunities and facilities within Bath, but also the railway stations. Being a park and ride, it would be a high frequency of service in comparison to other parts of Bath, and it will be maintained in the long term.
Thank you. An issue raised by the council is whether there should be a mixture of uses on the site. I'm not going to ask you about the policy issue on that. I just want to understand the opportunity to access education, retail, employment around the site. What opportunities are there, thinking about sustainable patterns of development?
Well, all of the educational and healthcare facilities can be accessed by walking. They can also be accessed by cycling.
Thank you. Now, we heard earlier on today about the October 2023 consultation response from the authority, where they were asking for a very large sum of money as a contribution towards a sustainability project being brought forward by the city. Could you just explain that? And I think it's the first time it's been mentioned, so perhaps we'll take it slowly, Mr. Pinto.
So the applicant has offered contributions towards the development of the Scholars Way Cycle Initiative, which is an east to west cycleway going to the north of Combe Down to the south of Mulberry Park. And it, in proximity of our site, it runs adjacent to the hospital along Froome Road, and then it runs parallel to the north of the A3062 Bradford Road. And it's a cycle route that I believe in the long term is aimed at linking up the universities, hence why it's known as the Scholars Way. The other strategic scheme that my client has offered...
Just before you move on to that
Yep.
other one, I think we see that on figure 211, don't we?
That is correct.
Sorry, please continue.
The Scholars Way Link Initiative is still being developed by Bath and North East Somerset Council. I believe it was originally a joint venture with WECA, though I believe that it has now been moved to another government authority to be delivered alongside with Paynes. That will be improvements to the Odd Down Park and Ride roundabout and to the A367 to offer increased opportunities for commuters into Bath to travel by non-car modes. And that will be the provision of mobility hubs, which I assume will be provided at the Odd Down Park and Ride. Increased.
So what is a mobility hub?
A mobility hub is a variety of transport interchanges in one location. So a really straightforward way of thinking about it is there would be electric bikes, there would be buses, there'd probably be e-scooters, they're becoming quite fashionable. And it's really a facility that can just keep on top of these emerging transport initiatives that are making great strides in getting people out of their car and offering viable options for regular travel patterns.
And that's the £630,000 requested by the authority.
I believe that's the total figure that towards the Scholars Way and the Somer Valley link, yes.
And in terms of those measures, which are quite extensive, proposed by the city, is it anticipated there will be a change in terms of the overall modal share of car use across this particular district?
Those initiatives will be transformative for the south of Bath by offering something that we refer to in transport planning as trip banking. That is taking vehicles off the network. So the local community within Odd Down in the south of Bath will benefit from that. And again, as I said, it creates more viable options for regular commuting. You will have people that may be dependent on the car for their journey, because people are dynamic. They generally, not all public transport or cycleways will go to their place of work. And this will increase the viability for them to use those by increasing the permeability of the sustainable transport network and the frequency of services.
Has a reduction in car use been assumed by the council? Is there to be a change in modal share?
I'm aware that the council has a 2030 climate change initiative where they're aiming to reduce traffic mileage by 25% across the county.
Thank you. To what extent has that been taken into account when doing the work that you have presented in respect of this appeal?
That was taken into account within the transport assessment modelling, the reason being that the highway officer asked us to model a forecast year of 2029 when we were scoping our modelling with them. Best practice guidance is to model the transport network within the modelling year, and we quantified what we believed that input, well, what that 25% reduction in mileage would look like. The council had given reference in several draft documents saying that it may constitute a 7% reduction. Appended to my proof is a piece of academic reporting that advises for a lot of authorities to hit their climate change initiatives, it would involve reducing traffic by 20 to 60%. We therefore agreed with Baines and highlighted to them that 7% was a feasible figure for this stage of the modelling process.
Thank you. Has there been any request in terms of funding or measures to improve sustainable transport that has not been met by the appellant in this case?
The appellant has agreed to many of the matters presented to him on sustainable transport. At first, we offered our own initiatives as we were advised by Baines to, given that we'd done a comprehensive audit of the local transport network, what we believe that could be done within the control of our applicant and the adjacent and land under the control of the Highway Authority. We proposed several schemes. 3 of them are being brought forward with broadly accord to the placemaking principles, and that they'll also improve access to St Gregory's School north of Sulis Manor Road. Some of the other schemes were then deferred when it became apparent that the Sommer Valley link was coming forward. So they asked us for contributions and we agreed because we felt that it would be pragmatic.
Thank you. Moving away from sustainability issues to process next as to how we find ourselves where we do. Can I start off with phase 1? You've been advising since 2016, you said, and you had involvement on phase 1. Could you take up then, please, a document we, I think, briefly looked at yesterday, core document AE3. AE3, which is the phase 1 committee report. I can lead on this because Mr. Russell told me earlier on today. We know that the micro-simulation model which was set up in respect of the phase 1 proposal actually modelled 450 units, not 300 units. Let's just see why that was the case. So AE1 is the report to committee.
Yep, I have that report.
Can you turn to page 17 of that, please? So AE3, I have it. No, AE3. AE3 phase 1. Page 17 of 40. It's my broad Yorkshire accent that does it, Mr. Neal.
I apologise, it's not actually giving me the page number on the right-hand side.
Ah, okay. That's going to be helpful for PDS for the next...
There we go. May I have a subheading, and I just control F for
Yeah,
that section.
okay. The subheading is the principle of development. We'll do a word search for 450.
Sorry, I just realised there was a... Oh, I've lost it. Apologies, I'm experiencing a bit of lag. So sorry, that was AE3.
AE3, phase 1. Again, the practice of not numbering pages or paragraphs, I'm afraid, is permeated from highway engineers to officers writing reports.
Okay. So AE3 Principles of Development was the subheading.
There was a subheading, and about 3 pages on, there's a page which has comprehensive master plan at the very, very bottom. So next page after principle of development, item 2, comprehensive master plan. Thank you for the incidental music.
Is it the paragraph, the modelling work was to assess the impact of the 450 dwellings proposed?
No, I was looking at a paragraph that says the master plan has been prepared based on an analysis.
Got it.
Good. So it tells us the master plan has been prepared an analysis of the site, tells it's comprehensive in its spatial extent, and we're going to look at that with another witness. Supporting documents refer to development of around 450 dwellings, i.e. in excess of the 300 dwellings mentioned in policy B3A. A noted, I think that should be as noted. As noted above, the 300 dwellings mentioned in policy B3 is not a cap, ... It's also relevant to note, says the officer, that during the placemaking plan examination, the council advised that in identifying the odd down site for 300 dwellings, it had taken a very cautious approach to development capacity, and that it was likely that a scheme with a high capacity, 100 to 150 dwellings above that in the core strategy, could come forward, which could still accord with the core strategy development requirements. And then tells us what the quantum that's set out in the master plan is. So help me with this. Why did the work back on phase 1 review 450 dwellings? Is it this reason or is it some other reason? Or do you know if it was another reason than the one described by the officer?
My understanding was it was the comprehensive master plan was the reason that we did it, and it was to add, well, that was the figure that we agreed at the time of the modelling.
That was the figure that was agreed, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, that's helpful. Now, at that time, you built a VISIM model, which is a microsimulation model. In terms of that VISIM model, to what extent were the geometries of the road assessed?
So we had to give, so the applicant, I remember the applicant had to pay a company called CH2M, which I believe has now been absorbed into another company, and they were operating as the highway officer for this application, and the applicant had to give them a sizable amount of money for them to build the model, and we gave them the traffic data, and we assisted them in auditing the outputs.
Thank you. Now, when it came to the application which gives rise to this appeal, you didn't use the VISIM model that had been then set out. Did you use any aspect of the VISIM model?
We did not.
Where did you derive the geometries of the road network from?
We had submitted isolated modelling when we did the phase 1 application, which was, I believe, actually that was presented to CH2M to inform their analysis of the network and potentially feeding into their model. And we used the same geometries that we used within phase 1, and this matter was scoped with Baines and set out in, I believe it's our February 2022 scoping note that we'll be using those geometries because they were agreed and consented.
Thank you. You set out in your rebuttal evidence and also your main evidence why it is that you decided not to use a microsimulation model this time round. I wonder if you might just summarise that for us, please. Why did you use a non-microsimulation model in this instance?
So to summarise, I'd like to draw reference to paragraph 3.10 of my rebuttal proof of evidence.
310 of your rebuttal.
Yes, and that gives 4 bullet points of why VISIM modelling was considered not appropriate, and these matters were discussed with ACOM and with Baines. We felt that there was no need because there was no need to optimise traffic signal timings and evaluate their impact on traffic flow and congestion There was no need to simulate bus, pedestrian and cycle movements. There was no need to model the performance of the public transport system. There was a low risk of vehicles diverting within the study area to avoid junctions. If you look at the road network within the study area, we've assessed all the junctions where vehicles would depart the study area.
Thank you. And we know that the council asked for a justification, and it was provided by you as to why you've not used a microsimulation model. And with this, have you ever provided a microsimulation model in circumstances where the council have intimated that they don't need a microsimulation model?
We have not.
Would that be normal practice?
Would that be normal practice to provide a microsimulation
When you've
model
not
when
been
the
asked to
council
do that?
has not asked a micro? That would be very abnormal practice if that's the way that you would operate.
Thank you. Now we know in terms of the microsimulation model in this particular case that the position of the third part of the Rule 6 party is that had you been able to build a Junction 9 model to satisfy their concerns, that there is no determinative issue which arises in relation to the microsimulation model. So we know that the issue arises from how your model was really built. So I just want to focus on that. In terms of the inputs into the model that you used, we're told the baseline conditions and the calibration of the model to the baseline conditions is the central issue. Have you seen any extant criticism with regard to any of the other inputs into the model, such as trip generation or anything of that nature?
No, I haven't seen any concerns raised by the Rule 6 party towards those areas of the modelling process.
Now, within your voluminous appendices, you have produced some work by Streetwise. Could you just tell us who Streetwise are?
So Streetwise are a traffic survey company. They are commissioned to undertake manual classified counts, which are effectively turning movements at a junction, categorising them into time periods, saying if they're vehicles, HGVs, pedestrians and cyclists. You can also commission them to take queue surveys. You can commission them to do drone surveys. You can commission them to do behavioural questionnaires and journey time surveys. We use companies like Streetwise so that we can evidence that we're not being biased in our assessments, and we feel the best way to do that is to use a third party who is reputable.
Thank you. And they produced information, again, which you append at the back of your evidence for one date in January 2024, one date in April 2022, for 7 junctions.
Correct.
And tell me what your firm then did with that information.
We took the information, we inputted it into the models that were consented by Baines under phase 1. We then collected the outputs, and we then wrote them up and used professional judgment to advise what these models were telling us. The outputs are what are the capacities of the arms, what is the mean queuing of vehicles on the arms, and what is the mean delay. And we then then afterwards, when we looked at all of that, we reviewed the CCTV footage to see if it effectively married up with the model's outputs.
Explain that process. So you've got the outturn of your models, you've got the CCTV. What did you and your team do?
We would then review the footage during the modelling periods, generally half an hour before the peak hour and half an hour after the peak hour to understand its operation within the road network. We would investigate the delay time of vehicles moving through the junctions in relationships to the queues that are generated, because you'll have instances where you may have 3 vehicles very obviously queuing, but it may take them 2 minutes and vice versa. We looked at that, but also we were able to use the CCTV footage to understand the relationships between the junctions. If one junction was in effect causing the queue, was that queue going back to another junction? And we did that internally at first.
Thank you. And what's the approach that was taken in relation to calibration, in relation to queuing and delays? Could you just explain that, please, to a non-highway consultant?
We reviewed the queuing and the delay exhibited by the CCTV footage, and we would then cross-reference it against the models.
How?
We would do that by identifying the vehicles that we believe that were queuing. A queue will start when a vehicle is stopped or is very slowly moving at a give-way line. And that in turn will cause other vehicles to slow significantly or to stop. And they would then look at the delay, and that would be the timing for them to actually maneuver through the junction. If vehicles were going over the priority and they weren't giving way, then we knew that the queue had been released.
Mr. Russell told us that there's a distinction to be drawn between vehicles who are in a queue moving very slowly and vehicles which have been slowed because of road conditions, and that a judgment needs to be formed as to which one it is when you're looking at a vehicle. Do you agree or disagree?
Well, I believe that a judgment does indeed need to be formed, but there is guidance out there in the professional community that can advise on that junction. As I said, a queue will start from behind the give-way line. This is advised in the Junctions Line manual. And then we quoted that other piece of evidence that highlighted that vehicles within a queue would likely move at 3 miles per hour. And in effect, a vehicle moving at 3 miles per hour would likely cause other vehicles to become stationary because not everyone would be comfortable, clutch controlling or doing those maneuvers.
Yeah. So, you did the work and you calibrated the model from a Tetra Tech perspective. What did you then do with that information when the application was made?
We then wrote it up in a way that was hopefully informative and easy to interpret, consolidated it within our report, appending all the independent third-party assessments that we had used. It's generally standard practice to submit the quantitative outputs by the survey companies, and we submitted that to Baines for their review.
Thank you. And what do you understand Baines did? Did Baines have the CCTV information?
They did not within our first initial transport assessment submission.
Did they have it later?
They had it after the transport assessment submission, where they asked us to do a sensitivity test to consider the road network without their transformative strategic improvement schemes on the network. But they also queried the interaction between junctions on the A367 because they were feeding back advice that they had received from various other stakeholders. And that's when we shared the CCTV footage with Baines. The CCTV footage is very large, it's 40 gigabytes, but also we are bound to GDPR. It does show people's license plates. So we do need to be careful on who we're sharing it with.
Sure. What do you understand officers of the authority did with that information, the CCTV information and the rest of the information that was provided?
I remember that they reviewed it extensively, and then we had several meetings with Oliver Smith, who's an associate director at ACOM, who was operating as the highway officer. I believe the case officer was also there as well in those meetings.
Thank you. And to what extent were you told that they had reviewed the CCTV data? Was that part
Well,
of the discussion?
we were informed at the meetings. One of the main discussion points was actually the impact of the crossing to the roundabout and the reasoning for queuing on the A367 travelling northbound into Bath and what the reasoning behind it was. But also in the planning committee response appended to my report, they do actually acknowledge in that document that they have reviewed CCTV footage.
Thank you. Had they reviewed the footage and thought it was out of kilter with the output of the modelling, what would you have expected their reaction to be?
I imagine that they would have advised us to review our models and make it more representative of the footage and of the highway network. They did not, and they did not ask us to do that.
Thank you. Now we're going to talk about the Alan Bales report after lunch now, noting the time. Having looked at the Alan Bales report in March of 2024, we'll have a quick look at the consultation response about the view of the Highway Authority. But having reviewed that, did they ask you to do anything in relation to the information that had been presented? Did they ask you to revisit the model in the light of the Alan Bales report?
Sorry, I'm just trying to remember what date the Alan Bales report was
March
submitted.
of 2024.
No, not following the Alan Bales reports, because our initial modelling, which was then us undertaking 2024 traffic surveys, was a result of our first planning committee.
Yeah. So that would be a convenient moment to break. slightly odd. I'm looking at a clock that says 12:15.
Is that,
Well, still-
is that clock moving, or is it permanently?
It has moved, definitely.
Okay.
It's obviously bath time.
Maybe. Or just,
Well, not
or,
bath time, you know.
or, or just, it's only lunchtime, I think, on that basis. Thank you so far for the evidence in chief. That's obviously, Mr. Pinto, as you know, you won't be able to discuss anything with your team during the lunch break. So we will have an adjournment. I think I indicated about 45 minutes. Is that sufficient time? We could maybe come back at, we've just gone 1 o'clock, so let's come back at 1:50, so 10 to 2. Any procedural points before we adjourn? Apart from room temperature, if there's anything that can be done to alleviate some of the stuffiness, that would be great. But we'll see how it is when we come back. Thank you all. We'll resume then at 1:50. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Pinto.
If we got to say, with a break, 4:30, I prefer to start tomorrow.
I agree. And we're not
Inquiry is resumed. Just probably few procedural points before we continue with the evidence in chief for Mr. Pinto. Thank you for opening the window. It feels a lot cooler in here. I may now be. No, it's fine. We're fine at the moment. But if it does need to be closed, if people are getting too cold, then just say. And if I could also just ask the council for a sign on my door to the retirement room. I went in there at lunchtime and there was somebody sat in the room. I put a little post-it note up, but maybe a larger sign making it more obvious that it's booked out for the inspector. That would be great. Thank you. And then I was just also looking at timing estimates, because Mr. Tucker, are you anticipating are you about halfway through your evidence in chief?
Probably about 20 minutes to go, sir.
20 minutes to go. Okay. And then Mr. Neal, I think you've indicated about an hour and a half for cross-examination. Is that still the case? Yes. Okay. So we'll see how we go. Obviously, there may be some re-examination as well. I suppose I'm saying all this because I'm not entirely sure whether starting with Ms. Priscott's is going to be doable or not, but we'll have to see how time is looking.
See where we get to, but I didn't really want to split our evidence overnight if that's possible to avoid. I'd rather start fresh in the morning if we're late in the day. But
I think we'll have to sort of see how we're doing
exactly
when we get to that point. But just thought I'd give that heads up now.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other procedural points before we carry on with evidence in chief?
Not for our part, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you then. So, Mr. Tucker, if you want to carry on and Mr. Pinto's ready, then please begin.
Thank you very much. Mr. Pinto, good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Mr. Pinto, can you pick up, please, the extract from Junctions 9 User Guide Issue E, which has the words start queue / end queue on it, please? Circulated earlier on today. This is the two-page one with the graph. It's the one-page one with the graph on the top, sir. Which should have gone to your case officer.
Noticed that there was ID 18 now on the inquiry documents list, which is a two-page report from two-page extract from TRL Limited. It says published project report PPR 224.
Yes, sir. That's the one that we talked to Mr. I spoke to Mr. Russell about before.
Yeah.
And then the second one was an extract from the manual which Mr. Russell had read out the night before, and we said we'd provide a copy of it.
Okay. It was just I've just got a one-page extra. I haven't got a graph or anything.
Yeah, there was an erroneous extract which was flying around, sir. I wonder if that might have been the one
It
that's
might
got to you.
still be. Although I've had that. If it is the case, I've had it twice. So very erroneous.
Apologies for that, sir. We'll make sure that gets to your case officer.
Yeah. Okay.
The part I need to read out, sir, is a short part. So.
Okay. Well, I'll take notes as we go.
Thank you, sir. I'll read the whole paragraph just in fairness, so you've got it in context. But I'll ask the question about the sentence. So the paragraph starts. Start queue / end queue. Do you have that, Mr. Pinto?
I have that in front of me.
So it says the queue at the start and the end of the time segment, the difference between the two, and we've got the drill starting now, shows the evolution of the queue during this time segment. The values are the total number of queuing vehicles on the arm, regardless of their distribution on the road. E.g., a queue of 10 vehicles could be 10 single file vehicles or a row of 5 vehicles queuing 2 abreast. If using lane simulation model, you can, however, look at individual lane results to see more details. I'm sure that's all very interesting, but the bit's this. Queues include slowly moving vehicles as well as stationary vehicles. As with most outputs, the values shown are expected values and represent values you would expect to see observed on a typical day. At the end of the start day of the time segment, if comparing with observations, you should bear in mind that your observations should be averaged over several days. So the sentence in the middle says, queues include slowly moving vehicles as well as stationary vehicles. You see that?
Yeah. Yes.
Thank you. And if you turn to your proof, paragraph 3.66, there is a title, Model Validation and Calibration. Do you have that?
I have that in front of me.
And tucked away within that at 3.71, it says, another matter is the definition of the queue within Junctions 9, which is a stationary vehicle and not a rolling queue. And then 372, you tell us what a stationary vehicle is, and 373, it tells you what a rolling queue is. Do you want to revise anything in your evidence in the light of the sentence that's been referred to, or do you want to make any comment about what's in your evidence in the light of the sentence that's been referred to?
Yeah, I just want to offer a clarification that the way that the sentence was delivered yesterday was fairly out of context. It's within the broader narrative explaining why CCTV footage was used to calibrate and validate the models instead of a quantitative Q-count data, as I understood that to be a key matter of concern for the Royal Six Party.
So let's just start again. So when you say the the sentence is out of context, do you mean the sentence in the TRL document or the sentence in your proof at 371?
I mean the sentence in my proof that was cited to me yesterday.
Okay. Just repeat what you just said again, having clarified that you were talking about your proof, not the TRL document.
Okay. 3.71. Yeah, no, I'd just like to add a clarification on paragraph 3.71, because I feel it's out of context. It was not intended to be against the guidance document of Junctions 9, which does include a stationary vehicle and a slow movement vehicle within that one sentence definition of what a queue is. It's out of context because we ignored the purpose of this section, which was providing broader narrative explaining why CCTV footage was used to calibrate and validate the models instead of a quantitative queue count survey, which would be the output that would be provided by a third-party survey company.
Thank you.
And for clarity, a queue, which is shown within the Junctions 9 manual, is formed behind each give-way line.
Thank you.
It doesn't matter whether this vehicle is stationary or not, and this is easy to identify from the video footage. That would constitute a queue. And in no way meant to insinuate that a vehicle moving slowly that was not progressing over the giveaway line would not constitute a queue. The speed that I would consider to be forming a queue was in the evidence shared this morning, which is the 2007 TRL document PPR 224, which advises that queues would be include vehicles travelling at 3 miles an hour. This is a very slow movement that you would generally expect with a junction, and you would expect vehicles to obviously become stationaries if vehicles are moving this slowly. The reason being is that people are dynamic, they're driving with caution and care, and if somebody is clutch controlling in front of you, it may cause a vehicle behind you to become stationary. It may cause other vehicles to clutch control in unison with them. My analysis in referring to a rolling queue, it would be a vehicle moving slower than the speed limit. And I would like to just highlight that the speed limit is a cap on maximum speeds. It is not a target. And this is a statement made by the Department for Transport. On this part of the A367, approaching the roundabout, the speed limit will change from 40 to 30 miles per hour, approximately 150 metres before the giveaway line of the junction, and it would not be unusual for vehicles to slow down to 10 to 20 miles per hour when approaching this roundabout. That is not to say that these movements would not become stationary or slow-moving queue if vehicles were not progressing over the giveaway line. And again, this was the purpose of this section, to advise on why we use CCTV instead of a quantitative queue count data. The modelling shared and the CCTV footage addresses all aspects of the queue, inclusive of driver delay, which is a key matter on a queue, not just its length. And I highlighted earlier, a queue of 4 vehicles should be subject to a 2-minute delay, and a queue of 20 vehicles should be subject to a 10-second delay. So it puts all of this into context. And this matter was discussed with Baines and discussed with ACOM.
Thank you. That same paragraph that I read out said that the outputs are intended to show a typical day. Does that mean that queues would never be in excess of the outputs that have been produced by a model?
So the guidance advises not calibrating a model against a single day's queue. It actually advises that you use, I believe, in excess of 2 weeks' worth of queue data as a minimum, so that you could work out the mean average. It would be entirely inappropriate to just assess the model against what effectively would be, well, just the queues that are exhibited on a single day, because it would be not... Queues are formed through a variety of factors. You have the variability of weather, the variability of driver behaviour, stalling vehicles towards queues as can buses stopping in the network. We have the crossing on the A367, which is impacting the queuing on this junction. and all of that needs to be taken into context. So if you were going to take that approach, you would need more than a single day's due.
Now, I'm guessing, though I don't wish to look, that the inspector, by not using a pencil, isn't writing in shorthand. So you, Mr. Pinto, I'm afraid, are going to have to keep your eye on the inspector's pen, who's
Okay.
taking note of your evidence. I think you're
Fair
going
enough.
to get at some speed in relation to that. So what did you do in relation to calibration in this instance?
We reviewed the footage and we identified instances where vehicles were not going over the giveaway line, where vehicles would be becoming stationary, or where vehicles would be moving slowly.
Thank you.
And that would constitute the formation of a queue. We then considered the movement of those vehicles from that position to where they crossed the giveaway line, because when they crossed the giveaway line, they would no longer constitute a queue. The definition that I was trying to allude to of a rolling queue would be if we had 10 vehicles turning up in unison and progressing over the giveaway line. That is just normal junction operation there.
Okay. Next topic, reasonably big topic, which is your response to the Alan Bales consultancy. So when this was received by your office, we've now got banging and all sorts of exciting things as a result of an open window. When this was received by your office, did you consider its content?
We did consider its content.
Did you review the drone footage, given that it provides links through to the YouTube channel?
We did. We reviewed all 3 hours of the Odd Down Park and Ride AM drone footage and the Red Line Roundabout PM drone footage, and we also reviewed, I believe the stills were made available at that point as well. Some of them are actually included within that document.
Now, we know what the authority said because we've looked at the consultation response.
Yes.
And I have Mr. Russell's answer in cross-examination in relation to that. But in relation to your stance, Mr. Russell's position is that this information shows that the outturn of the model is not credible. What's your view about the Alan Bales consultancy information, particularly the drone footage?
I found the drone footage showed roundabouts operating as roundabouts within the road network, which is to manage the movement of traffic to enable it to safely and suitably negotiate over the junction.
Is there a safety concern that's been raised at any stage in relation to the operation of either of the two roundabouts that we've discussed?
No safety concerns have been raised by Baines or by the Rules Sits Party, though we did include an accident audit within our 2022 transport assessment to advise the highway officer on road instances within the area, and they accepted that position and found that there were no inherent deficiencies within the highway network that may cause a concern for transport user safety.
Thank you. Having reviewed the Alan Bales information, you set out your view in your rebuttal proof, and no doubt questions may be asked about it, but give me an overview. What are your thoughts as to whether or not it warrants the suggested undermining of the A model's outturn?
I found the information within the Alan Bales document quite difficult to comprehend. They did not share the data sets that they referred to. Although they shared the drone survey footage, they undertook calculations themselves to determine the delays, and they also just had excerpts of photographs which can be construed in a variety of ways. I did notice that they used the lane simulation mode within Junctions 9, and I wish to advise that lane simulation move is provided as a tool to investigate alternative lane configurations. It is an analytical one rather than being based on empirical studies, and you should always apply engineering judgment to both the application of the model and the interpretation of the results. And it does not offer the same level of accuracy as the main RTD model. So it's an academic tool in itself, and it is rare that we go into discussions with higher authorities and other consultants using the lane simulation mode tool, because you can just factor the junction to operate how you wish it to operate. So
Thank you.
because I didn't have those studies, it was very hard to come to the same conclusions as Alan Bale.
Well, based upon the information that you do have, to what extent does it undermine, inform or confirm the information that you had presented within the model?
I found the Jones survey data agreed with the findings of the information that we submitted to Baines, and the Baines Highway Officer came to a similar review on this matter.
Thank you. So overall, your position with regard to whether or not there will be a severe impact upon the road network?
There will not be a severe impact to the road network, and safe and suitable movements are provided for all transport users.
We noted from the consultation response of the Council on the 26th of March, AA122, who quotes from the Secretary of State's decision that where you're dealing with congestion and considering severity, one needs to consider whether there's an extra effect. Have you identified whether there might be an extra effect other than simply more congestion arising from the appeal proposals on the network?
Well, whilst there may be more congestion on the road network associated with this development, a number of mitigation strategies are put into place to manage the operation of the transport network, inclusive of providing viable opportunities for non-car travel modes. This in itself would provide a level of relief.
Is there a mitigation scheme that's been identified by anyone that this scheme could provide and ought to provide, but doesn't provide?
Well, the Sommer Valley Lane scheme is designed to provide relief to the A367, and then our applicant has determined several schemes to improve sustainable transport mobility across the area.
Yeah, it's probably my fault. Is there any mitigation which has been identified in the evidence before the inspector which the scheme should provide and doesn't?
No mitigation has been identified to resolve this issue, and there was no request from the Highway Authority for us to provide mitigation.
And you may
for
just have
this
answered
network.
this in your penultimate answer, but in terms of requests for contributions towards sustainable travel measures, have there been any requests for any additional measures made by any party, the council or third parties, which haven't been met in terms of sustainable modes of transport?
No, a request was made by the Baines Highway Officer following our submission of potential improvement schemes that could be delivered using land under the control of the applicant and areas of the highway classified as maintainable at the public expense. When we provided these improvement schemes, we revised that of the Sommer Valley Link scheme, Scholars Way scheme, and it was agreed pragmatic to fund these schemes.
Thank you very much. Would you wait there, Mr. Pinto? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tucker. We'll move then to cross-examination of Mr. Pinto, and I suggest that we sort of see how we're going, and Mr. Neil, if we want to maybe take a break in just over about an hour or so, or if Mr. Pinto needs a break sooner, then just obviously indicate. But I appreciate we may not get through everything in one go. So, thank you. So, when you're ready, Mr. Neil, just please make a start.
If I could just ask for 30 second pause, because I wasn't given the copy of the inquiry document list.
Right.
I just forwarded it to Mr. Russell to say that he can help me reference it, because I wasn't given a copy of that until about
Right.
5 to 10 minutes ago. I haven't printed it out, so if I could just make sure
Okay, that's fine. We can pause.
to help you with some of the references.
Okay.
Is this a Word document with the table?
Yes. I'm just checking, was it uploaded as new
There,
on this glass cubes?
yes, I think
Is it a separate email that's kicking around? Because
there is a document on the Glasscube's website which has the inquiry documents numbered 1 to 16, and then most of those documents are provided plus 17 and 18, ID 17 and 18, although I think ID 17 is the one-page extract from the user guide, which I'm not sure is the right extract or is missing a graph.
I
Or
was literally about to check that, sir, but to
Yep.
assist Mr. Neil, if you look at, I'm not sure I'm using quite the same Glasscube site, but it's item number 35, CDAI and then also has a link to ID documents. And when you click on that, it gives you a link to the ID documents, which lists them all. I think that's consistent, because I'm using an internal one. I think you're using an external one. But I think that's consistent on the external one. I see Mr. Morgan nodding.
Yeah, the external one in terms of inquiry documents doesn't have ID 15 yet, which I think is the Natural England Guide, but does have ID 16, 17 and 18.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, of course, that's fine.
Good.
And so you're right. It's the incorrect version of ID 16, not the correct version.
So
that
just,
my
yeah,
learner
so
friend-
ID 17, you mean?
ID 17. Sorry,
Yeah, so
yes.
just to check, has Mr. Neil got the correct version?
Yes, he does. I've emailed it twice.
If
this
it's
morning.
online, we've got it, but Mr. Russell's going to have to operate it for me because I haven't.
Okay. But you say it's online, that's the,
Yeah.
but is the version of ID 17 that you're using, is it?
It is the wrong one.
Yeah.
If you're using the online glass cubes,
It may be we can, if in a break we can, I haven't got the right copy either, so we can deal with that in the adjournment. I don't want to hold things up.
okay.
now.
I think, we have to
It was
result.
emailed at 9:37 to you, Mr. Neil, by me.
Can I just confirm it's that one with the graph?
That's the one. Yeah.
So that's the paper copy.
Yeah, I haven't got that.
Okay,
Thanks,
well,
I've got a paper copy.
paper copy, good.
Thank you.
Fine. Thank you. Yes, please begin, Mr. Neil.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Pinto. I'm going to discuss with you, if I may, some reasonably high-level policy questions first, before we go into the detail of your transport assessment and your evidence. Now, I think we can agree, just from first principles, that there's no difference between us that the scale of this development needed to be supported by a transport assessment. Not denying that. You've done one.
I agree.
We can
We've done
agree
a
with that.
transport assessment.
Yeah. And that's because it would generate a significant amount of movement, wouldn't it? You're not denying that. The effects of that might be an issue, but you're not denying it would generate a significant amount of movement.
No, I wouldn't say for the scale of the development it's a significant amount of movement. I think it's very proportional to the units.
Well, I'll come back to that because, as I said, we can disagree on the impacts of the movement, but you're not saying that this is going to generate an insignificant amount of traffic movements, are you?
Well, it's generating a volume of movements that are proportional to 300 units in a sustainable location.
It's going to be a very long afternoon
Okay.
if we can't agree even the most basic of propositions. Can we agree it would not generate an insignificant amount of movement?
It does not generate it does not generate a significant amount of movements for this development. I don't know how you want
The
me to
development
phrase
would
that.
not generate
Yeah.
an insignificant amount of movement, would it? Or put it another way, it would generate a significant amount of movement, wouldn't it?
Well, I don't believe it does generate a significant amount of movement. It generates about 120 vehicle movements, which I do not think is significant given it's obtaining access from an A road.
Well, the reason I'm asking you is because I had assumed that we'd be able to agree that, according to the MPPF, it says all developments that will generate significant amount of movements should be required to produce a travel plan, and the application should be supported by a vision-led transport statement, transport assessment or transport statement or transport assessment, so that the likely impacts of the proposal can be assessed and monitored. And are you saying that you didn't need to comply with the MPPF, but you just did so voluntarily?
Well, Bain's policy also says that we need to provide a transport assessment, and a travel plan is a standard part of the planning process now. Any development over 50 houses should really be having a travel plan.
So we can assume that Bain's, even if you and I are going to split hairs on this, but we can assume that Bain's thought that there was a requirement for a transport assessment, yes?
Yeah.
And we know phase 1 was supported by a transport assessment,
Phase 1 was supported by a transport assessment.
and we've seen this phase was 2. So can we agree on this, that when considering this appeal proposal, there's a need for the inspector to be able to understand the likely impacts of the proposal?
Yes, the inspector needs to understand the impacts of the proposal as part of the appeal process.
And can we agree, and I hope this one isn't controversial either, that to understand the likely impacts of a proposal, the inspector needs to understand the baseline situation?
Yes, the inspector needs to have a good understanding of the existing transport network so that he can give consideration towards this appeal.
And you just said, so that was my next question, he needs to understand the baseline situation in terms of the local highways network.
That would form part of the transport network. Yes.
And as part of that, and without getting too bogged down in technical discussions, the inspector needs to understand the current levels of capacity of the network and the junctions around the development?
Yes, the inspector needs to understand the current capacity of the transport network and the appropriateness to accommodate safe and suitable movement.
And it's your evidence that you've correctly modelled the baseline? That's right, isn't it?
Yes, we've modelled the baseline and that was agreed with the Highway Authority.
And as a result of that, it's your view that there's sufficient capacity in the network, yes? That's just trying to...
Yeah, the resultant outcome of the planning process was that there is capacity within the network to accommodate a development of this nature within this part of the transport network.
So, can we agree that if the baseline has not been modelled correctly, and if the inspector decides that the baseline has not been modelled correctly, then the inspector won't be able to assess the likely impacts of the proposal, will he? Except you won't agree with my hypothesis, but if the, I might repeat it because it's quite a long
Yeah,
question.
please.
If the inspector finds that the baseline has not been modelled correctly, then he won't be able to assess likely impacts, will he?
Well, I believe the inspector needs to understand the transport network in all scenarios to understand its future operation as well for
Absolutely,
all travel mode users.
Absolutely.
But yes, he needs to have an understanding of the existing position.
Of course. Let's save a bit of time. I don't like interrupting witnesses. Let's try what Mr. Russells did, yes or no, and then
Okay.
qualification. One last time. If the inspector decides that the baseline has not been modelled correctly, then the inspector won't be able to assess the likely impacts, yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, to help the inspector, who's heard all sorts of technical evidence between you and Mr. Russell, to help the inspector understand if the baseline has been modelled correctly, one of the matters that he's going to have to consider, isn't it, is whether good practice has been followed.
Yes.
And when I say correctly, just to be clear, that question there is, that in turn requires the inspector to consider whether there's been a sound assessment. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I would agree sound and correct are the same.
So going back to the MPPF, and again, just to get this absolutely clear, do you have paragraph 118 in front of you, or do you want me to...
I have an excerpt. Oh, sorry, yes.
Yeah, you've got it in front of you. I'm sure
Yeah.
you're very familiar with it. Can we agree that if the inspector cannot assess the likely impacts of the proposal, in that case, the proposal would be contrary to paragraph 118? So if the transport assessment is such that the inspector feels he cannot assess the likely impacts of the proposal, would you agree, therefore, that the development would be contrary to paragraph 118 of the MPPF.
Yeah, those documents need to be provided so that the likely impacts of the proposal can be assessed and monitored.
Just to be clear, you said yes? Was that a yes?
Yes, they need to be provided so the likely impacts of the proposal can be assessed and monitored.
Now, before we leave the MPPF, we also know, don't we, that it says at paragraph 115, in assessing sites that may be allocated for development and plans or specific applications for development, it should be ensured that, and I'm reading from paragraph D, any significant impacts from the development on the transport network in terms of capacity and congestion or on highway safety can be cost-effectively mitigated to an acceptable degree through a vision-led approach. You see that?
Yes.
And so can we agree, therefore, that if the inspector cannot be satisfied as to what those impacts are, it would follow that 115D, that I've just read out, the inspector can't be satisfied as met?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. Now, where we may differ slightly is we have 116, paragraph 116 of the MPPF, which says development should only be prevented or refused if there would be an unacceptable impact on highway safety or the residual impacts on the road network following mitigation would be severe. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, of course, as Mr. Tucker's rightly said, the parish councils haven't produced any on running an active case that there would be an unacceptable impact on highway safety. But would you agree it's highly material, or it would be a highly material consideration for this inspector if he felt he didn't even have the right information or sufficient information to even understand whether 116 is met or not? Do you follow what I'm saying there?
I think it would be a concern for the inspector if he felt that MPPF 116 had not been met. So yes, I agree with you on that point.
Now, I mentioned best practice. Now, I think we can agree when it comes to modelling and best practice, there's no one-size-fits-all approach. Can we agree that?
Yeah?
And there's no absolute rule that you use a particular model?
No, there is not, but there is guidance, and the guidance does direct you towards consultation with the Highway Authority.
You're running away with me. I
Okay.
haven't asked you about that, but
Okay. Yep.
we'll come back to that. But all I was getting towards is that it's ultimately there's going to be a need for a judgment to be taken at some point.
Yes.
And when making that judgment, I think we can agree, as you've said, that there are sources of good practice and technical guidance out there that can inform that judgment.
Yes.
And can I assume that, so far as you had any fundamental disagreement with Mr. Russell as to what he constitutes good practice, I think we would have seen that in your rebuttal proof, which you provided?
Yes.
And if he'd referred to some guidelines that were irrelevant or wrong, can I assume that you would have set that out in your rebuttal?
My rebuttal concentrated on the key matters that I read from his proof of evidence in a very limited time that we had to assess that and submit it before the deadline.
We had enough time to produce a fairly substantial rebuttal. We'll come back to how long it is. But just to be clear, you mentioned some key points. Can we agree that if you had any fundamental disagreement with Mr. Russell about some guidance or good practice he'd cited, that would be a key point?
Well, if that was referenced within his proof, yes, that would be a key point.
Now, in your rebuttal proof, it starts off with a section on general guidance. Might be worth you just pulling that up. That's CDAN2. Apologies, sir, I'm working off paper copy.
That would be helpful.
Do you have your rebuttal?
I have my
You
rebuttal in
do.
front of me. Thank you.
Not surprising. Okay, so paragraph, in your rebuttal, you've criticised Mr. Russell, paragraph 211, first sentence, you're saying that his approach has been based on 2 paragraphs taken out of context, and you're saying that approach is not appropriate. Do you see that? The approach of Mr. Russell of assessing the work done based on 2 paragraphs taken out of context is not appropriate. Do you see that?
Sorry, I'm just trying to find the paragraph.
2.11
It's
of your
unfortunately
rebuttal.
directed me to the figure number 211.
CD, are you working electronically? Okay, CDAN2.
Yeah. If I may have a moment just to read the paragraph. I've read the paragraph. Sorry if you may ask the question again.
So Mr. Russell was referring to some web tag guidance, yes? You can
Yes?
see that further up. We'll come back to that. But just to be clear, that was the only part of your proof that I could find any disagreement in principle with, under your section of general guidance, with what he has identified as relevant good practice. Yes?
Yes, I was highlighting that the document he cited is guidance for a modelling practitioner, and there were lots of other matters outside of the paragraph cited that need to be taken into account, and that's what that section discussed, which is paragraphs 2.2 to...
Now, can I take you to Mr. Russell's proof, please, at paragraph 4.2, and that is CDAM1, for those of you that don't have a paper copy.
Sorry, was that 4.2?
4.2.
Okay, yep. I found the paragraph.
Yeah. And you can see at paragraph 4.2, when looking at traffic modelling methodology, Mr. Russell has cited from Transport for London's traffic modelling guidelines. 4.2 of Mr. Russell's proof.
Sorry, I'm just... Yes?
So I can assume, based on what we've heard earlier, that you agree these are relevant to understanding best practice?
We're not in London, is my concern when citing Transport for London, and I believe I highlighted that earlier, that micro-simulation is more appropriate in London for a variety of reasons, interactions between a variety of user modes, departure from the study area, and the fact that, and matters like, and the inclusion of signalized timings that need to be appropriately aligned to facilitate the movement of users.
Well, let's just be clear. I asked you earlier, had he referred to any, or was there any fundamental disagreement with what he referred to as guidance? Are you now saying it was inappropriate for him to refer to this modelling guidelines?
I'm content for Mr. Russell to refer to Transport for London, but I do wish to highlight that Transport for London covers London. It's not Bath and North East Somerset.
Absolutely. I mean, that's fairly obvious.
So
I'm sure
I just wish to highlight
one's gonna disagree
that's the
with you with that.
Transport for London document.
But you don't disagree that, because you haven't taken issue with what he cited in your rebuttal, I'd assumed you don't disagree that this is at least relevant to understanding what's best practice, or it informs the inspector's understanding of what's best practice, as a summary.
It can provide insights into microsimulation modelling.
Yes or no, is it relevant to understanding best practice in this area?
Yes, for best practice.
Thank you very much. And that states, and you can see the extract that it states microsimulation is useful when modeling heavily congested conditions where a network suffers poor performance due to excessive queuing from neighboring junctions. Yeah.
Yes, it says that.
Now, accepting that we're not in London, we're in Bath, but as a general proposition, you don't disagree with that as a proposition, that microsimulation is useful when modeling heavily congested conditions?
Microsimulation would be useful for a heavily congested condition and poor performance.
And again, just for taking some first principles, if the inspector was to find that there was a risk of excess queuing from neighboring junctions, or if he felt or took the view, rather, that this was a heavily congested area, that guidance clearly points to microsimulation of the network being useful.
I would disagree because we're not taking into account the entire context of the document, and I've discussed Vissim modelling earlier and how it is not appropriate. So I agree with the paragraph, it is useful for a heavily congested network, but the document needs to be viewed as a whole because it is a guidance document.
I understand the guidance document, but I want to understand the proposition, whether you disagree with this proposition. So if there is a risk of excess queuing from neighboring junctions, so if there's an interaction between junctions due to queuing, that points to microsimulation of the network being appropriate, doesn't it?
I disagree because isolated modelling can also show that relationship.
Sorry, could I just understand your answer to that?
I disagree because isolated modelling can show that relationship because it outputs as one of when it gives you an output for queues, it doesn't just show queue, it also shows delay. That can be quantified and that can be turned into meters, and then you can measure the impact to neighbouring junctions.
I understand that might be what it shows at standalone junction modelling, but if in fact, having carried that out, it then shows that there is interaction with other junctions, we can come back to what the Highways Authority thought about this. That might be one of the circumstances where a Highways Authority says, hang on a moment, you need to do some more simulation, a micro-simulation of the network here. That's one of the reasons why that might be required, yes?
See, I would suggest that the next step is normally mitigation and to understand why there is the queuing, rather than going down the micro-simulation route, which can be incredibly complex. And we'll consider a lot of other factors. So normally, in the planning process, if a junction is found to be operating above capacity, you would look at mitigation. In the world that we live in, we generally look at sustainable travel improvement rather than just accommodating the movement of vehicles. But that is not to say that the solution would not be a form of mitigation that would assist the movement of vehicles. And we do provide mitigation as part of this application.
So just so I'm clear, you are saying it's your evidence, is it, and I'll make a note for my written submissions, that in circumstances where there is a backing up effect from existing junctions leading to interactions with another junction, you're saying that is, well, let's just be clear, is that irrelevant to considering whether you should then move to a network model? Or is it a factor in considering whether you should move to a network model?
By a network model, do you mean a micro-simulation model?
Yes, or
Sorry.
I'm going to use, I'm not using Vissim, the word Vissim, I'm going to use the word network model because it gets very confusing otherwise. Is it your evidence that that backing up effect and the interaction with other junctions is not a factor that points towards using a network model?
In my professional experience, you do not necessarily move to a network model from isolated modeling.
I'm not asking about that. I'm saying if there was a backing up effect from an existing junction, or if the Highways Authority, let's take the Highways Authority example, if the Highways Authority considered that there was a risk of a backing up effect from an existing junction, and therefore an interaction with other junctions, that would at very least be a factor pointing towards use of a network model, wouldn't it? Or are you saying that's irrelevant? Just
There
so I
would-
have a note.
There would be other more considerate factors to apply first, such as mitigation. So it's an option, but it is not normally the next stage.
Yes or no, is it relevant or irrelevant to that?
What the
question?
micro simulation,
Is it irrelevant or relevant?
I would say-
irrelevant or relevant to that question.
I would
Yes
say
or
for
no?
the purpose of this application, it's irrelevant.
Make a note of that, and we'll have a look at how. I'm going to ask you now how Baines Highways will consider that question. We'll come on to calibration and how the model's built in a moment. But as we've heard, there's a prior question, which we've already been discussing, whether to use a standalone or network model, yes?
Yes.
And I think we can agree that comes down to professional judgment, and the inspector needs to consider whether there's a sound professional judgment's been reached over that selection of model, yes?
Yes.
Now, in various places, and I'm not going back to the 2017 application, I'm going to go back in the midst of time to 2022. The choice of standalone or network modelling was discussed between you and Baines Highways, wasn't it? We've heard from your evidence-in-chief, Mr. Ross, about that.
That is correct.
Yeah. And the reasons you put forward as to why there was no need for a network modelling, those are summarised in the, as I understand it, in the first instance we have of that is in Appendix 2 of your transport assessment. Is that right?
Sorry, in the transport
I may have
assessment,
got
it's alphabetical letters.
Sorry, I may have got the wrong reference. So the first reference I can find to the reasons that you put forward as to why a standalone model was appropriate, that was in, as I understand it, in
The addendum.
It's in the addendum, apologise. Okay. And I can assume, can I assume that in your rebuttal proof, just to save time, where there's a section in your rebuttal proof on standalone modelling, can I assume that those are the primary reasons why you think standalone modelling is appropriate in your rebuttal? It's just going to save time in terms of where I question you.
The rebuttal needs to be considered alongside all the other documents, so it does need to be considered alongside the proof. But Baines did ask us to, why aren't we using a strategic model? And we went in, we had very pragmatic conversations with them. Tetra Tech, we build and we manage strategic models. We work within London, and we do lots of work for government and local councils and for the private sector doing this, as do ATOM. And we had really informed conversations, and the resultant outputs of those conversations were first presented in the Transport Assessment Addendum document.
Got that. I was asking you a question just to save time
Yeah.
to understand where I can ask you questions on. Is your position summarised and set out in? Appreciate you've got other points made elsewhere, but are the key points as to why you say standalone modelling is appropriate? Is that set out in your rebuttal?
No, the rebuttal is specific to Mr. Russell's proof of evidence on matters that I felt may not have been clearly explained in my proof of evidence or within the other documentation that may have informed Mr. Russell's writing of his proof of evidence. Just, I am aware that there was a lot of material to consider.
Okay, so we'll have to start. Well, thank you for that indication. In that case, it's going to take longer than I thought if your rebuttal doesn't set out your main points, which is unfortunate. But anyway, we will see how we get on. Now, in your rebuttal proof, let's just start with that. Paragraph 3.7 to 311, please. You got that in front of you?
I do.
And we can see at 3.7, you say the following: Junction 9 specifically designed for modelling individual junctions or small networks of junctions. Do you see that?
I do.
And you say the area comprises 6 junctions and has been rightly considered a small network by ourselves and officers of the local highways authority. Do you see that?
I do.
Now, in terms of, if we start with that reason for why you selected Junction 9 / standalone modelling, we don't see the number of junctions per se in any guidance. We haven't seen that in the TfL guidance as being a factor. For example, have we? Some absolute number of junctions being a factor. That's not in the TfL guidance we've looked at.
I'm unaware of the TfL guidance for the volume of junctions in a study area.
Now, if we go to G22, please, which is the TA addendum. Now, as you've just said, I think this is where you set out the reasons why you say no need for a network model. And I think we can see that, just so the inspector's clear, on electronic page 79, internal page 34 and 35. Is that right? Do you see that?
Sorry, can you give me the paragraph number?
Well, it's slightly confused. So on bottom of page 34, there's a heading standalone junction modelling. So electronic page 78, internal page 34 of G22. So do you have that? Yes. It may be in appendices, apologies, in mine.
Sorry, so it's page 34 of the addendum.
It's electronic page 79.
79.
And it's an internal page.
Subtitled VISIM?
No, I want to just, if you go above, standalone junction modelling. Do you see that?
Oh, yes.
And the section below looks at VISIM, but this particular section here looks at standalone junction modelling. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, I want to be very clear. I mean, Mr. Tucker rightly highlighted when he sometimes uses the word VISIM, it can be used as a synonym for a network model. VISIM, just to be clear, is one of many ways of, it's a software package, isn't it? There's a number of other software packages that deliver the same.
Yeah, it's a microsim software.
Now, at 2120, well, at 2119, you look at the Bain scoping response, don't you? And you said HDM, and just to be clear, who is HDM? We reference it.
That's the Baines Highways Department.
Baines Highways Department. And they've queried the use of standalone modelling, and you've given them, and there's an extract set out that you provided. And then, as I understood it, your reasoning for that is given at 2120. That's your reasoning as to why standalone junction modelling is appropriate, isn't it? 2.120.
Yes.
And your reasoning there, there's no reference to numbers there. What you're saying is numbers of junctions. What you're saying there is all the junctions are operating under priority control, and there's significant travel distance between junctions. Do you see that?
Yes.
So that is the real reason put forward at the time when Baines was asking you to do standalone junction modelling, the significant distance between junctions. Can I assume that was the reason?
So the addendum is formed of many conversations with Baines following the submission of the transport assessment. It is common practice when you receive officer comments to have meetings with them to understand their concerns and allow for clarification. And a part of that was the use of the Junctions 9 modelling. So yes, this paragraph says that it's appropriate given the junction network presented by the study area. We may not have said that it's small in size, medium or large, but the study area is not.
That's a different reason to what you've put forward in your rebuttal, where you've referred to the small number of junctions. Yes, the distance between them is different to the numbers of junctions.
Yes, that is a different point, the distance and the number.
And just to be clear, can I assume, therefore, in the 2120, that was your primary reason, so it's mentioned in the TA addendum, as to why you considered, at the time, standalone junction modelling was appropriate?
Yes, given the junction network presented by the study area, operating under priority control, and the significant travel distance. But that sentence does suggest that there are matters outside of priority control and travel distance that would be considered by the junction network.
Now, when looking at the Baines concern, and without to save time jumping around, you can see it under the paragraph 2.122, Baines was saying in that bullet point, the effect of the development needs to be assessed and quantified using the model to understand properly the impact of this development and how the junctions interact. Do you see that?
Yes, the response to the transport assessment.
So that was the concern of Baines, wanting to understand how the junctions interact and that relationship. Yeah.
Yeah, Baines wanted to understand why it was not needed.
Now,
because it wasn't set out in the transport assessment.
we'll come on to why a standalone junction analysis, or how that might affect or inform that decision of how the junctions interact. But if the inspector decides that he thinks that there is a risk of these junctions interacting and a risk of backing up, that is a material consideration in understanding whether or not the switch to a standalone junction model was a sound one or not. It's at least a relevant factor, isn't it?
Yes, because as shown at paragraph 2.122, it was a concern of the Baines Highway Authority. There is no justification in the submission, the transport assessment, for the exclusion or why standalone capacity models were chosen. That was set out in the addendum and subsequently agreed with ACOM operating as the highway officers.
Now, just to be clear, the rest of your response below, you're looking at VISIM there, and as I understand it, your point was that VISIM, and I'm going to sort of paraphrase and use a perhaps slightly vernacular term, but in essence it spat out an over-forecast of volume traffic on the network. That's the thrust of what you were saying in the rest of this section.
The
Yes?
2014 VISIM model was not appropriate for an application made in 2022.
Well, can we agree that one of the main reasons why you didn't, we can go to it if we need to, the reason you were saying VISIM shouldn't be or isn't appropriate is that it over-forecast the volume of traffic on the network. Yeah?
Yeah, it was not representative of the transport environment.
Now, that might be a reason for not using VISIM, but in terms of addressing the concern of the Highways Authority about the need for a network model, those reasons set out under point 1, point 2, point 3, VISIM model methodology, all of those reasons, that's not really focusing on HTM's concern about why there should be a network model, because that related to the interaction of junctions.
I'm unaware of HDM querying a network model outside of VISIM. We made the submission of the transport assessment, and they logically came back with, in phase 1 you used a VISIM model, why are you not using a VISIM model in this instance? There was no discussion of any other type of micro simulation. We took guidance from Bain's highway officers, and that informed our decision-making process.
I'll ask the question again.
Okay.
The analysis you've set out as to why VISIM is inappropriate, though in your TA addendum, those were reasons that were specific to the use of VISIM, and the inspector can see what the concern of HDM is there in terms of interaction. It's not focused on that question of whether or not the interaction between junctions can be addressed in principle through standalone or network modeling.
Well, the section does highlight the appropriateness of standalone modeling. The reason why we discussed VISIM is because VISIM was the query made by Bains. If Bains Highways had made a query towards other network models, we would have had those discussions. Network models being micro-simulation. That they just didn't ask us for it at the time in 2022.
Let's just look at paragraph 2.12, please, 2.123 of the
Yep.
addendum. This is what, penultimate sentence, this is the observation you're making, that the model greatly overcasts the volume of traffic within the network and subsequently the impact of development traffic. Do you see that?
No, sorry, can you repeat the paragraph number
Sorry,
again?
paragraph 2.123. Penultimate sentence. It is noted that the model, i.e. the VISIM model you used, greatly over-forecast the volume of traffic within the network and subsequently the impact of development traffic. Do you see that?
I do see that sentence.
So the inspector can read for himself the rest of that, the analysis set out there, VISIM model age, VISIM model calibration, VISIM model methodology, trip rates. Those aren't reasons as to why one should use a standalone model as to a network model, are they? They're VISIM-specific concerns.
We are citing the officer report, which is in paragraph 2.124 on that matter, where the officer making the decision on phase 1 acknowledged the effect of overestimating the impact of the development on the local road network is covered in the 2 bullets. And they said that, again, that was not severe. So that sentence, again, when taken into the context, we are citing the advice by the officer.
I wasn't asking what advice you're asking. I was asking you to agree with me, or whether you agree with me, that this section in your report is addressing the reasons why VISIM over-forecast the volume of vehicles. It's not addressing that in principle question of standalone versus network, is it?
No, because we're in the VISIM section now of the addendum, talking about the VISIM model. The standalone is addressed at 2.120.
Okay. So when you said no, do you mean yes, you agree with me, it wasn't addressed?
Sorry, can you repeat the...
The rest of that section
Yeah.
is addressing the over-forecast, why the VISIM model was over-forecasting volume of vehicles. It wasn't addressing, because we can see that in the section above, the question of standalone junction versus network modeling, that particular question. Yes or no?
If I may have a moment. The rest of the section does cover isolated junction modelling. There's a reference at paragraph 2.149 that discusses junction 9 again. starts with the TRL software. Junction 9 has been selected to assess junction operation, and it's the most appropriate tool for assessing priority-controlled operations.
So that's the conclusion, but in terms of those reasons, points 1 to 6, those are all, can we agree, therefore, those are all VISIM-specific concerns, yes?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Points 1 to 6 are all VISIM-specific concerns, aren't they?
Well, point 6 includes the paragraph that I've just read to you that discusses the isolated modelling again. So comparisons are drawn within the section towards junctions 9.
And when we
So
look,
I'm aware that VISIM is discussed in this section, and it was to provide guidance to the highway officer, given their initial concerns on the transport assessment, why weren't we using the VISIM model? And we've set out why we weren't using it, why we think junctions 9 is appropriate. We say that it needs to be done in conjunction with the end results are optimum designs that, well, we say, yeah, we just set out the reason why we're doing it. And then that's bullet pointed at the end of that section 12.
well, we can see, I'm
Yeah.
not going to go back over this.
Okay.
I think we can agree, you pointed to point 6 as being relevant to that question.
Yep.
Can we agree the other points are VISIM-specific points? Yes, or no? To move on from this point, to your analysis, we save time, points 1 to 5, VISIM points, point 6, you're saying you're going back to the standalone point. Is that right? Yes or no?
It does discuss the VISIM, but it also just draws information to other travel bits of travel behaviour. I mean, we make reference to the National Travel Survey and the annual mileage of cars to actually just explain why VISIM was not chosen. So it can't wholly be directed to VISIM as a whole. It's providing guidance as to why we're not using it, so therefore it needs to be taken into the context of why we're using something else.
Well, let's look at point 6. Paragraph 2.148, you say it's disproportionate to the size of the development proposed. Do you see that?
I'm just trying to find, it was
2.1
128, wasn't
yeah,
it?
Your point 6, where you directed me when I was asking you whether you were addressing
sorry, yeah.
standalone or network points, as opposed to VISIM-specific points. You've then said, it's disproportionate to the size of development proposed. Now, you then go on and say it comprises 7 priority control junctions which are evenly spaced out. Do you see that?
Sorry, which are?
Evenly spaced out, that's your wording.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, if we've heard that distance, taking you already to your reference to distance, evenly spaced out. Now, we can see the figure 13 and the various junctions set out there. There's a variety of distances, aren't there?
Yes.
So they're not evenly spaced out. I mean, we know that the distances vary from 55 metres to 650 metres between junctions, don't they?
Okay.
So you accept that reason isn't right?
Well, I'm not here to dispute the determination of the word evenly spaced out.
I didn't ask you
at the
about
time, it was appropriate to explain to the highway officer our study area. But yeah, I'll agree there are groupings to the north, there's groupings to the south, and there's a big gap in the middle. I'll agree there's a group of junctions to the north, and there's a group of junctions to the south, and then there's a portion of the A367.
Yes or no?
They're not evenly
They're not
spaced out.
Thank you. And we can see, can't we, a cluster of junctions around the park and ride?
Yes.
And we can also see another, for want of a better term, a cluster to the north. You've got the Red Lion roundabout, and then moving east past Sainsbury's, we get to the mini roundabout. There's a cluster up there as well, isn't there?
Yeah, there's a grouping up there.
Now, I want to look at your your other reason that you've given us, which is this reference to it, the network being governed by priority controlled arrangements. And you can see that, we can see that under paragraph 2.149. You've mentioned priority controlled operations there.
Yes.
Do you see that? And I think that you pick that up. If we move back to your I think that's reflected in your proof, where you also mention the fact that there are priority controlled arrangements, not signal controlled. May have got the wrong reference to 311, so forgive me. But that's...
I remember making the point
Yeah,
that
that's the
VISIM is
same
generally
point.
involved
Now-
signalised junctions.
Now again, help us with this. If the concern, which we've heard from the Highways Authority, that you were trying to address about backing up and this interaction of junctions, the fact that some are priority and not signalled control, I mean, how can that be relevant? It's not going to that shouldn't determine whether or not there's going to be interaction or backing up with other junctions, is it?
Well, as soon as you use signals or the pedestrian crossing, you immediately halt all traffic movements, and that causes a, what's the best way to define this? A controlled queue on the network. So you need to understand those relationships. So signalised junctions do play an important role in causing queuing on the network. These are priority control junctions, so it's more about the relationship with traffic and how they can get through there, and is there a dominant flow that may constrain network operations. So on that arrangement, yeah. So that's where the analysis, so that's why that's why in London they use micro simulations, because they have lots of signalised crossings which do manage and control and generate queuing.
If you have a series of priority control junctions and they're all interacting in a way, if the network is clogged and they're all beginning to interact with each other,
Yeah.
the fact that there are priority controlled arrangements, that's not relevant to determining whether you need to run a network model or not, is it? How can it be? You've still got the same problem.
So I've given my reasons why we haven't used the VISIM model, but if I could just draw reference to what was cited at me, which is the Transport for London guidance, which seems to be the basis of this conversation, which is the statement, micro-simulation models are useful when modelling heavily congested conditions where network suffers poor performance. In the section that we are talking about, within the TA addendum, should I just draw reference to National Travel Survey 0901, which is provided at Appendix H. The data shows that nationally, between 2017 and 2021, annual car mileage has reduced by approximately 32%. So there's lots of reasons presented to Baines about why we haven't used the VISIM modelling. I'm not disagreeing that it may not be used on a network where there are no signalised junctions, but I have listed in my proof lots of reasons why you would use it, a lot of those reasons were not apparent in this area.
Pinto, we can...
Yeah.
I didn't ask you about all those other reasons. I was asking you about the reason you put forward about priority control arrangement. I think you said you don't disagree that it's not necessarily the determinant for whether you use a network or standalone model. Can we agree on that much?
You can use a network model for priority controls.
Thank you. Now, the interactions with public transport, and I'm taking this from the reasons you gave in your evidence in chief. And we can see that, I think, again, at 311, reflecting 311 of your proof, where you say the focus of the modelling is on the performance and optimization of 6 priority injunctions with no need for detailed vehicle behavior analysis, assessment of non-motorized users, overall relationship with bus movements. I think you've said it elsewhere. I think you can see at 310, no need to model the performance of the public transport system. Now, in this case, just want to understand why interactions with transport here, why isn't that not relevant in this network? I mean, we know, for example, that there's a bus lane approaching the Red Line roundabout from coming out of Bath to the south, isn't there? Towards Odd Down roundabout. There's a. Yes, I was right. So,
Yeah.
sorry, I was interrupted. There's a bus lane coming down towards Red Line roundabout from the north.
Yeah.
And there's a bus stop, for example, on the way down to the Odd Down roundabout, isn't there? The inspector can see for himself when he drives there. So those sorts of interactions with public transport, those are all things that would be relevant when determining whether to use a network model or not, wouldn't they?
Just to confirm, is it the proof of evidence rebuttal we're referring
so
to, not my
I'm
proof? Sorry, I just wanted to.
Yeah,
I am looking
I'm
at my
on your-
rebuttal.
Yes, I'm on your rebuttal.
So I've listed things that you would look at, and the things that you have suggested would be things that would be considered when deciding to use a microsimulation network model.
Okay, so we can agree that interaction with public transport is a factor here.
It's a factor that would be considered.
Now, just to make good the point about how, let's just go to look at how Baines responded to the evidence you put forward in the addendum. Can I take you to well, let's actually start. There's one more point. CDAA 0.37, that's the initial Baines September 22 response. Do you have that in front of you?
Just a second, sorry, I got logged out. So CDAA.
37. I'm going to just briefly take you to electronic page 4. We've already heard extensive reference to this. Do you have that in front of you?
I'm just in the process of getting it. Sorry, it's CDAA
CDAA 0.37.
37.
Yeah. Electronic page 4.
Yes, the highways officer's response.
And this is what they were concerned about,
Yeah.
saying the VISIM model is not being used to assess the impact of proposals on the wider network and show the impact of additional queuings between junctions. I don't want to go back over that. We've just discussed this. But I just wanted to take you to the final paragraph, please. And this is another concern of Baines. The site has been allocated and tested in principle for 300 dwellings. The proposal seeks to increase this by some 73%. This significant increase in trips on an already congested network, do you see that?
Yes.
Will result in more congestion. So Baines had also identified that there was already, well, certainly at that stage, they'd already identified that it was a congested network. That was the view of Baines Highways at that stage, wasn't it?
Yeah, Baines do use the phrase a congested network.
And when we fast forward, so we've taken it out of turn, we've looked at your addendum. Let's go to CDAA 71, please.
Sorry, CDAA.
CDAA 71, and this is
71.
the Baines Highway response to your addendum.
Yep.
And this is the we can find on I think on page 6, the electronic page 6 traffic impact assessment.
Is it the one with the roundabout
Yeah.
on it? Yep.
And it says, HDM previously queried why the odd-down area Vissim model has not been used to assess the impact of development on the road and wide network. The applicant has provided justification within Appendix B, it's the one we've just discussed, on why this has not been utilised. And 3 reasons are given, aren't they? Age of the model. Do you see that?
Yeah, I found it.
Yeah. So, third, I'm on electronic page 6, third paragraph, so just under traffic impact assessment. Just check you're with me. And we have Baines, this is Baines' sort of reasons for agreeing with you. I say you, I don't mean that in a personal sense.
The applicant in touch, yeah.
Your firm, or the applicant as advised by you in your firm. The applicant has provided justification citing age of the model. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Now that's a Vissim specific reason, isn't it?
Yes, because
Yeah.
Baines' dialogue was only on
Yeah.
Vissim.
Unrepresentative traffic flows, queue lengths, that's a specific concern with the Vissim model previously used.
Yeah.
And unrealistic trip rates, that's the third reason.
Yeah, summarised by the officer in their decision making, which aligns to some of the points made within the addendum.
But in terms of if the inspector was to feel that those reasons, the Highways Authority has elided the reasons for not using the old Vissim model with the reasons for using a network model, that would be relevant to the weight to be attached to the Highways Officer's change of view, yes or no?
Sorry, can you repeat it, please? Because I'm slightly confused
so the
by the
three-
following
let me
section,
put it
the following
this way.
sentence of that paragraph,
Yeah.
which says, standalone modelling utilised in the assessment of the proposed development is acceptable. So the questioning of, but why haven't we still done a Vissim? I'm just finding that a bit confusing,
Well, if-
because we're guided by the planning process.
The inspector, if the inspector feels that we've looked at those 3 reasons and we've agreed those are Vissim model reasons, yes? We don't want to go back over that.
Yeah, yeah.
Now, if the inspector's looking for reasons as to why a network model has been decided by the Highways Authority to be appropriate as opposed to a standalone model, nothing to do with the type of programme or the Vissim, those reasons can't be relevant to that question, can they? So you've just accepted they relate to the Vissim model, not that question.
Sorry.
Those 3 reasons
Yeah.
are not relevant or to the question of whether one should use a network model as opposed to a junction model, are they? They're reasons related to why you shouldn't use the Vissim model.
Or a Vissim model, because the discussion with Baines Highways was using a new Vissim model, not just the 2014 Vissim model, because it would be wholly inappropriate to use a model that is that old. So when we submitted the transport assessment, they came back and effectively went, in phase 1 you did a Vissim model, why aren't you doing a Vissim model this time? We explained the position to them, and they accepted that standalone modelling of the proposed development is acceptable. And that was discussion on, Baines Highways were fully entitled to ask for a model that wasn't Vissim. I mean, we did have extensive conversations with ATOM, and ATOM, like Tetra Tech, S-Parametres, Vissim models, there's a variety of modelling that we're all experienced in, and we had those conversations. And that's why it's concentrated on the addendum, because that's a summary of those conversations. And this is an interim officer's report, it's not the final one where they go, actually, we've addressed all their matters. It actually shows that Baines actually asked us to get them a lot more information through our submissions, and we came back to them every time.
That's all very, very useful, and you've had your chance to give evidence in chief. But just finally, if you don't agree with me, that's fine. Yes or no? Those three reasons are not relevant reasons to the question or to the addressing the concerns that Baines had previously, which was junction interaction and the fact that they referred to congestion. It's not addressing those 2 points, is it? Yes or no? Are those
Well, the matters that you have quoted are addressing the query of why the odd-down Vism model had not been used.
Well, I think we've got
Yeah.
the point. I'm not going to. I'm going to note that he hasn't answered the question,
Okay.
sir,
That's
with
fine.
a
I
yes or
think-
no.
Yeah.
You've got the point.
I have the point.
Yeah.
How are we doing? Are we at a point?
Yes, this
break?
might, if you want to break.
If that's
yes, sir.
if that's suitable for you and your questions, how are we doing in terms of your
We've
progress?
about halfway through, sir. Maybe I'll speed things up a bit.
Okay. Well, we'll take a 15-minute break if that's enough time. Well, so we say it's just gone. Cause that clock is still. No, look at that clock. It's,
So before you do, I think in the light of my learned friend's estimate, and I'm not in any way being critical, just
That's how it goes.
conclusion, I think we can stand down the landscape witnesses for the end of today, if that's acceptable.
I think that sounds likely because I'm assuming there may be some questions for Mr. Pinto from interested parties, and then obviously you'll wish to re-examine. So I think we'll work on the basis that we'll aim to finish Mr. Pinto today and then start afresh tomorrow.
And so I made the executive decision on this side on the basis that we'll start to get very cold on this side to close the window. I don't know if you're content with that.
And at one point I noticed the technicians with their jackets on, so I realised you can't win,
I
unfortunately.
think there was talk of starting a fire just behind us to stay warm.
Well,
Notwithstanding the warmth
but
of your
thank you.
tie,
I
sir.
think it helped having the window open for the period.
I think it did.
Thank you. So we'll adjourn and we'll come back at 3:35. Thank you. I have now received a email from my case officer with the hopefully the missing documents. I've got the 2-page one with a graph. No, there's one page with a graph at the top, isn't there? Oh no, two-page document TRL, and then a 1-page document with a graph at the top of the page.
That's exactly right.
Yeah,
the
so I
section
now
that was-
have the right things.
And the section that was read out is the one which has queuing in bold, about 2/3 of the way down the page.
Start queue, end queue.
That's the one.
Yeah, okay, thank you. That's
And
helpful.
so the fault is mine because I managed to send the wrong documents out to my learner friends and also Ms
Sorry,
Fraser.
it's my
Right.
fault.
So apologies for
I
that.
think we all have the right things now, so hopefully, yeah. Anything else, any other procedural points? If not, then Mr. Neal, would you like to continue with your cross-examination?
Mr. Pinto, calibration next, please, if I may. As I understand it, your case is that you did calibrate the model by reviewing CCTV, yes?
Correct.
So you don't disagree that you should calibrate a model to check that it's realistic? You can agree that?
I agree you should calibrate a model to make sure it's realistic. Yeah.
And again, to save time, going for an hour. Main points, your main points about calibration, I think they're set out in your rebuttal. Is that right?
I believe so, and it may be I refer to some stuff in my proof if I feel it's not explained well.
And you still stand by what you said in your main proof? You're not residing from anything in your main proof?
I stand by it, given the clarification this morning on that sentence
On
about
that-
on the stationary queue, a slow-moving queue and a rolling queue. So that was
Okay.
my clarification point on that section.
Now, let's just start again. Guidance, please. At paragraphs 2.2 to 2.11 of your proof, you refer to the web tag guidance that has been cited by Mr. Russell. Do you recall your analysis in your rebuttal about that?
Sorry, I'm just finding it. Is this the rebuttal proof?
Rebuttal, yes.
proof. Sorry, it's the wrong PDF.
Yeah.
And it was 2.11.
Yes,
I
and
remember
2.11,
clearly.
you remember I flagged
There
it
we
up
go.
that you were saying paragraphs taken out of context.
Yes,
Okay.
I found the paragraph.
Yeah. Now, I just want to be clear, so I've a note for my submissions why you say he's taken, Mr. Russell took those sections of the web tag guidance out of context. Now, we're going to have a look at that guidance if we need to in a moment. But Mr. Russell was referring about the need to calibrate, wasn't he, a model?
Yes.
And he set out at tag unit 1.1, what the tag guidance says. Just to be clear, tag guidance is issued by the DFT, is that right? Just before we get on to this, there's an assumption sometimes between counsel and expert what who's published this. Tag guidance, is that central DFT guidance or?
I believe so. I'm just going to go and find it in
Don't
my...
worry, if I'm sure it'll be taken to re-examination if I've got the wrong, if it's not DFT guidance. That's not what I wanted to ask you about. Now, can we just look at the points that have been set out at paragraph 3.3 of Mr. Russell? He says this: tag unit identifies this is done. He says, before using any model, it's essential to check produces credible outputs consistent with observed behavior. Do you see that?
Yep.
You don't disagree with that as a proposition? That's why you calibrate.
That is why you calibrate. Sorry, can you just remind me where in his proof?
3.3 of his proof.
3.3. Yep, I found it.
Now he's referred to the tag unit 1.1, and he and he says the way one can carry out that check is you construct a model base year, and you compare the output with data independent from its construction. They call that validation, and then it says checking its response to changes in inputs is realistic, based on results from empirical evidence, realism testing. Do you see that?
Yep.
And then you check the model responds appropriately to all its main inputs. Now, do you disagree with any of that?
I don't disagree. I think it's good guidance.
So Mr. Russell was right to refer to the guidance. You haven't disagreed with it. He was right to refer to it, wasn't he?
Yeah, I'm not wholly disagreeing with reference to the guidance.
Now, Mr. Russell's also referred to TRL, the company that designed the Junction 9 software, hasn't he?
Yes.
He said that tells us that you should calibrate using Q-length data, and he says that at missed the reference. Sorry, yes, 3 points.
Yeah, I think he's referring to the TRL document measuring Qs as all a waste of time, and it discusses the pros and cons, when it should be used, but also that it should use multiple days. I think that's the document.
But in
Yes.
principle, you don't take any issue with his, I mean, you haven't in your proof, but you haven't taken issue with, we don't take any issue with his citation of this as being guidance and helpful guidance for the inspector.
Yeah, the TRL reports are helpful guidance.
And as I understand it, it's your position in your rebuttal that you followed that guidance, and we can see that if we need to, but are you going to dispute that, that you followed this guidance?
Yes.
Okay. Now, so we can accept, or we can agree that what you need to do, therefore, is calibrate the model. You compare to calibrate the model, you have a look at the model, and then you compare that to observe Q lengths. I think we can agree that.
Yeah, that was part of the process.
Now, your position, as I understand it, is that you had several meetings, and I'm looking at what you said in your proof, and I quote, you had several meetings with the Highways Authority to evidence junction operation. And you can see that at 216 of your rebuttal.
Yeah, that did form the basis of meetings with the Highway Authority.
And then at 214, just jumping up, you say, first sentence of 214, key data was indeed used with Tetra Tech and Baines reviewing CCTV footage. Do you see that?
Just finding the paragraph. Q data was indeed used to validate the models with Tetra Tech and Baines reviewing footage, yes.
Now, without giving evidence, I'm afraid I just don't really understand what you mean by Q data there. There's a distinction, isn't there, between the physical act of sitting down, and I'm not saying flippant with, I don't know whether you were sitting down there with Baines Highways at the time or not, sitting down and watching the TV, the CCTV, and extrapolating Q-length data from that CCTV. There's a distinction, isn't there, between those two processes?
Sorry, can you repeat the two processes again?
There's a distinction between the physical action of viewing CCTV and extrapolating Q-length data from it. Two different things, aren't they?
By extrapolation, do you just mean documenting it on like a sheet of paper or something?
Yes, well, I mean more than that. Yes, that That's true. I agree with
I
you
would say
there.
it'd form part of the
Yeah.
whole process of you would watch the footage and you'd make notes and you would have discussion.
What one does is actually look at that data, look at that CCTV footage, 'cause that's all it is, and then turn it into data. That's the distinction between CCTV video and data from it. You need some numbers to come out of that review, don't you?
For the meetings and discussion, numbers were discussed.
And at 2.21 of your proof, when you assert that, as I understand it, you're asserting that calibration was done here, you say the following: observed Q data was submitted in the form of CCTV footage. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, I'm suggesting to you that that's a nonsense, isn't it? Just for the reasons you just said. There's a clear difference between submitting footage, that's all it is, and the data extrapolated from that footage.
So ACOM completed their own independent analysis of the footage. We completed our own analysis of the footage, and then we had meetings to discuss said analysis. So I perceive that as quite robust, because we weren't trying to influence them in every way. We've formed our opinions. Here's the information to you, and allowed them, a reputable highway consultant, ACOM, to form their own.
You're giving evidence to the public inquiry. I'd like
Yeah.
you to be accurate here.
Yes.
That information that you submitted was simply the CCTV footage, wasn't it?
Correct. Yes.
I just want to make a note, because it wasn't clear in evidence chief. No other information was submitted, just the footage.
The footage was submitted.
So when you say you did some independent analysis and submitted that, in terms of the analysis of the CCTV footage, we have your interpretation of it, and we've seen that in your proof, but we don't have any extrapolation of data from that CCTV survey, do we?
Well, independent analysis would have formed the models that we submitted to the highway officer for their review, and it would have formed the basis of discussions with ACOM once that they had reviewed the models, raised a query, asked for the footage because they wanted to check it, and we provide them the footage.
Now, the truth of what happened, or rather the accurate way, to be fairer to you, characterizing what happened, we can see that at paragraph 3.67 of your main proof, can't we? Can I just ask you to look that up?
So is it 3.67?
3.67.
Okay.
You've said there, and you positively asserted, modeling outputs were not reviewed against Q survey data. Do you see that?
I do.
So what you're saying there is you didn't employ anyone to sit there and look at the CCTV. Perfectly acceptable use. We've heard from Mr. Russell, nothing wrong with using CCTV. But what you mean by there is no one extracted data from the CCTV to work out length of queues or length of delays. That process just wasn't carried out, was it?
So this is in reference to a quantifiable queue survey data that would have been provided by a third-party survey company. And we're very clear in other parts of the document that we did not obtain quantifiable queue survey data.
Yes, you
So
said,
when we discuss queue survey data, that is what we refer to.
well, I'm talking about, that's in the context of calibration. The inspector can see what you said. Modeling outputs were not reviewed against Q survey data. Now, as I understood it, that meant that you, and you didn't employ anyone to do it for you, did not, from that CCTV survey, extrapolate any data as to queue lengths or delays. Is that a fair characterisation of
The CCTV footage was reviewed to determine queuing at the junction in comparison to delays to understand the operation of the junction.
I know it was reviewed. Did anyone sit there? It must be a fairly mindless task, and not one that one would enjoy. Did anyone sit there and look at on sample days and measure the length of queues and the timing of cars passing through?
Notes would have been made when our team were reviewing the footage, as I imagine notes would have been made when ACOM were reviewing the
So
footage.
just so I've got a note, yes or no, did anyone sit there, has anyone sat there and extrapolated that data and measured queue length or length of delays?
Yes, they would have.
They would have, or did they?
Yes, they would have documented the delay in operation of the junction and the vehicles going over the giveaway line and stopping.
Where is that documentation?
We've
been asking it for, Mr. Russell has been asking for, setting aside the CCTV survey, he's been asking for quantified objective data for a number of weeks. Does that data exist? Not would it have been done, does it exist or not?
It does not exist because the documentation was prepared for meetings.
I don't understand that. Did that documentation, yes or no, contain objective, quantified queue data and queue delay data?
It would have provided guidance notes on the operation of the junctions, of what's going on, and that would have referred to timings and that would have referred to number of vehicles. We did not sit there and document for every single minute.
I'm not suggesting every single minute.
Okay.
Yes or no, final, if you can't give an answer, you've referred to would. As a matter of fact, yes or no, did anyone extract from the CCTV footage the queue length and delay time data, or any queue length or delay time data, into a document that was
No,
submitted?
not into a document.
Now, so what we, as far as I can understand, what your position is that rather than any survey being done, and we can come on to this, what you looked at is you formed a view as to whether what you could see on that CCTV survey suggested congestion, yes?
Correct.
And we've heard a discussion about what a queue means, whether it's a rolling queue, stationary. I'm not going to go over all of that again. But what we do know that you disagree, for example, with what Mr. Bales has said in terms of what the drone survey footage shows, yes? You've disputed that?
I've disputed his interpretation of the drone footage, yes.
And so, as we've heard in questions being put to you, there's an element of professional judgment as to what is a congestion. One man's queue is another man's or woman's rolling queue. Yeah. There's an element of professional judgment.
Yeah.
So differences of opinion as to whether or not there's a queue caused by congestion. Those differences of opinions can arise.
Yeah.
And there is inevitably, it's a professional opinion, but ultimately there's going to be a question of subjective judgment creeping in when looking at footage or CCTV footage, if one doesn't actually measure the delays and the length of time. You're just going to sort of have to form your own subjective view as to whether that's a queue or not, aren't you?
Yes, and that is consultancy. We would consult on the outputs of the modelling and of the CCTV footage.
It's ultimately going to be a subjective view, albeit one reached by a professional.
Yes.
Yeah. And given that we've already seen that one can form a difference of professional opinion with Mr. Bales' analysis, yeah, What the inspector needs to understand is, well, who's right or wrong in terms of Mr. Bales's analysis. You say it's a mischaracterization to describe that as congestion, yes? So the inspector needs to decide who's right or wrong.
Well, I don't think I'm not disputing that there are high traffic levels on that junction. I'm disputing the operation of the roundabout to accommodate those traffic levels in a safe and suitable manner.
Well, as I understand, it's your evidence. We can go to your rebuttal. You're saying the drone footage that Mr. Bales submitted doesn't actually show queuing or congestion caused by capacity issues, yes? That's your position.
Can you advise me?
We can look at the rebuttal.
Just, I don't remember saying there's no queues. There were quite clearly
well, that's why I asked
stopping at the giveaway.
Congestion caused by capacity. I was being quite...
Okay.
I didn't want to use it in
I'm not disputing it's not congestion caused by capacity.
You're not disputing that there is congestion?
Well, it's the subjective definition of what congestion is. Vehicles arrive at the giveaway line and they stop, and vehicles use the surgically flow. And there's a dominant movement, but then it stops and another movement goes.
So
I mean, I've viewed the video footages, like, yes, we are in a peak hour, and the peak hour accommodates a lot of commuter movements.
I just want to understand, so that way I won't have to cross-examine you on it. Are you now saying that the drone footage does show congestion caused by capacity issues?
No, it's not by, not by the geometrics of the roundabout. I believe it is to do with the pedestrian crossing predominantly.
Now, one of the reasons to resolve this ultimately, what you've accepted as an ultimately subjective judgment by professionals as to what an image may or may not show, that's why it's important, isn't it, to extrapolate data so that it can be tested objectively by both by the public and by the inspector, yes?
Yes.
And although you may take issue with it, we can see in Mr. Bales's report, he did at least attempt to extrapolate some data from the drone survey footage, didn't he?
The data that's shown by the Alan Bales report does not share its methodology, and it also just goes through sporadic minutes over the course of the peak hour, and it does not actually advise, in terms of like what we would be expected to submit to Baines Highways to get an opinion on, you know, what they want and what's going on at the junction. There's quite a lot of holes in the data. Yes, it's derived from the drone footage, but it's not derived from a queue survey, which you can get a third party undertaken, or speed surveys. A lot of it is subjective opinions at the same time.
I didn't ask you about that. I asked you, he made an attempt to extrapolate data from the drone survey footage, didn't he? You may disagree with what he extrapolated, but he made an attempt to do so, didn't he?
He did make an attempt.
And that attempt, we can see, if one goes to, it might just be helpful to go to that. It's at, I think the easiest reference is it's at the back of Mr. Russell's proof, the Alan Bales report. Do you have that at Appendix?
Appendix C?
Appendix C, yes.
I do have Appendix C, yes.
So I'm just going to, I've got too many screens open. So
I welcome it. There's a lot of PDFs.
Now, can I just so we can remind ourselves what that is, page 50, please.
Is that the big number?
It's the internal...
It's the big number.
Yeah, the middle number, the one that Mr. Tucker was doing some maths on.
Thank you.
Page 53. Do you see that? He's extracted queuing times.
Page 53.
Electronic page 53.
Oh, sorry, I've gone to page 56 then. Of the
yes, sir.
Yep, I found the table. I've got table 2.3 in that page.
Now, you may disagree with the conclusions Mr. Bales draws for all the reasons you've said, But that is precisely the kind of extrapolation of quantified, observed data that one would expect to see and then test, isn't it? That's exactly what we've been asking for from you.
I would not expect to see that after reviewing the drone survey footage, which does show a lot of varying movements at the roundabout. After reviewing the footage and reviewing the stills, I would suggest that the worst case scenarios, the maximums, have been obtained, and then that is what has been presented here. But also, we have not understand the methodology of how this has been calculated. So, for example, for 8 minutes 28, we haven't been advised, has one vehicle been followed? Has multiple vehicles been followed? So for me as a professional, from reviewing this data, I would ask for more information. So I agree he has attempted to do it, but because I am not aware of the methodology of how this conclusion has been made, I would seek further information.
So whilst you might dispute what he's done and the methodology behind that, you're not disputing that that is an example of observed measured queue length, or delay time. It might be something you disagree with. We're not asking the inspector to make any findings on this, but that is exactly the kind of data or the analysis that you could have done and presented to this inspector to see if it marries up with this, yes?
Well, I'd say the table format is in time joining the queue and the queuing time, but I'm unaware of the validity of the information within it.
And there was
So if your question is, does that table format provide advice?
no, that wasn't my question.
Yeah.
I was asking that you don't deny, or I was asking whether you agree that this is an example of observed queue length data.
It's an example of maximum queue length data, which is not what the model shows. The model shows mean queue length data. So the comparison cannot be made.
I'm not asking about the comparison. I'm asking,
Okay.
can we agree, yes or no, this is an example of observed queue length data taken from, in this case, drone camera footage? Yes?
It's a basic example.
Sorry?
I would say it's a very basic example.
Yes, but it's a very basic example.
I would say it's very basic.
And in the same way, Mr. Tucker was able to ask you, or ask Mr. Russell about averages and ask about assumptions of speed that's been used. The inspector, because he doesn't have this data from you or anything looking like it, the inspector doesn't know what assumptions you used in terms of queue speed, movement of traffic, the 3 mile an hour that we heard. He doesn't have that. He doesn't have that data, does he?
The data the inspector has is that we agreed this process with the Highway Authority, and after the submission of this document, it did not change the position of the Highway Authority, and that was after the Highway Authority had reviewed the information in my proof of evidence and Mr. Russell's proof of evidence. I'm aware that documentation has gone in after that, but I would assume the Highway Authority still maintains their position. And I think the fact that this was provided to us throughout the planning process, we take guidance and judgment from the Highway Authority. They effectively mark the work that we do, and they provide guidance for us to provide further assessments.
That wasn't my question. I asked you whether it's possible for the inspector, in the absence of this, any sort of extrapolation of data, it's impossible for the inspector to know what assumptions you applied in terms of, for example, length of or speed of cars moving along and whether that met your criteria as to whether that constitutes a queue or not. You just can't, no one can perform that exercise, can they?
Well, we've given advice to the inspector on what we believe a queue is, that vehicles moving less than 5 kilometres an hour, and there would be vehicles that would be stopping at give-way lines. The CCTV data is very large, it's very long, it would be a lot of information. We appended the case officer report to committee that confirmed the CCTV data had been reviewed, and I believe that would give confidence to the inspector that the highway officers had had sight of the data and conducted their analysis of it and had confirmed that priority modelling and the calibrations of the models were suitable, and therefore they are validated by the highway officers, because at the end of the day, they need to be validated by the highway officers.
Yes or no, please. It's
Yeah,
getting
okay.
late. You can repeat your case many times. We've all got it. It's in your evidence. Yes or no, it's impossible for the inspector, absent the data, the extrapolation of data, to test whether the assumptions you've applied for what is a queue is correct or not.
No, I don't believe it's impossible for the reasons that I have just stated.
Well, I've made the point, and I'll make submissions on that. Now, just looking at the updated or the evidence that was submitted recently by the updated motion transport note, I think that's January, forgive me, don't have the core document, it's the 22nd of January 2025, showing showing 3 images of taken from the drone survey report. ID2. Sorry, thank you, ID2, yeah, this is what I don't have. Do you have that in front of you?
I should be able to find it on my desktop. That's the 2 or 3 page technical note,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Now, one of the points you made in rebuttal in relation to this footage, and we're just going to look at to save time, the odd down roundabout. You assert in your proof, just say, and I'll be corrected if you'll be taking this in re-examination if I'm wrong, that these images show, so apologies, that you say that these images don't suggest queuing, but rather slow-moving traffic. Yeah, that's at 2.33 of your rebuttal. Do you see that?
So sorry, these images are from my rebuttal is what you're saying?
Yes, no, sorry. You're saying that these images that we're looking at, I've taken you straight to the motion transport note. Your case is that they don't suggest queuing, but rather slow-moving traffic.
I don't believe these images were in the motion proof because the motion proof did not have seconds on them.
Okay.
And I used specifically did I reiterate them in my proof? Is that what you're suggesting?
Well, no, what
in
I
my
want to
rebuttal?
understand is we can save time here. Now that you've seen the motion transport note and the measurements in there, are you still disputing whether that shows queuing rather than just slow-moving traffic?
So may I make 3 points on these images, which I assume are their new images?
Well, I just want to understand, yes or no, are you disputing that these show, that these still don't suggest queuing, based on these images? Do they or don't they suggest queuing?
Well,
Yes
the
or no?
images suggest the vehicles have moved over a 2-second period, but it's very hard to make that judgment, for the images are not time-stamped.
Well,
Although that we've got down there that they are the timings, I find it unusual that the images within the motion proof of evidence, the images that I have used, have retained the timestamp on. So I cannot give confidence that these images are 2 seconds apart. Nonetheless, if you look at certain vehicles, in image 1, by the 30-mile-per-hour roundel, there is a red car, then image 2, that has progressed probably about 10 meters in 2 seconds. And then in the other image, there is a car on it, and they look like they've moved a couple of meters. But it's very difficult for me to give a judgment because I cannot be certain what time these images are from.
Well, I just want to, just for a record, final question.
Okay.
Well, just say I have a note. Are you disputing that images 1, 2, and 3, and if you have a look at, for example, at the red car on the right, are you disputing that if those times are accurate, are you still saying that that doesn't represent queuing in that right-hand lane where that red car is?
I would
Is that
say
your evidence to this inquiry?
I would say it doesn't represent queuing, and I'm happy to give reasoning as to why it doesn't represent queuing. And that is because they are driving to the tradition of the road. They have grouped because they are going from 40 to 30 miles an hour. 30 is a cap. It is not a target. Vehicles would have slowed on approach. There is a roundabout 100 to 150 metres up the road, and they will have sight of that roundabout. So it's completely appropriate that they would be going less than 30 miles an hour. And yes, and driver behaviour would dictate some vehicles would be travelling very slowly and some would be travelling at a speed. And if we look further down, there are gaps in traffic which actually just suggest that some vehicles are purposely driving slowly. If we looked at the black car, for example, if we looked at the lane on the right, and about halfway up the picture, there's a very large gap in the carriageway. There's a lot of space there. And then in the next picture over, that space is still there. So that suggests to me a driver has identified that there's a car in front, and they are purposely moving very slowly, causing a rolling queue behind them, because they have not reached a point where they need to stop or give way. So I think there's an element of driver behaviour that's being shown here, and that is human behaviour. At the end of the day, I would say they are driving safely and suitably for this type of traffic level. And again, no incidences were recorded in this part of the highway. No incidences were documented by any of the drone surveys undertaken or presented here today. So we can discuss queues and we can discuss that, but ultimately, we don't know what time these photos were taken.
Well,
We've got an element of driver behaviour that's going on because there are gaps in traffic that aren't caused by a queue, and vehicles are shown to be moving forward.
You can see the timings taken, 8:36:18, 8:36:20, and then you have the overlay 8:36:18 with 8:36:20. I mean, this is just one example. But that red car on the right is stationary, isn't it?
But in the motion proof of evidence, you had the time and the date stamps, and that, for some reason, has not been provided.
I'm not asking about the date stamps. I'm saying if those timings are accurate, 8:36, 8:20, 8:36 overlaid with 8:66, that red car in the right-hand lane, correct me if I'm wrong, has not moved, has it?
Sorry, let me jump back.
And the inspector can see for himself, that is a queue.
Well, I'm unaware of what may be causing the queue, because there's significant gaps in front of them.
And it's precisely this sort of argument that we're having now that shows the need to have observed queue length data, isn't it? Because then we're not into these subjective views about what is a queue and what isn't. It absolutely illustrates the point that the parish councils have been making all along.
I've given my reasons as to what's going on for this, and it is not the place of policy to protect commuters on an A road, and we need to give consideration as transport planning professionals what's going on this road. This is a key commuter corridor into Bath. As planning professionals, we need to give consideration to what the purpose of this part of the highway and the junction is. This is the first roundabout into into the urban realm, and it is designed to slow and it's designed to store traffic so that when it enters the urban realm, vehicles can move safely and suitably and not impact other transport users. So I would suggest that this road is operating into the manner that is designed to, but also the mitigation that's been proposed by my applicant that will fund the Sommer Valley lanes and meet the shortfall in that spending will provide a level of relief to this road. So we have provided suitable mitigation for the traffic levels that are documented by the drone survey to be higher in 8 till 9 in the morning. We cannot design the road network to accommodate all hours of the day. That would be over-engineering the issue. So you're right, we can spend all day here debating what a queue is, but my understanding is that the purpose of this appeal is not to document what is a queue. It is to adhere to policy. Is there a severe impact? Officers have said that there isn't. I say there isn't, and no information has been provided that there are any safety issues that are currently being generated.
And the answer to my question, please.
Okay.
Oh, you've again, not sure, I haven't stopped you. Don't want to stop you saying what a qualifying your answer. But the criticisms you're making about these images and what they do and don't show, those are all criticisms I can't even put to you because you haven't put any of this sort of data in or extrapolated any of the data into something in the tabular form that we've seen in Mr. Bales' report. So it's do you see the point, Mr. Pinto?
Well, what is the question?
The point is that again, it comes back to my initial question. The criticisms you're making of this Bales report, yes, and whether these show queuings or not, are criticisms that the inspector can't, or points that the inspector can't even begin to apply to your evidence because you haven't put the data in.
My position on the Bales report aligns with the highways officers that I take guidance from. It was reviewed, and it was not to give them any information that they were not aware of, and a lot of the information within the report had already been addressed through the assessment, the addendum, the second addendum, and the technical notes. The information in front of me is not from the Alan Bales report. The information in front of me was provided a week ago.
We're going to just finally look at this question of how a standalone model actually works. Now, one of the other criticisms that's been made of the work you've done relates to, you've heard the evidence of Mr. Russell, relates to this question of throughput versus demand. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Now, as I understand it, a standalone model, when one employs a surveyor to gather data or to look at a standalone model and to do a count and to model it, what one's looking at is entry and exit from a junction. Is that right? You're looking at, so you have a look at a particular junction and you count and you try and you count how many cars are entering and how many cars are leaving that junction. That's part of the process, yes?
Yes, a third-party company provides us that information.
And that's what Streetwise did. They didn't look at queue length, did they? They just counted cars coming in and cars leaving any particular junction.
Correct.
And then what that spits out, and I don't use that in a pejorative term, that you then model that, and that produces a modeled queue length answer. Yeah, a queue length number.
Yeah, which needs to be needs to be then be compared to all aspects of the model's outputs.
And the outcome of that's set out at 4.2 of your table 4.2 in your main proof. I'm just going to find, yes, well actually let's take, sorry, 4.1, and that's on page, I've got a paper copy. Doesn't have page numbers, unfortunately, which doesn't help.
It's
page AK4 and
64 of 113.
64. Now,
Table 4.1.
table 4.1. Okay. Now, what this is showing us, and if we take odd down, so that's the third column down, the odd down roundabout A367, odd down park and ride. Do you see that?
Yep.
Just an example, that's telling us there's a delay of 14 seconds there.
Mm-hmm.
And then red line, we can see a delay of 15 seconds. Yeah?
Yep.
And just to be absolutely clear, that is a normal, your evidence is that's a normal free-flowing junction, and these timings are just the operation of the junction, caused by the operation of the junction, yes?
Yep.
Not by congestion. Yeah?
Yep.
So what you have to do with a standalone model, if you do think there is congestion occurring, you have to stick that into the model and it spits out a bigger number, yes?
Yep.
And that's what the calibration process can do if you decide that's appropriate. Yeah.
Yeah?
And so ultimately, when the question for the inspector here is to decide whether that number that's been modelled, let's take odd down, 14.7 seconds, whether that is a realistic reflection of the evidence that he has heard in this inquiry, yes? And it coincides with the evidence that he's heard in this inquiry, yes?
Yes?
He'll have to take a view whether on the drone survey, he'll have to decide what weight to attach to the drone survey footage, yes?
Yes?
He'll have to decide what weight to attach to the third parties who've all given evidence over the last few days about the delays they've encountered at this particular location, yes?
Yes?
And he'll have to take into account, we've heard from Mr. Russell, his observations of the junction when he visited, yes?
He will take into account all aspects of the material submitted.
Now, if the inspector was to find that there was a huge discrepancy between what has been observed by people, whose evidence that he's heard today, a huge discrepancy between those figures suggesting 14, 15-second delay and what is going on the ground, that has to be a sign, doesn't it, that something has gone badly wrong with your model, if he takes all that evidence into account.
Can I just confirm we're talking about Table 4.1?
Yes.
Table 4.1 is the material submitted within the transport assessment. It includes a 7% discount due to Baines meeting their 2030 climate change initiative. The inspector will not find that because that is the forecast modelling year. Table 4.2 contains the information in the addendum. Table 4.3 has the information that has been consistently cited to me whilst discussing the Statement of Common Ground as being the matter of fact, and that is our sensitivity assessment, which is Baines not achieving their climate change targets due to the failure of implementing the strategic schemes that my client will be funding.
Put it to you again, if the inspector takes into account all the evidence he's heard from third parties today, over the course of this inquiry, and if he takes into account the drone survey footage, the photographs we've seen from Bales, and if he takes into account Mr. Russell, who's also said he's observed the junction, that all points, doesn't it, to a massive discrepancy between your observed forecasts, albeit tweaked for sensitivity, between your observed forecasts of baseline conditions at these junctions. There's a huge discrepancy, isn't there?
So in table, just to confirm the numbers, because I don't think we've repeated them. So in table 4.3, it will be an average delay of 24 seconds per vehicle in the AM peak, and remembering that this will be over a 90-minute period, 15 minutes before and 15 minutes after. And then if we look at I believe it's the A367 Wellsbury, A302 Froome Road, the roundabout, which is known as the Red Lion roundabout, we have forecast delays of 174 seconds and 15 seconds. So just to provide inspector that when you do make these visits, if you just please take that into account, and these are mean operations for queuing and delay, and the information within the Alan Bales document are just the maximums over the course of 7 periods.
Yes or no, there's a huge discrepancy between your observed figures there and what this inquiry has heard from third parties, from Mr. Russell and his evidence. Yes or no?
No.
That's your evidence. There's no discrepancy.
Because we are quoting mean queues, everybody else is quoting maximum.
And in terms of your ultimate conclusion that nothing has gone wrong with the modelling here, the inspector will have to decide that based on as we know from the TAG guidance, on empirical evidence, yes, and observed data, yes?
Yes.
And if he takes the view that he is going to take into account the observed data in the Bales survey report, that results in a complete discrepancy with your modelling, doesn't it?
Our modelling, which takes into account was observed via CCTV, the TAG guidance advises scoping with key stakeholders such as the local highway authority, who then fed back to us concerns with the parish councils on a number of areas, such as the area of natural beauty, such as tuning in various parts, and this guided the modelling process. And we agreed the modelling process, and we calibrated and validated that in agreement with the highway officer, who at the time was ACOM, operating on behalf of the highway officer, who is a very reputable firm, and then post-January 2024 was directly a member of the Baines Highways team, or the Highways team at Baines. And that is the purpose of the modelling that has been submitted. We have been guided by the planning process, we have been very collaborative within our efforts, and we have gone back and we have made refinements when requested.
So I have no further questions for Mr. Pinto.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Neal. Are there any other questions for Mr. Pinto from any interested parties? Nope. If not, then Mr. Tucker, do you have questions for Mr. Pinto in re-examination?
I do, sir, but it won't take long.
Okay, well, if you'd like to go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. Mr. Pinto, I've got, I think, 4 areas I want to ask you about,
Okay.
and I'm going to do them in reverse order to add a sense of unnecessary frisson to the proceedings.
Fantastic.
Table 4.3, first of all, please, which I've now managed to remove from my notes. 4.3.
Yep.
My learned friend asked you to undertake an exercise of comparing what you present in 4.1 and you took into 4.3.
Yes.
Just remind me why you took into 4.3 rather than 4.1?
So 4.1 is the TA with the Baines climate change initiatives on the network. And then 4.3 is actually saying what would happen in 2029 if Baines did not meet their climate change goals, which is a 25% reduction of car mileage across the county, which was quantified and agreed with Baines to comprise a 7% discount to baseline traffic levels, not to committed development levels, and not to this development site at all.
So it doesn't include the 7% discount?
It does not include the 7% discount, and I thought the planning inspector should be aware of that statement and correction.
And then the other point that you made was to say this deals with a mean max queue, not a maximum queue.
Correct.
So just to understand that, so just interested in the odd down roundabout for these
Yeah.
purposes. You drew attention to 24.31 seconds being the average delay in respect of each and every vehicle over a 90-minute cycle.
Correct.
When you've looked at the drone footage, is each and every vehicle delayed by that amount?
I saw many occasions where it took vehicles 30 seconds to clear the roundabout. And there were occasions, because this is a mean, that it took longer than 30 seconds. And there were occasions, such as in the approach to 9 o'clock, where it took 5 seconds to clear the roundabout. It is a mean.
So, sorry.
And I was going to say, it's exactly the same with the queue length of 5 vehicles. That does not mean that it will experience a vehicle queue length of 5 at every single period. To calculate a mean, it should be anywhere between 0 to a much higher number. That is a mean.
And if you then turn to the ABC consultancy report, so Appendix C of Mr. Russell's proof, page 55 of the big numbers. 55, 57 of the PDF.
Yes.
I think that's the inspector telling me that joke was flogged to death some time ago. Fair point, sir. Table 3.5. If I want to see what it is that Mr. Bales has done, subject to his caveats at the very end of this exercise, to compare to what's at 6.3, is it table 3.5 I need to look at?
Yeah, that would be a comparison to 6.3. Is that what you're after?
It is.
Yep.
And that's with commitment and without committed developments, and without committed developments, is it table 3.4?
Uh, 3.4. So 3.4 is the 2029 forecast year. 3.5 appears to be 2029 plus committed development, which will be sites that are built between now and 2029. Is there one on the other page?
No, I just wanted to then look at what he gives us the outturn for the delay.
Okay, so just to ask, sorry.
Oh, yeah.
There was a point made by Mr. Pinzetta then about table 3.5 in the Alan Bales study, comparing it to 6.3. I don't know what 6.3 is.
Sorry.
To 4.3.
Table 4.3.
Table 4.3,
Okay.
the one we were just looking at.
That's fine. I thought that was the case.
I'm so sorry, that's probably my fault.
Sorry, and then, yeah, carry on.
Yeah. And I just wanted to look what the comparative figures were from Mr. Bales's work compared to your work in 2029 with and without commitments, given the way in which it was forthrightly put to you about the outturn of your exercise and the sense that the inspector needs to bring to this.
Mm-hmm.
So when I look at your table 4.3 and the delay of 24.31 seconds,
Yep.
what do I compare that to from Mr. Bales's work?
I assume we would try to compare it to the maximum delay that he has recorded there.
Which is what?
That ranges from 7 to 62 seconds, dependent on the arms.
So, well, I'm hoping to look at the same arm. So how does your figure compare to that?
We need to refer ourselves to the appendix.
I just want to know if they're in the same ballpark, really.
Appendix W.
Yes, presumably.
Sorry, I'm just trying to find that modelling output within the appendices. Right, so it's in Appendix W. For the Odd-Down Park and Ride, the Sulis Manor Road will experience a delay of 24 seconds. The Park and Ride will experience a delay of 8 seconds. The A367, the southern arm, will experience a delay of 19 seconds. And the A367 North, bearing in mind that North would be the southbound movement to the junction, will experience a delay of about 9 seconds.
So looking at your table 3.4 of Mr. Bales's proof, the equivalent average delays would be 9, 24, 8 and 19. Is that right?
I believe so, yes. You've swapped
Those
them,
are average queue lengths, you told my learner friend, as opposed to maximum queue lengths.
Yeah. That's our modelling output.
So are you in the same ballpark or different ballpark?
I would say his are higher, and that was noted by the highway officer in their review that the Alan Bales surveyed of drone footage data and his modelling was higher, and he did a site visit and he did identify traffic levels which were in between our assessments and the Alan Bales assessments, because all of this is based off a single day's worth of traffic data.
Sure, but that higher, is that higher by orders of magnitude, or are you in the same ballpark?
I would say we're in the same ballpark because it's only about 20 to 30 seconds off.
Sorry, the Appendix W is quite a long appendix. I think it's 100 pages, so just helpful to know where Mr. Pinto was getting those
Oh, yeah.
figures from.
I'm getting it from page 31 of 105
Of Appendix W.
of Appendix W.
So if you're doing the sense check my learner friend invites you to undertake, based upon what we just looked at, what do you say? Does that tell you that you're, I think, wildly wrong was the point that was put?
I don't think we're wildly wrong. We predicted an 18-second mean delay. I can only go on the headings from the Alan Bales, which says max delay. I'm unsure what that is, but what minute he's referring to in that, and he's gone for 62 seconds. So 40 seconds being off for an average delay, that is not unreasonable. It was acknowledged by the highway officer that the Alan Bales did experience a higher level of traffic than when we completed our surveys, which could have been down to weather, could have been down to it being icy, rainy. We've had lots of things mentioned at this inquiry about that influences people's travel behaviour, and that will influence how they drive cars. Maybe, but it seems like the road is designed to make sure that people travel safely and suitably. And I don't really perceive an average delay of an increase of 40 seconds to be that far off.
And just to be clear, your figures, do they assume the calling of the pedestrian crossing for 18.5% of the time?
They do not incorporate the calling of the pedestrian crossing, which may be a primary reason why his are 40 seconds higher.
And do yours work on a maximum basis or a mean basis?
It will be the mean output from the model. We've just reported the models. The summary that are provided just provides on the worst case arm for that period. And then it's referenced where we actually have our tables, similar to how Alan Bales has put it, which is an excerpt from the transport assessment addendum, I believe.
Next, can I take you to ID2, please?
Okay.
I like ID2.
Just get it up.
We've got 3 images on ID2, and I'd like you to look at them, please.
The motion technical note.
And I'm not going to ask you to reflect upon descriptions of red car, black car. ID1 and ID2 are 2 seconds apart.
Allegedly, yes.
Well, let's work on the assumption that they are.
Yeah.
Forgive me, sir? ID2, sir, the 3 images. Yes, yeah. They're 2 seconds apart, we are told. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
How much drone footage was available to support this type of analysis?
I believe 3 hours.
Okay, so we've got 2 seconds out of 3 hours.
Mm-hmm.
When we look at the right-hand image, it said it's overlaying one photograph on another. You see that?
Yep.
So I think that means that where cars on the right-hand image look crisp, they haven't moved, and when they look blurry, they've moved. I think that's what we're to infer.
I think that's my interpretation of the images.
Because you've got multiple images overlaid on each other. Are you able to infer anything at all from the blurred images about how much of this is moving traffic?
I think a fair amount of it would be moving traffic, as there's a lot of blurring.
Lots of blurring, moving traffic over a 2-second period that's been identified by Mr. Russell out of 3 hours. What do you infer about the queue at this point in time, about whether or not this is moving or not moving by and large?
I would say it's moving.
What does that tell you about whether or not this is properly described as a queue or not? If anything.
See, the fact of the matter is that you have vehicles. We don't really understand what's going on in front of the vehicles from this, so we can only take thought as to what it's actually showing us. So the stationary vehicles may be stationary because there is a queue. However, we have vehicles on the right-hand side lane, which would be the left-hand side entry, further down where there's big gaps in traffic for no reason. So it's fairly ambiguous what parts actually do suggest a queue or not, because they haven't shown us other examples outside of this 2 seconds. To me, it would have made more sense to show 2-second intervals over a 60-second period. And then we could appropriately judge what's going on with the traffic. But this seems very out of context, given they had 3 hours worth of footage to provide these 2-second snapshot analysis.
Okay. Next issue, third issue, the issue about the hapless individual or individuals that are watching 7 times different junctions on 2 different occasions, so 14 days worth of junctions watching the CCTV. I just want to understand, was there ever a systematic public-facing document created by the individuals that were doing the task of reviewing the CCTV against the outturn of the models?
There was not.
Was one ever requested by
No.
the Highway Authority?
No.
Have you seen one produced by ACOM, which does a systematic public-facing document of the type being sought by Mullen and Friends?
I have not.
Does the absence of that systematic public-facing document from either your side or from the ACOM side give rise to any particular concerns in your mind?
No.
Why?
ACOM is an $8 billion company that specializes in design engineering. They are highly reputable and they work for a variety of clients, inclusive of central government, Ministry of Defence, Welsh Parliament, Scottish Government, and airports. And it's exactly the same with Tetra Tech. We're both professionals and we both operate to a standard, which was a statement that I made at the beginning of the proof.
You said, I think, 4 times to Mullen and Friend that the person or persons will be watching the footage, make notes, and then have a discussion.
Correct.
Are those internal or external notes?
They are internal.
The fact that those notes are not before us, what, if any, conclusion should we draw from that?
I think we need to rely on the respective colleagues to use professional judgment to provide advice. And that is exactly the same as to what happened with my peers at ACOM and with Baines.
Now, my learned friend put to you, as a flourish, the difficulty with that is with no, I'm using my terminology now, public-facing systematic documents being produced, that makes it very difficult for anybody outside of yourselves or ACOM to scrutinise this work. Could the CCTV information have been requested by the parish councils, having identified it exists by Mr. Bales last March, if not before?
It could have been requested by the parish council, though we would need to discuss the concept of GDPR. They may have had to come to our offices to view the footage.
Did they?
They did not.
And then final question. I'm going to view this as my first traditional question about highways that I would normally be asking in this sort of session of the day. Can you go back to table 4.3, please?
I have that table in front of me.
Now, very often at public inquiries of this nature, we spend a lot of time looking at ratio of flow to capacity when looking at junctions to see if the junctions will operate properly with the proposed development. To what extent does this document, table 4.3, about which you were asked questions, provide you with any assistance in terms of ratio of flow to capacity, and how does that help you with knowing how the junction will operate if it does?
So a standard process of this type of modelling is that we highlight the maximum RFC that is recorded at the junction. Every arm has an RFC. In layman's term, ratio to flow of capacity could be viewed as just capacity, with 0 being there's loads of capacity and 100% it's all full up. So this is recorded, so the statements that the row RFC is telling us how the junction is operating. For example, the Oddam Park and Ride roundabout would operate at 85% capacity, meaning there's 15% spare capacity.
Some of the RFCs, and we can see A367 Wellsway, Old Foss Way, are over 1. Do the ones give you any concern in relation to the outturn of RSC on those junctions?
The ones do not give me any concern because it's about the relationship with the pedestrian crossing that is located immediately north of the Old Fossway connection to the A367. Unfortunately, Junctions 9, although that you can put a crossing into the model, all it does is throttle capacity on the arm you have put the crossing on. So what we have done is that we have taken the modelling, considered the outputs, and then we've given professional judgment into how the junction actually operates at this part of the network. It's not always possible to actually model junctions because there's so many bespoke arrangements across the country. When the crossing is called, the old Fossway arm would empty. And in this instance, and it would be shown at Appendix W, the arm that is hitting these numbers is the old Foss Road arm, and the reason being is it's due to the volume of traffic on the A367 not leaving enough gaps for traffic to safely and suitably turn left and right. But when the crossing is called, it empties. The crossing is called more in the AM peak period, therefore this is how this junction operates within its capacity. And we use professional judgment with that, and we explained it, presented that information, had discussions with the Highway Authority, and it was agreed. And again, a review of CCTV footage actually showed this is how the junction operated. Crossing called, the arm emptied.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Pinto. I don't know, sir, if you have any questions.
No, that's fine. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you very
Pinto,
much,
for your time this afternoon. And thank you. So that brings the evidence of the highway witness for the appellant to a close, and obviously the highway matters generally. So obviously we're going to be adjourning for the day, but we'll obviously cover any procedural points that need to be covered now. And I see Mr. Morgan is hand poised on his microphone. Do you want to come in, Mr. Morgan?
I am hand poised on the very thing that isn't going to be here tomorrow. So I'm told that the microphones are needed elsewhere tomorrow. We're not live streaming tomorrow, and I'd like to think that we can manage without microphones.
It does occur to me that so we might be able to do a bit of reconfiguration with desks. In other words, Ms Jackson obviously wishes to sit as far away from me as possible for understandable reasons, but we can probably squidge our desk further down. Malone and Friend won't be here tomorrow, so we could lose perhaps the end desk from that side and then bring the public a little bit further forward, which might help.
No, sir. With your permission, I won't be here until planning. Yes, I'll come back for the planning evidence. But yeah, in my stead, there'll be a representative from Parish Council, whether that's Mr. Oswick or Mr. Garnett to my left. I'm not sure, but they'll box and cox between them. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So I think the only loose end from the highways was the question that you raised this morning about whether or not Mr. Pinto and Mr. Russell thought it might be useful for you to view some of the footage. Given how central the issue of the drone footage is, I certainly think it would be useful for you to have sight of that. Well, that's what I was going to suggest, perhaps before Mr. Russell and Mr. Pinto joyfully depart from the public inquiry room, where they might perhaps spend 10-15 minutes identifying some parts of the video that may be viewable on a sort of 10-15 minute basis. And I'm thinking showing the quiet period, showing the busiest period, showing a typical period. And it might be that there wouldn't be agreement, but at least it's worth trying. Thank you, sir. I'm sorry to delay both travelling back home. Sorry about that. Thank you, sir. And in terms of format, I'm sure we can have a conversation or think about the best format as to how to present that, whether or not... Yes, I mean, I've had previous experience of use of things like Dropbox and WeTransfer to transfer a specific file. Yeah.
I mean, we had a quick chat about this. We should at least, and I emphasise at least, get through Ms Prescott's evidence completely, and Mr Cale in chief, hopefully, may get beyond that. Then we got the morning, and I'm aware of the restrictions time-wise after that. Then we got Friday morning, so hopefully we'll stick to the overall programme.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, and the time on Friday morning that we have, and Mr Cale, what time is this? What time do you have to leave?
It's 1 o'clock on Friday that he has to leave. If it turned out that we were struggling for whatever reason, Mr Morgan, I suggested perhaps starting at 9 o'clock, but I wouldn't say that at this stage until we find out on Friday. That's one option, but I'd like to think we probably won't need that, but we can review that tomorrow.
See where we get. Yeah.
It's an option if we need it.
Yeah.
And so just thinking on to next week, my learner friend and I had a discussion. My learner friend raised the issue, and we both discussed whether or not whether you needed to hear the evidence of Mr Stacey. My anticipation is he's probably going to take 20 minutes in chief at most, but I am minded simply to invite you to reflect upon that and let us know if you take the view that you don't feel like you need that to hear that evidence.
I certainly can sort of, I should have my mic on.
Yes, sorry.
No, it's me. I've not been using my microphone. Yes, I can certainly reflect on that overnight in terms of Mr Stacey and whether we need him present or not. It depends on whether Mr Morgan has any questions for him.
Excuse me, we discussed it mutually, I think it's fair to say. We both thought there was potential there to save inquiry time. I just need to check and take instructions, but in principle it seems a good idea to consider.
Yeah.
Subject to you, of course.
Sure, and obviously it's not to say that affordable housing can't be, or it won't be addressed during planning evidence. It's just whether or not we need Mr Stacey's expertise or to scrutinise his evidence or not, or whether it's dealt with by the planning witnesses.
Most of the points I had, bar probably one, which isn't much of a detailed point, were really policy points.
Right.
Would probably be better put to Mr Frampton anyway. So
Okay, that's fine.
In the weighing exercise, we got the planning witnesses anyway and take on board the evidence.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think, yes, I'll reflect on that overnight and I can advise in the morning as to Mr Stacey's involvement. But thank you.
Thank you, sir.
For that. Okay, any other procedural points from anybody else? If not, thank you all for your time. Again, thank you to the technical support for the last 2 days with the live streaming. And we'll see you all tomorrow. We'll adjourn and see you tomorrow at 9:30. Good evening.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr Pinto.